Que lo Kentucky. How y'all doing, man? How y'all doing? Um, let me. What's going on, y'all? Everyone hit that like button as you come in. Drop a comment so I know who's in here. But what's good, y'all? What's good? What's going on? What's going on? Everyone hit that like button as you come in. Right here. Now, no, what you mean? This is new information. This is something that just happened last night. How is this not new information? It just happened last night. This is very new. This is very new. There's always people talking. There's always people speaking on things that they don't know of. Always someone speaking on things that they don't know of. For those people that don't know who Brother Polight is, Brother Polight is someone from the quote unquote conscious community, the black community, right? And he's been accused of, he's from Brooklyn, New York, and he's been accused of, you know, touching on a young lady. Now, this is all right for now is allegations, serious allegations. For a man to be accused of this is probably the worst. This is probably a man's worst nightmare. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you didn't do it. Now, what they're saying is that he assaulted, he touched, he drugged. I guess you could say his girlfriend's daughter. And there's supposedly DNA test, of supposedly his semen on her dress or her clothing. So, but like I said, Brother Polight, he was like a celebrity. You could say a YouTube celebrity, a internet celebrity. Yeah, drugs. Yeah, the alcohol is considered drug. Radical. You just said what? If someone gets you drunk or whatever, they drugged you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's still a drug. They found DNA on her clothes. Nigga, I just said that. Fucking dude. But But this guy, he was a YouTube internet celebrity. He was always into debating. They would speak on religious topics, political topics, racial topics. You know, get the people, things that get the people going. Anything when it comes to religious, you know, political, race, you know, that gets the people going all the time. And there's always going to be scam artists, eh, you know, trying to get you to. They want to get your following. They want your support. And a lot of times it's monetary, and they take your money. So then years back, I said like 2 years ago, or whatever, like they try to expose them, or they exposed them that he was scamming people. Even Sonetta out of New York, Sonetta, matter of fact, is a Dominican too. He's half Dominican, half black. He opened up this school of consciousness where people have all these school of thoughts and they debate. It's a, you know, it's like an open forum. So he gave them the platform so people can be able to have different opinions and have these debates. And they were doing it. It was like YouTube before YouTube. So they would do it in the, you know, in the street corners of Harlem. And then they brought it to YouTube. So now, Brother Polight, after a while, they had a, you know, they fell apart because of business reasons and, how can I say this, conflict of interest. And this guy's a flashy guy, Brother Polight from Brooklyn, flashy guy. You know, he's more infamous because he has several wives, right? So you could say what that he practiced polygamy, and he's has the likeness, right, of many celebrities hang out with him. Those of like Mayweather, Floyd Mayweather, the boxer, many rappers like Busta Rhymes, and he's like I said, he's like a celebrity. He's like a B list, C list celebrity, especially in the internet realm. He's a black celebrity, so a lot of people took a liking for him because he's very intelligent. He's written over like 60 books, and he has a cult following. Now the issue comes in because back in the day, for those who don't know who Dr. York is, right? For those who don't know who he was, he had like his own cult thing going on, and I think he was somewhere down south in Georgia, and he owned land. I want to say, was it in America, or it was like down South America? That Dr. York, he owned land. He owned land. He had his own little community, and he also had a lot of women. But he got taken down because they found out that he was touching little kids. There was like a bunch of, you know, sexual assault allegations or whatnot, or rape allegations, right? And or statutory, whatever you want to call it, violation, sexual violation of underage children, and a lot of them contracted herpes. And that guy, that man's empire, black man, that man's empire went down. And one of his pupils was Brother Polight. So he always had that asterisk next to his name because they know who was affiliated with, who he was associated with, you know. And after all that, you know, people, you know, you can't always blame someone for the same thing just because they were associated with each other, you know. Just because you have a friend who committed mischievous sexual act, they can't automatically blame you, right? Just because your best friend sells drugs doesn't automatically mean you a drug seller, a drug dealer. Just because someone you know, your family member, whatever, is a racist doesn't mean you're racist. But there's people that do think like that, you know. Oh well, if you're cool with that person and if they do this, you do that too. Like, no, that doesn't mean anything. It just means that you're cool with that person on a different level. You have a certain relation or relationship, but they just think different than you, and that's it. We're all unique, and a lot of people gave him that, reasonable doubt, right? They let that shit slide, and he started coming up in the game, in the debate game, in the conscious community because he was very intelligent. He knows how to articulate himself, and this guy is a master guru of language and literature, and he would break it down to a science to people who were interested in these type of topics and debates. So now a lot of people were saying that he was a scammer. He was scamming people out of money. He would give financial advice, and they were saying that people were giving him money, then he'll run away with the money. So it was a lot of shady stuff going on behind the curtains. But you still see this guy living a good life with seven different wives, and they're all beautiful. He had a wife of every shade, every color. He had African American, African, Dominican, and Puerto Rican, light skin, dark skin, tall, short, skinny, thick. I'm like, damn, this dude he the GOAT. I'm thinking, I'm looking at him like, yo, he's the GOAT. That's every man's dream. You want to make money, you want to be fit, because that's all he preaches, being, be to be fit. And he was extremely pro-black. This is when I was like in my pro-black stage. You know what I'm saying? When I was a black tep. And I'm like, oh, this is a thorough dude. And he had 5, 6, 7 different women with him at all times. And he was always around beautiful women. So let me show y'all who I'm talking about. Let me show you. Right here. The cat from Brooklyn. Intelligent dude, man. That's one thing people can't take away from him. Intelligent dude. This is his first wife. Beautiful, gorgeous. This is his other wife. This daughter. This cat living the life, man. This cat living the life. And like the last his last girlfriend or wife or whatever was a Dominican chick. Oh man, my wife acting funny right now. But his last chick was a Dominican chick. You know, look, he living that Hollywood life, that party lifestyle. He was always amongst celebrities. I know one of his best friends was Mayweather, but he was this pro-black, conscious, financial, physical health, nutrition guru, well respected, well known, prestigious. Look, he right here, he was Busta Rhymes. You see him all the time with beautiful women. Half of the time he's smashing them. So I took a liking for him. I took a liking for him. It's that Connecticut. Nah, man. Hey, let me tell you this, man. Connecticut Wi-Fi is better than New York Wi-Fi. I'll tell you that. For someone who's lived in both places, Connecticut Wi-Fi is way better than New York Wi-Fi. If you want good Wi-Fi in New York, you gotta leave. You gotta leave the city. You gotta leave the city. You can't be in the city. Lies, yeah, alright, motherfucker. I'm telling you, nigga. But listen, Polight. So now this is a story. Let me get to the story. Let me get to the story. What they're saying, this happened last night. What they're saying was that this fellow, supposedly the daughter of his girlfriend, because you know this guy has like a million girlfriends and like 5 wives. This was in Miami. The girlfriend and the daughter was 14 years old. Not his daughter, the girlfriend's daughter. 14 years old. Supposedly he said, hey, I'm gonna take her out with me. I'm gonna talk to her. Because what he was trying to do, he was trying to, talk to her like that. Like that's normal stuff. That's not nothing out of the ordinary, uh a parent or a step parent, someone close to the child, to give them a call, go out for a car ride, or go out for some ice cream, or go out to eat. That way they can have time alone. That way they can just speak. Because I know adults would do that to me, or adults would do that with other young kids. Sometimes it's just pep talk, one on one. Maybe the kid got something going on, and sometimes you need to hear, or you need to be disciplined, or you need to hear criticism from someone else that's an adult. Sometimes it can't always be your mom or your dad. Sometimes it has to be an uncle or a family friend, you know what I'm saying, or a big brother. And I guess she said okay, cool, because he was trying to repair the relationship of the mother and the daughter. So, but that's not his daughter from what I've heard or read. And he took a route on the night in Miami, and I guess he was trying to take it to a party or something, which is kind of strange, maybe, right? Because it's gonna be like an adult party, I could think, right? You would assume, right? But I guess the party got shut down or got canceled, whatever. So what he planned to do, what he did after that was he got a hotel room, and supposedly he was in the hotel room and they started dancing. Supposedly he got intoxicated. Mind you, this is a 14-year-old little girl. And supposedly he started dancing on or whatever, blah blah. She blacked out. And then he was trying to make her vomit or whatever, right? Supposedly, because she had alcohol in the system, so supposedly he was trying to make her vomit. And reports are saying that I guess the mother found out, but he was trying to tell the mother of the child not to report it to police because it would ruin his career, his life. So the mother still went to the hospital, and they did the investigation and whatnot. And supposedly they found his DNA, his semen, on the young lady's clothing. And but right now out on bond, out of prison. This is crazy. Nothing really surprises me. And when I think of this situation, I'm like, damn. Because I used to really listen to him, but then once I realized he was like a scamming type dude, and it was a lot of smoke and mirrors, and they was just capping. It's all for the bread. It's all clout. I was like, yeah, he's still a small dude, very ass too. But I don't think that's someone that people just should really follow. You should try to be like him. you know as far as the intelligence level and financial literacy. But now these acts of, you know, pedophilia and whatnot, this took like a new twist and turn. You know what I'm saying? Because you can only scam people if they dumb enough, right? But now, when you taking advantage of a young lady, that's a whole different ball game. You know that now this is we're entering into dark spaces now. Now we're talking about something that's a really touchy, sensitive subject that a lot of, especially women, men go through it too, but I know especially women endure. How can I say this? Victimization, especially sexually, from men or women or whatever. And yeah, I don't know what do you guys think? Do you think the story is true? Because this is the other thing too. The on the other side of the coin, it's very easy to just blame a man nowadays and, oh, yo, he did this, he did that, and it's over. Like I said before, this is the last thing a man wants to be accused of. This is the last, because then even if you found out to be innocent, it still leaves a blemish in your life. It leaves an asterisk. You know, it's damage that can never be erased. You'll be trying, even if it comes out that you were innocent and the person recants and says, "Hey, you know what? I was lying." You will always be scarred with that, and it's fucked up times that we're living in, because there are women who, you know, they go through these type of situations with men who take advantage of them and whatnot. But then there's times when the man didn't even do it, and his life is tarnished, his reputation is thrown under the ground, right down the sewer, down the toilet. I'm gonna drop the link for y'all. This is not gonna be a long live, but I'm gonna just hear what y'all think about this. Dude, all right. I'm gonna go down the comments. Brother Polight has a gift of gab, nothing intelligent. What he's good at is learning a bunch of info in a short amount of time and then using it, make you stupid. Culturally Hispanic. How many books have you written? Come on, man. You gotta give him that respect. He has written over 90 books. This dude knows a bunch of languages. I mean, if you're gonna scam somebody, you gotta have some type of intelligence. I mean, look at him. He went from being a broke dude from Brooklyn to having all this money. You guys don't like giving anyone props or respect. Y'all not about to tell me this dude is a dummy. You're not about to tell me that. Maybe the dude is sick or dumb if these accusations are true, yeah. But as far as that, the dude has a certain level of intelligence. He has more intelligence than most people I know. Nah, I don't think he's a Nigerian scam. He's American. But I'm dropping the link down for y'all if y'all want to hop in. Like I said, I'm not gonna be up here very long. But let me go down the comments to see what y'all talking about. Bro, he's living Palm King. That's what he's living. Yeah, hey. If I could do it, I'd do it too. If I could scam y'all, I'll do it too. Lord Hogan. So we talking about the blacks tonight? Yeah. That Connecticut Wi-Fi. Nigga, I know you're not talking, nigga. Long Island ass boy. Lord Hogan, all of the blacks. Ron Test was his student, brother. Don't forget to say it. Yeah. A bunch of celebrities. It was just him, you know what I'm saying? Lies. Definitely better than Texas. Nah, he wasn't a guru, but he was good in gathering that time, making money off the info. Nigga, if that's not intelligent, nah, he wasn't a guru, my brother. He was good in gathering info in a quick matter of time and making money off of the info. Wow, that sounds like a dip. He sounds like an idiot to me. That's smart. He's an intelligent dude. He written all these books. He has influence. Have you heard this guy speak? You have to have a certain amount of intelligence to have the charisma to attract a crowd. You have to have some type of charm. Come on, man. Y'all gotta give. Just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean you can't give them credit. Okay, it's like people hate Hitler. Hitler was one of the most intelligent dudes ever, but they're gonna say he's not. Why? Because he was an asshole. Nigga was still intelligent. You can't listen. You being a bad person has nothing to do with your intelligence. I'm just letting y'all know that, man. Y'all can't conflate the two. You can't do that. Can't do that. Y'all Connecticut dudes plugging your routers into trees and shit. Hey, man. At least when you go out, at least when I go outside, I don't see rats and shit. Right? At least when I go outside, it doesn't smell like piss everywhere, bro. Bro, I love New York. I'm from New York. But sometimes I get tired of it, man. I get tired of it. It's dirty outside. And this is facts. Like, niggas got to wake up. Like, New York is great. It's wonderful. I was born there. But sometimes you get tired of seeing all the crackheads, dope heads in the street. Seeing big garbage bags everywhere. Stale piss. Come on, man. New York is one of the dirtiest places, man. He started off humble, then he went to Hollywood on this. I mean, that's the plan. Get that money. Stepdad violating another girlfriend daughter, like that was like what was spoken on here the other day. Yeah, that's a very frequent thing. That's a very frequent thing. That's a very frequent thing. Those numbers are very high. Yeah, man. Get them likes up. I see 24, 25 people in here. Get them likes up, guys. Polight told everyone that he was creating affordable housing by using shipping cargo. A regular man found out the project wasn't his at all, and he said we were just a worker. Yeah, man. But who nuts on people's clothes? Lord Hogage. When you're fucking someone or raping someone, I can only imagine when you ejaculate, that shit is gonna go all over the place. I can only imagine. I've ejaculated, you know what I'm saying, on a woman, and I know that goes all over the place. So imagine if he's taking advantage of her. Come on, man. There's dudes that they take a urine in the toilet. They can't even piss inside of the toilet bowl. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. That's why when you go to a bathroom, they be piss all over the floor and shit. God, niggas got no aim and shit. God damn. Wow. So the investigation at the hospital found his DNA. Yeah, who knows, man? But like, this is what I'm saying. These are all allegations. I'm not saying he did it because we don't know yet. I'm just covering the story because I heard about it. Let me drop the link to see if anybody want to join in. Like I said, I'm not gonna be up here long, but I heard about the story. I couldn't believe it. I was gonna no in that I was supposed to go live tomorrow with the Dominican restoration. That was for tomorrow, but I mistakenly put it for today. So hey, man, if y'all waited that long thinking I was gonna hop in today, that's y'all. That's on y'all. But I meant to put it for tomorrow, Wednesday, not for Tuesday. That was my mistake. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know I don't know how true this story is, but it's looking ugly. If they saying that you have semen on her clothing and she's 14 and supposedly they found alcohol in her blood, um and y'all were in a hotel room together, and let's say if she's saying that, yeah, like, this is looking ugly. And it's kind of crazy because this dude got mad women. He has like 4 or 5 wives and they're all gorgeous. So I don't understand. But then again, I'm not in his mind. I don't know how he thinks. I don't know what he likes. Yo, what the fuck? I don't know why I kept putting. Well, that was a camera I was gonna buy. That was the that was a camera I was gonna buy. Polight will be a polygamous relationship, except there's gonna be part of Bubba's harem and D Block. I dropped the link, so if anyone wants to join. Passport perverts. What's going on? Sean, what up? Women bathroom are dirty. I was a 4-year-old kid remembering how dirty it was. Man, compared to the niggas, it was always clean, man. You get that and lock up, man. You never know. You never know. That's all talk. You just lazy, you piss. The king. How would you know? How would you know what I do? Um. Oh, my hope it ain't so, but I have a feeling the allegations are true. I mean, I really don't care. I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully it's not true. I hope not as well. I will refrain judgment until all the facts. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just bringing this to light, because Polight was like a online celebrity. He's still well known, obviously, but I said like 2-3 years ago, he was definitely in his prime, and everyone knew about him. He has interviews on Vlad. Like, come on, man. He had a Vlad interview. It's because he's smart. He's a smart dude. Y'all niggas gotta stop hating, man. Can't tell me he's not a smart dude, man. You don't go from being a motherless, fatherless, a bastardless child from the streets of Brooklyn, gang banging, in and out of prison, in poverty. You don't go from that to being broke to then coming home and changing your life around and having all this money and having being in a polygamous relationship with 4 or 5 different wives. You don't get that far. You don't change your life around like that. Do a 180 unless you're a smart individual. So if you guys don't think he's smart, then who's smart? Sound like y'all niggas hating, man. Lord Coke is there's instances where there wasn't penetration, but who knows if dude touched the victim in this scenario. Yeah, man. Sometimes I don't even like talking about this type of stuff. Vlad interviews yeah, okay, but he interviews them because of the why did they interview him? They didn't interview him because of his rapping ability. They interviewed him because of his intelligence. If he's not intelligent, who's intelligent, yo? Nigga, the stream, what you mean working? Nigga, I just didn't go live earlier. Because I didn't go live earlier because I put the live by mistake for today. I meant to put it for tomorrow. I don't know why that happened. Elon Musk is intelligent. That nigga's a weirdo. He looks like a pervert. Coach of the Hispanic. I don't know, man. I don't know if that was a joke. I don't know if that was a joke. I don't know. That's very distasteful. Wait, let me tell you this, Danny. But all right, let me tell you this, Danny. So you telling me there's people that's listen. A pedophile. Anybody could be a pedophile. An intelligent nigga, a dumb nigga, a black nigga, a white nigga, Puerto Rican nigga, a Dominican nigga, a Haitian nigga, Jamaican. Like that got nothing to do with nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? People do dumb shit. Anyone could do something dumb, stupid. But this is the thing, like if you go out your way and you mess with a woman of a certain age, like 14, bro, that's what that's what he's attracted to. That's what he's. If you go out there and you done it with a woman that's 14, that nigga, you're attracted to that. Especially when you have women that you could that's in their 20s, 30s, bad chicks, models, and but you prefer to be with a young child. That's your attraction. Like that's what you attracted to. That's your now. I don't think that has anything to do with intelligence. You know what I'm saying? The nigga, that's what he like. Hey, I ain't with that shit. Now these are allegations. We don't know if it's true or not. I'm just covering the story. Because as you know, as time progresses, we will get more information. As time progresses. But it so far is not looking good for him. It's not looking good. Maybe society should not normalize men dating younger women. Maybe girls under 16 look. Many girls under 16 look older than 18. All right, so Stephanie, what you mean society should not normalize men dating younger women? What you mean by that? Like you being 30, her 25? Like what you mean? That's why this conversation is dangerous, because what's the cutoff point? You know what I'm saying? That's why they make laws. That's why 18, I think, is fair. You know what I'm saying? I think 18 is fair. The way the laws are set up now. Now it's all depending on what country you go to, the state. But I think 18 is a fair assessment. You know, even though sometimes you could find an 18-year-old that has the mentality of like an 8-year-old, or sometimes you could find an 18-year-old that is more mature than some of these adults that are 30 or 40. But I think 18 is a fair assessment. It's still young. 18 is still young. Like, you know, you still have like a pea brain. But I think is a like, because an example, when you go to Dominican Republic, The mind of an 18-year-old out there versus here is crazy. It's way different. And then again, it all depends on your lifestyle going up, you know, your upbringing. Yeah. Godzilla says under 18 you could get arrested even if the girl gives consent. I think it's up to the parents to bring charges. I personally believe if she's under 18, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. This is why fathers are important and having stepdads introduce a new set of problems. Man, if it's true, man, if that really happened to her, that goes traumatized forever. Um, yeah, yeah, I agree, Sundown, but I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true. The mom is wrong for not picking up signs of him being weird and not seeing that her daughter is probably a lie. Either way, we all had just, yeah, we have to wait. We don't know if it's true. Yeah, Katie to the victim, very good. Yeah, that's when I stopped doing, really listening to him. In a room with a 14-year-old, where's Chris Hansen when he's needed? Catch a predator. Because I really don't want to make like a mockery or a joke about this. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because this shit could be true. Like it could have happened. You know, this really could have happened. So if anyone wants to join in, hop in now. If not, I'm getting off of here like in 15 minutes. So but yeah, man. Look, this is the woman he hangs out with. He's always hanging out with women like this all the time. That's his daughter. That's his another daughter. That's his wife. So, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Is this a plot to take him down? Was that chick setting him up? You know, did he really go get a hotel room with his fit? That's weird. Yeah, look, I mean, if you got a woman at home like this, why are you? I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, Stephanie's up here. What up?
What's up?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. So, what do you think about the? All right. So you said first of all, you said that society should not normalize men dating younger. So when you said that, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, because it's always been kind of like, and not just in American society, but in most societies, it was always normal for men to marry women that were younger, etc., etc. Even
I,
today, you still hear that, like, oh yeah, no, like a younger woman, a man's in his 40s looking for a girl that's like 20. Like that's just crazy. Like I know I'm in my 30s
okay,
and I hear
okay. You
someone
mean
younger.
like an extreme, like a huge
Yeah,
age gap.
because like a 10-year age gap, like that's not that serious, especially once you're in your 20s and up. But for an adult, a whole adult, to find someone that young attractive, like they don't even talk like adults talk, you know. Like it's just crazy. And it's normalized and it shouldn't be.
Right. But then again, it's like you can't. This is the thing, right? But then they can't. They're not gonna be able to put an age gap. You know what I'm saying? Because they won't be able to put an age gap because then you're basically telling an adult they can't do whatever they want to do.
They can't. That's why we have laws.
No, you no. Do you understand what I'm saying? If they put an age gap, then you're telling an adult they can't do whatever they want to
Oh,
do.
I see
So
what you mean.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh,
So
there has to be a minimum age gap.
right, like so if let's say if she's 20 and the guy's 45, obviously that 45-year-old guy is mentally he's way ahead of her.
Yeah, for sure.
He's
But you know
right.
what's crazy though? Now that you say that, like, oh, that makes me wonder, why is 18 the age of adulthood? Because even like
Right.
science shows that our brains aren't even fully developed. The part of our brain that understands cause and effect, like when you do this, this is gonna happen, that's not even fully developed till you're in your early 20s.
Right. Yeah, but then
So those are like things that it's kind of like, okay, it's because they want it to be like that, not because it can't be different.
so I mean what but that this is where the issue is gonna come in, right? So at what age does a person have the right to choose who they want to be with?
I don't know. That's crazy. I
That's
don't
you
know.
know
That's a thing.
that's the conflict. That's the conflict. I'm saying I do think that it's better when the man is older than the woman, but not crazy older. You know what I'm saying? Not
Yeah,
like
and I agree with that. When I was younger, I always dated guys that were older than me. Like my daughter's father, he's 13 years older than me, but I was 30, like in my late 20s
okay.
when
Oh
we
yeah,
met.
see now that's different. You see you 30, he was 43.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
But
That was
mind
my
you, like I didn't know he was that old when I met him because he's Dominican too, so he looked really young. I thought he was in like his
right.
mid 30s, but yeah, he was 43, more or less around there.
Yeah, yeah. My father, he was always you know older than all his women that he's been with. So like my stepmom, like the woman he's with now, he's like what? He got probably like 15 on her, like 15 years on her. Met her when she was like late 20s, 30s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's common, especially in like
yeah,
poorer countries. You see that a lot too,
yeah,
where men are a lot older than women, and that ideal of like pushing that, to get with a younger woman, that's in DR too. Because I used to hear guys all the time, like I know a lot of guys that like their dads, they were like older, and they had like a girlfriend that was like 21, and they were putting her through college in DR and stuff like that.
yeah.
Like it's so normalized. But
Yeah,
we
man.
already
Yeah.
know that people at that age, especially women, don't always know what they're doing. So it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, yo, this story is crazy. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if it's real. Um, I don't know if it's just allegations.
This is the first time I'm seeing it now that you have it on your channel.
Yeah, I mean, this just happened yesterday. He's out on bond, and yeah, now he's going through the court system. Now it's up to the judge and evidence and all. They're saying supposedly it was DNA. His
I think that for a
semen.
man to put himself in a situation with someone that young, there has to be something more to that. Like he must have some type of issue. I'm not gonna accuse him of being a pedophile or a rapist or whatever, but that's not normal. Like, how do you think that's okay, especially if you're famous?
Yeah, especially if you're a known man, if
And he
you're
wasn't hanging
popular.
out with Epstein or whatever that dude's name was. He wasn't part of that crew.
Nah, I don't think so.
He got balls.
No, but yeah, you don't. Or then I'm gonna drop the link again to see if anybody wants to join.
Who was up there? Was that Morena and she left?
Sundown, nah, Sundown was up here, but
Um,
but yeah, I mean, any man, period. I mean, especially if that's like your stepdaughter or whatnot, or your girl's child. You get in a hotel room with a young lady like that, that's not smart.
exactly. Like I know,
It's not
for
smart.
example, like men in my family, like they won't even allow, like even in a family function, let's say, right? Like they won't even allow like my dad, for example, like he'll be like, oh no, I'm not gonna be in this room by myself with this person because you never know, they might accuse you, blah, like so that's like how a smart man thinks, I think. So for him to
Hmm.
be in a hotel room with a minor, and you can tell, I don't care how adult a girl looks, you can tell when they're younger. You can always tell. You can see it. So like that was just stupid on his part.
No, but it was his girlfriend's daughter.
It was what?
His girlfriend's daughter.
Mm.
So the story is, this guy, he
Yeah.
has like these. You see these women right here? These are his wives,
Okay.
and he has girlfriends and all that, right? I guess he's always recruiting. Um, so I guess one of his girlfriends or whatnot, the mother and the daughter, they were having conflicts. The girl's 14. She's getting in that at that age. So what the story is that he asked her like, "Hey, I'm gonna take her out. I'm gonna talk to her." Maybe him trying
Okay.
to console her, or so. I don't think that's
Kind of
out
like
the
let me
norm,
be a stepdad. But wait,
right?
is this girl one of the women he's married to?
I don't believe so. I think it's
Okay.
just a girlfriend, or I think it's someone who
Eso está
I think
raro.
no. I think he's trying to add her on to the group.
He's trying to add her into the family.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Get to the colony, and right, and that's normal for an adult to sometimes a different adult to
Yeah.
take a kid out and just to talk to him, because maybe the kid will be more receptive, right, to the message. So I'm thinking, okay, that's not out the norm, but like something normal would be like, oh, okay, you took a file or for ice cream, right? You took out to go play bowling, something to get her mind off of the tension with her mom,
You
right?
know what though? I feel like those intentions are good, but if you're not married to this person, like
Right,
this child's mom, like
right,
what grown ass man takes out a 14-year-old that's not
right.
his
Yeah,
stepdaughter
yeah,
that
yeah,
he
yeah.
raised?
Right,
Or,
right, right.
now if he raised her, he's had her for like, maybe since she was like 9, 10, whatever. It's like,
Hmm.
okay, you can understand that because they probably have a relationship. But a 14-year-old, like if you're a dude with money, like why wouldn't you say, here's $200, go to the movies with your friends, let me go drop y'all
Right,
off, or like,
right, right. And then he has to chat with her in the
or
car,
let me
like,
drop you
hey,
off at the mall with your friends,
right.
you know?
And then that 15-minute ride, he talks to her and gives her
Yeah, no.
advice.
And I
Right,
want
you're
to
right.
know like what that sample is too, the DNA sample. Like,
Semen,
is it saliva? Is semen?
semen,
Oh hell
semen.
no.
So I don't, like I said, I don't know if this is true or whatnot. But then the
Mm-mm.
crazy thing was, supposedly they went to like to an event. Like he was trying to take her to an event,
The
but
little girl?
supposedly, yeah, like an apart,
Nah,
like
come
so.
on, Spider.
And
All these
then
little things is like, come on, these are all like,
and then he got a hotel room, and
that's
then they
insane.
supposedly, I
It's
don't know if this
awesome.
is true. This is just what they saying. This is what, I'm saying. I was trying to look for the transcripts, but I can't find it. So that he was in a hotel room, and supposedly he got her to start drinking or whatnot, and they started like dancing. And next thing like she was like blacked out, and she wakes up, whatever. And supposedly he was trying to make her vomit because of the alcohol.
Yeah.
Like, I guess so.
Gross.
Suppose she come, maybe she said something to the mom, and supposedly he Allegedly, he told her, "Hey, don't say nothing, don't tell nobody, don't go to the police. My life would be ruined, my career." And you know, they
If
arrested
they
him.
checked her for DNA, then she had one of those rape
Yeah,
kits,
yep, yep,
whatever
yep,
done.
yep, yep. They did that. Yep. And so they checked for the. They found they took the clothes or her clothing, and they found that her clothing had supposedly his semen on it. You know what I'm saying, allegedly, right? This is purported. So now he out on bond, and yeah, this is the story, and everybody's going crazy about it. So who knows, man? What happened? Who knows?
I
Let's
mean,
just see.
regardless though, what he did, in order for there to be semen on a person's clothes that is not yourself, like your own body, like that's something wrong. Like eso no es normal, ven acá. Even if like even when you expose
Yeah,
yourself in public, like that's it's illegal to do that. So I don't know. So está raro. I don't have too much confidence in him being like not guilty of something. Because
yeah.
semen is one thing, like your word against mine, but DNA, come on.
Sorry, what you say?
That it's one thing for people to go like for it to be one person's word against another, but for to have DNA, like that's on another level. Especially DNA, you can't just like spit into a tube, you know.
Yeah, man. This is ugly. Then again, I don't know. Is this is That's why I named it. Well, in the avatar, sorry, the thumbnail, you saw that I said allegations or assault. It
Yeah.
was this sexual assault, or these are just allegations. Is this a plot to get to take him down, or maybe um
I don't think he's that stupid
is
to
that the
fall for
baby
the
mom trying to is that the baby mom trying to get money, set him up, like who, like what was, but if he really took her
Oh.
to a hotel room, that's weird. Like, don't
That's what I'm
that's
saying. I'm
weird.
like, yo, this is like, if he's from the hood, that means he's not stupid because he's still alive, right? He's been messing around in the streets and he's not dead. So he's not stupid. Like, whatever, like for him to do all of that, like he had a mission. Whether he thought it was gonna be consensual or not.
You're not accepting the expression of
Right,
feminine energy.
right, right.
Oh, Roycha said what he did was fault from the start, even if there was no sex. I agree. Cause honestly, like to put yourself in those situations,
But
you're
culturally,
stupid to put yourself in that situation.
culturally, I find this very interesting that you find this funny, man. I don't know.
Hmm. Culturally, cuidado contigo.
Yeah, he's like fine. It was like a 14-year-old girl, bro.
Es una niña, cuidado contigo.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't
Cuidado si tú
know.
eres raro.
Uh oh, this dog don't hunt. Yeah, this dog don't hunt. Morena, she's a little girl. Like, you know what I'm saying, like, we can't don't blame her now.
Now, do you think that her mom would put her up to that? I mean, I know people are capable of anything, but you think her
What?
mom would put her in that situation, like in those, like to
What?
be alone with a
What?
man in a
What?
hotel room
Culturally
drinking?
Hispanic says, I find it funny that you think he's innocent. I I said, wait, did I say that I did you
No,
hear me
you
say
didn't
I
say you
think
think he's innocent, but you said you didn't want to judge without knowing the facts.
I mean, isn't that what anyone should do?
That's what the government does, okay? We ain't the government.
But I'm saying this could be
No, yeah,
this all could be false. Like I'm saying, we
yeah.
don't know. I don't know what's going on. I think if you, I never, when did I ever say he was innocent? I said I can't speak on something that I don't know what's going on yet. Look at Bill Cosby. That nigga free.
Yo, I well,
Bill
oh, so
Cosby
what
is
did I
free.
read? I heard that the only reason why he's free is because of some like loophole, not because there's no evidence against him. But I do believe a lot of those women that like spoke up against him were just lying.
All right, so I find it funny that you're questioning Polite's innocence. I'm not laughing at the fact she was abused, nigga. Like I said again, you can't just cause you get accused of something or arrested, you can't jump out the window. You know what I'm saying? Like I said already, it's looking bad for him. It's looking bad, nigga. You wasn't there. You saying he guilty. You wasn't there, nigga. How you gonna argue that with me? You wasn't there. You don't know if this is true. You don't know if this is they just people uh chatting, capping. There's been cases where people come out and they comes out and they say, okay, I was lying. They get caught lying. Come on. What you doing is called a witch hunt.
I
That's a witch hunt.
don't
You
know
know,
though, but like it kind of
uh,
lines up for him though. It's not like I don't know if in Bill Cosby's case they
oh yeah,
didn't have
yeah, nah,
like
nah.
even meetings.
Like I said, if this is true, like I said, if he really took her to a hotel room, that's crazy. Now,
Mm-hmm.
was she really like? Did they find alcohol? Like, did he really give her alcohol? That's crazy. And now, if then the semen, like then the
That's gonna
nigga
be
did
so
it,
many counts
right?
of
If the allegations are true,
charges.
if this shit is true, niggas could be lying. You gotta remember, this is the internet. Is the internet now?
And where
I
did how did they? So did he call the ambulance and they went to the hotel, or like how did they find her? Did he take her to the
not
hospital?
supposedly something about either the mom came or he took her to the mom, and then the mom went and took her to the hospital.
Dios mío.
Yeah, so that's how it went down. And like, you know what I'm saying, hotels are trained to call and be like, I know, I work in hotels. We are trained for these things. I Captain. Yo, Koji Hispanic out here saving the world. Okay, Coach Hispanic. How do I verify that that's his kid, or maybe he got the room and she came up after? Man, I don't know. I was trying to find an article or the transcripts, but I couldn't find it. So this is just all. This is what everyone else is saying. I saw a few live streams. I saw on the internet people speaking on it. Yeah. Uh, the white man is trying to take out. I said that. Yo, I will cash app you $100 right now if you could give me the timestamp when I said that. I'll cash app you $100. Word to everything. Give me the timestamp. Give me the timestamp.
I know someone said that in the comments.
Now I said that could probably be maybe. That could be maybe that somebody trying to get them. People try to get people all the time. People get set up all the time.
The only way that they could get his semen is if maybe like someone he messed around with hooked them up with that. But then again, like they would be able to tell if that semen is old, if they got it from an old condom, like
Mm-hmm.
they would know.
Oh no. No, what I'm saying is if all these, like, all the evidence has been has been brought forward, like if it's true, or the nigga did it, like it's
Yeah,
looking ugly, like like semen on her joint, that's crazy,
yeah, it is.
right? Him trying to get her drunk, crazy. She's only 14, and they in a hotel room by themselves. That's suspect.
That's
You know what I'm
super
saying?
suspect.
So, like I said, if those accusations are true, it's looking bad for him. And I'm saying it like I'm looking at him like get away from me, nigga. I think you did it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, like sometimes people lie about facts. If you
Yeah.
understand, like somebody could say,
Like that girl, you remember that girl back in the day when my was it around MySpace, Facebook? What was her name? She was one of those thotties that all the rappers used to mess with. Mafia que DH, Castax. She was trying to frame Soldier Boy or something like that. So I mean, I know what you mean. Like
she
they've
got
framed these
deported.
dudes.
The one that got
Oh
deported.
yeah, she did get deported.
Yeah, I think what is she from? Like Venezuela, or some shit. Colombia.
Colombia or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Sati para
And
queros.
I remember cash stacks. But like I said, listen. Like I said, people can lie or the police could fabricate shit. Now I'm not saying the nigga's innocent. I'm not the nigga's lawyer, right? But I'm not the prosecutor either. I'm not about to jump out the window. Oh, he did it. Like nigga, I don't know. Now, if all the things that they've presented are true, like the evidence, then I think the nigga did it. You know what I'm saying? If the semen, if the story of the semen, if there was really semen, if that's true, that's wow. They were in a hotel room at the same time. Crazy.
Yeah.
And he tried to get a drunk. Crazy. If they find that there was like alcohol in the system, if all this shit is true, then I
And they'll
think
be
the
able
nigga
to
did
tell if
it.
she had that another anything else in her system too. They didn't say if she had any like unidentified chemicals or drugs.
Nah, because like I said, I was trying to find. Like I said, I was trying to find. These are all like hearsay because I was trying to find the documents. I was on someone's YouTube and it was speaking on this, and she was reading the transcripts. She was, reading the court papers and all the evidence they had and whatnot. And all I know is that also that he bombed it out, so he's out on bond. He's out on bond. So
I wonder how much his bond was.
yeah, I wanted to. So that's all I'm saying. Like, cause somebody could say, oh yeah, fighter was the one that shot my brother because they had beef and da 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 da. Fighter was the one that did it. Because I saw his same car drive by my street, and then the shootings happened. Okay, that's true. I got that same type of car. Okay, I did have beef with your brother. We fought before and everything. But this video, there's video of me in the casino in Las Vegas the night before. So I was all the way in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Your alibi.
Right, there's an alibi. Like so then sometimes there could be facts and no, there could be like evidence that is presented that is a lie, and then you could be like, oh nigga, no, that didn't even happen.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, like I said, like remember when they were saying at first, like the internet always kills people off, and sometimes you don't even know if it's true or not.
Yeah.
They'd be like, oh, such and such died, and it
The
was like a whole
cancel.
prank.
Yeah. Oh yes, yes. And there's people
Yeah,
that have been killed off quite a few times.
well, that happens all the time. I remember
Yeah.
when Paul Walker. I remember when like Paul Walker first died. I didn't believe it.
You
I
thought
was
it was
like,
one of
man,
those internet lies.
yeah, because like niggas always capping online. You don't know what to believe, and coming to find out it was true. I was like, oh shit, he really is
Media
dead.
is the biggest tool for mass population control that there has ever been. That's why we have like the electoral college with the elections and all that, because they consider everybody just to be dumb masses, like just dumb people, like not really capable. And that's proof of that. The fact that people believe, when someone gets killed off and then 5 years later they forgot and they see it again and they believe it again. I think I'm calling myself dumb, but that's how media works. It's crazy.
Right, right. Blood Moon says, "Who is this person and did he do it?" Blood Moon, I don't know.
We
What
don't
the fuck?
know.
Deal. I don't know. If the evidence is true, listen. The evidence says if the evidence they presented is semen, his
Alcohol.
supposedly his semen on on the girl's clothing. Supposedly he got her intoxicated, and it was that toxicology? Is that the called? And
Yeah, the
supposedly,
toxicology
if
report.
a toxicology comes back saying that there was alcohol in the system, whoa. And them being together in a hotel room,
And she's a minor.
yeah, that's kind of an awkward situation that a man shouldn't put himself in. You know, especially if that's not even your daughter. Like that's your your girlfriend's child. You putting yourself in a crazy situation.
I really hope that at least it was like his stepdaughter and that nothing happened, obviously. But like if it does turn out to be a lie, like I hope it's not that bad. Like they were just really twisting shit really messed up. But damn. Like that evidence alone, ya yo estoy, I'm like, I don't know, you can't. I feel like I've already made up my mind.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, right now. Okay, they saying maybe they'll be able to get the hotel footage. Yeah, there has to be hotel footage. You know. So, listen, right now it's looking crazy. It's looking crazy for the guy. It's looking crazy for the guy. Yeah, it's looking crazy, man.
Did you see I saw something on TikTok today where CPS took a baby from a mom, like newborn. I think it happened twice today. I don't know if you saw that.
Nah, I
One of
saw
the
an older.
women,
I saw an older video like that, not something recent.
one of the women, I guess she's like a doctor, and she like holds the key to the city and like the town over also, and she's vegan, and her kids were taken away from her, including her baby, like a newborn, on some BS. I don't remember the details. And there was another one where you see the cop literally like try to grab the car seat. Like he grabbed the car seat out of the mom's hands and like it looked like the baby was gonna get hurt. Insane.
Those conscious dudes are mad weird. Have you ever heard of Nature Boy? Yeah, Nature Boy is another one.
What's Nature Boy?
Nature Boy is a guy. He's one of these these conscious dudes from the conscious community. Black guy. He went down to like Nicaragua, some shit, or like
To do
Colombia,
ayahuasca.
something. So,
Ayahuasca.
matter of fact, I'm gonna look. Let me do it right now. I'm gonna look at him right now. So basically, this dude, Nature Boy, he collected all of these young women. He'll get these young women. So he a young dude too. He got to be like, if anything, he's like 30, 31, or maybe in his late 20s. Young guy. He's a young guy, and he'll recruit all these women, beautiful women, and there'll probably be like 15 to 20 of them, right? And it's like he creates his own little village, his own little tribe,
That's crazy.
and
Like a commune.
yeah, like, and then they'll live like in the wilderness. The women will be butt naked, barefoot. You know what I'm
Prancing
saying?
around
Like they only
the
eat
maypole.
certain foods.
Yeah, like living off the land like hippies.
Right, 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 right. Living off the grid. Okay, so let me hold on. Let me look for this.
I'm gonna have to look this story up
Nature
because
Boy.
I didn't
Oh
hear
yeah,
it.
and Nature Boy.
No,
Hello.
No, the topic, but I hadn't heard of
Oh,
Nature Boy
oh
either.
yeah, Nature Boy. He admitted to
So what was he doing? He would take
he,
these girls, he would have them
he
all living like hippies.
right, right,
In the
but
woods.
in reality that's all about
Jungle.
him, being able to smash mad chicks. That's all that's about.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So he
And I'm
was
not
like in Matatang también.
right, right. So he was like and there was other dudes in his tribe, but he was like the leader.
He was the alpha male,
Right, right.
fulfilling
And
an alpha male fantasy.
right, right. That's the reason why he was really known and popular, was because he would be bugging out on women. So yeah, it was a cult. It was a cult. So he'll get to the point where he'll be like kind of belittling women. And the one time, supposedly, he said some crazy shit like that. He would have sex with his. He would have sex with his woman, and if his little baby boy was laying in bed, he didn't care.
Aw, that's crazy.
And then he said, like, yeah, man, I walk around naked. Yeah,
And trauma causing
it's
these
love, it's
children
love. And he
traumas.
said, shit, I don't even care if my baby boy grabbed my, you know what. And that's when everybody was like, oh, this nigga crazy.
Yeah, that's sick.
So, and I think he even admitted to homosexuality too. He in his past. I if I'm don't take
Yeah,
my word for it. I think he did admit that.
he was probably like poly. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to throw those terms out there. I don't know how to use them.
Hold on, let me. This is him. Like, all right.
Oh, he looks crazy. I'm sorry. Parece un maldito loco. See
And
it
it
in his
makes me
eyes.
feel like not special. Like that make me feel like I don't
He looks depressed. She
not
looks like she has the soul sucked out of her body.
real energy. Like that's how I could explain it.
So he'll get like this real pretty chicks that are just dumb.
And wow. I
And
feel that's so messed up. And he would just brainwash them.
right.
And I don't know what
Like,
I
and right
like
there, she
with
was
it.
trying to like leave
But
him.
every time I do it, I just don't feel happy. Like I don't feel happy about doing it. And I know the logic behind it. I know what's the right thing to do. I know the
Dumb,
benefits of
insecure,
this body,
codependent.
sex and all that. I just don't.
Right? See, goddess in
Like,
training. He looks like a demon, right? He has that look like
but I
something's
don't
wrong
think that
with
I'm
him.
not your wife. Like I just feel like I want my own space when it comes to that.
Kind of way what you're saying is I'm even if in a metaphysical, like yo, I want to
Oh my God, the way he talks makes me feel like my blood pressure is gonna go up.
mentally, metaphysically, whatever you're doing, whatever we try to shift, yo, stay consistent, man. Stay 100. Every day I'm 100. I'm the same person every day. I never change up nothing. You feel me? I'm the same person you met from day one. I never change. You feel me? I'm just
People are
I'm
meant to
Yo,
change, grow, and evolve. Like that's insane.
Blood Moon said he is cute. I will fall for it.
Ay, no, Blood Moon, hazme el favor.
Yeah. Yo,
Con un chin de muela.
Morena says, yeah, he is attractive. Does it get dang? Yo, I'm about to start a cult, but we ain't gonna be doing no other shit. It's gonna be straight up women and men. Like I'm saying, a woman and a man. I know freaky other shit these niggas
What's
be
gonna
up
be the
to.
purpose of your cult?
No, just me and having like 6, 7 wives.
Está loco.
Nah, but yeah, man. Like these cults like that always existed. Like it's been a bunch of cults like that, man. Where where these dudes. There's been quotes with a dude. He'll probably be like the priest or the whatever, right? The leader, and there'll be probably like 10 single women, and there'll be like 20 couples, right? It'd be like 20 couples, like a man, right? The man and the woman, and then the guy would have the priest, the leader, would have access to those men's women.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've seen like movies like that, shows The Walking Dead, where like the leader, he could pretty much have whoever he wanted. And I know that there was a cult here in Texas, in Waco.
Yep. I know.
Waco, silly Jews. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. He takes him in or what he does. Yeah, Jim Jones. Yeah, from Guyana.
Blood Moon, take him under your wing.
Jim Jones went out there and he had them all drink.
Ese mismo Jim Jones, yes. Yeah.
He had them all drink this thing. They all committed suicide, and it's kind of
Hmm.
funny. Jim Jones, and then the rapper Jim Jones. Why you want to be named after him? Or maybe he wanted to be named after a drug dealer. There had to be a drug dealer named Jim Jones. But to
Yeah,
me,
I can't
Jim,
imagine that he wanted to be named after
I
a
don't
cult
know.
leader that
I,
committed murder.
I don't know. To me, Jim Jones is a weirdo anyway. Like the rapper Jim Jones, he's a weirdo to me.
Yeah, he is kind of weird.
He seems like a cornball. Like he does too much. Like he trying to be so tough and cool, and I don't know.
I
I
mean, I
never
don't
like
know about that.
I don't like I never like Jim
I'm
Jones.
evolving with time, but I never changed my morals.
I never liked Jim Jones. You don't remember this? Um, Jim Jones crying.
Ay, hombre.
This is when I looked at him like, what is wrong with this nigga?
He
This
looks like a completely different person than.
If you really get to live this last 20 years that I lived,
look,
you would understand, boy. So what we was doing was right or what we was doing was wrong. We didn't have a blueprint. If you don't like me, I ain't here for that, bro. I ain't got time for the bring to this game. I wouldn't care if it was from the Bronx or Harlem. We started like this is where I after you did come home with me, that album went platinum. So at that like was that even true or
it was crying. It was crying on Funk Flex.
So what? He finally found like his purpose in life.
I don't know. No, he was
And
crying
he
about
like
he was crying
he's just
about
living
Cameron.
differently.
He was crying about Cameron, but then we cool with Cameron again. And you was funny before he got cool with Cameron again. Before that, Cameron was online making fun of him because he was crying. Yeah.
Wow,
So he got bitched.
that's crazy.
Like you was really on there crying like a little girl over another nigga,
Wow.
bro. Come on, man. Nigga, Danny, I'm not crying online, on a camera, on the
You did
stage,
do him dirty.
on Funk Flex, crying. Nigga, fuck all that. I ain't crying. I'm not about to be crying. He did him dirty, nigga. He still got money. Like he's good. It's not like he fucked his bitch. Let me find out, Danny. You defend Jim Jones. Nigga got it. Danny got a Jim Jones tat. Yeah. Yo, to me, Jim Jones was always a cornball to me. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was good, Sundown. What up?
What up? Y'all think y'all got y'all peoples mixed up?
What do you
Who?
mean?
David Koresh was the guy from Waco.
Oh, I see. I don't know their names.
No. What are you talking about?
I was talking about Jim Jones.
The Colts.
Oh no. Jim Jones is from that was in Guyana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. She
Okay.
mentioned. No. She mentioned the other guy. But yeah. Jim Jones. He went out to Guyana. Then they all drank that potion and all. They all.
Yeah, they found that Kool-Aid.
Yep.
That's just crazy.
Yep. 'Cause,
Um,
man, who
so
cares?
so y'all were talking about, so spin me up a little bit. So it's Brother Polite got suspected of messing with a 14-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah. So the allegation. So basically, the story is, he was dating this one chick or lady for like a year or so. Um, the daughter's 14. It's not his daughter; it's her daughter. Daughter's 14. That's the age when girls maybe start
Acting up.
acting up or whatever, not getting along with the mother. So what he said was, hey, I'm gonna take her out. I'm gonna talk to her. That to me, that's not weird. But to me, what the other thing is weird is like, okay, maybe you take her out for ice cream or something and try to talk to her, or go around the block and talk to her, and console her, give her advice, how to get along with her. But they didn't do that. This nigga tried to take it to like a party or some shit, right? So that's kind of weird. And then I guess the party got canceled or whatever. Then he took it to a hotel room. Supposedly, this is all allegedly, right? He got it drunk. They started dancing on each other. She blacked out. She wakes up. Supposedly, they found there was semen on his semen on the girl's clothing. Um, what else? Oh, and he supposedly he was trying to make her vomit because of the alcohol or whatever.
Okay.
And so I guess he took her back to the mom or whatever, and the mom was like, "Oh," or I guess he told the mom, "Don't tell anyone, don't tell the police or nothing, because I don't want my career to be over, my YouTube career, my life to be over." And supposedly the mom took her to the hospital. They did the rape kit thing and all that, and yeah. So then he got arrested, so now he's out on bond. And I was trying to find the transcripts, but I couldn't find it. But yeah, I found out about this because I saw it online. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I came on YouTube. I saw there was various amount, people online speaking about this. So that's how I got the information. And some big channel was reciting the transcripts. So yeah, like I said, if that's all the evidence that was provided, like that right there is crazy. If that's like if it's true. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody
Yeah.
comes up to me and tells me, "Look, we got this his semen is on her clothing. We did the what is that called, the toxology? Toxology?
Toxicology.
Toxicology, right?
Yeah,
Toxicology.
toxicology.
If the toxicology comes back, she had alcohol in her system and that she was in the hotel room with him, like that's crazy, right? That's crazy. Like if somebody tells me all that, I'm gonna think you did it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if all that's everything that was provided, if that's true, I believe he did it. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
like I
So
said, but it's online. This is all online stuff, so you never know. People could be fabricating things, or that's why I was trying to look for it myself, but I couldn't find it. So
yeah.
let me look for it again because I can't find it. But go ahead.
Um.
Go ahead.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say. Uh. Nah. That's foul, man. Like, I understand that a child might be, in their rebellious phase, but it still takes the adult to subconsciously say, "Hey, I'm still gonna mess with this kid, even though I know this kid is young and she might be acting up. I'm still gonna take it upon myself to do whatever I gotta do." Her like that's sick.
Wait, hold on. Let me play this audio real quick, just real quick.
Say about me, it's all good. I don't give a fuck about that. But the shit I got on you is real shit. Polite. You don't want to go there. Picture that. I bought my shit with my money from. Now, I got to tell the truth about Sarnetta. Sarnetta just admitted I got some shit on you. And if I let go of it, that's your ass. My thing is the dirt that Sonetta has on Polight shouldn't be held in his pocket until Polight pisses me off. That's the kind of dirt that can save a lot of young girls' lives from a predator. But if that predator just so happened to be a nigga I'm cool with, I don't care if he
A predator, a predator. It's funny the way he said it. But okay, so Sonetta is this guy. He's Dominican and black, right? And he's like in the conscious community. Um, he's out in Harlem, and he would always host these debates, and he always had these DVDs, and he was in tune with like the Nation of Islam and the Black Panthers and the Five Percenters and all that, right? And the Hebrew Israelite, like he's in tune with all of them, like, and he hosts these debates and whatnot, right?
You know, you
And
could add NOI. You know, you could add the NOI as a cult too, right?
you said, yeah, all of that, yeah, man, because even them dudes, they say that them top dudes used to really beef over women. You know,
Yeah,
that's what they say. You know, like all them guys, they had more than one wife. They had a bunch of women.
yeah. You know, that's why Malcolm X fell out with uh, Elijah
Right, that's what they say
because
over a woman.
he was sleeping with. Nah, he it wasn't over a woman
Oh
with
no, oh no,
Malcolm.
oh,
It
oh
was
no, oh no,
because
because Elijah was sleeping with a bunch of women and some or
yeah,
young or something like that. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But so Nature Boy, he doesn't live in Africa.
Nah, he was living like somewhere in South America.
Man, this whole time I thought he was living in Africa.
Nah, man. Nah, Nature Boy was in South America, man. Hold on, Nature Boy.
So he couldn't even go back to Africa and live his little cult there. He went to South America.
Yeah, he was in South America, bro, living off the grid.
Que
Nature.
Nicaragua.
And he's not like quote unquote Afro Latino. Like, he's just a black dude, right?
Yeah,
Why
Yeah,
you
yeah.
say quote unquote?
because I know some people don't like being
Like
called. They
the
don't like
term,
the
yeah,
term
the term.
Afro. Um, so he went to South America. He could have went. He could have went to. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have gotten as much flack if he had went back to Africa. I thought he would have went back. As conscious as he is in the way that he dresses, I thought he would have been in Africa. That whole time, I thought he was in Africa.
Oh shit.
But yo, for a second, I had to rewind it back because I thought that you were. I'm not saying that you were condoning, but you were like, if he likes 14-year-olds, that's his preference. I was like, hold
Oh no,
on.
whoa, no, no, no,
I
no,
was
no,
like, hold
no.
on, what?
Oh,
What?
no, no. Is that what I said? I said,
No, I said I had to rewind it back because I was walking home when I
right.
heard it. I was like, what? But I had to check it back.
Or then what did I say? What that when you check
Oh no,
when
you
you,
said it was wrong. You said it was wrong.
oh yeah,
But
yeah.
like,
You
yeah,
know,
my
oh yeah, I
headphones
know. I
were.
said no. Oh yeah, I said yeah. You can't confuse someone's intelligence with what someone's attracted to,
Yeah.
right? Because somebody could be attracted to little kids, but they could be the smartest person on earth, but be attracted. Like, so you can't conflate the two. You know what I'm saying? You can't. So just because somebody does that doesn't mean they're a fucking idiot,
Yeah.
right? So that you can't that like one thing you can't mix it with the other.
I still think it's sick. I
Oh,
think the cure for that.
hey, I'm not with that. That's not something I promote. That's something that if that's
Yeah.
around me, that I think that's a problem, and I think you should beat them up or whatever, or if you have to kill somebody or shit. To me, that's not even snitching. If you tell on
Oh
somebody
no.
that snitches on,
It's
to me that even if it's snitching, whatever, I'm a snitch. But
That's not snitching. That's
to
one of
me,
you.
to me, that's that's because I can only imagine, right? I'm not a father, but I can only imagine if you know me being a father and then some shit like that happened to my daughter, how I would react. So yeah, you know.
I say the best cure for that is you take them out in public.
Wait, hold on. Wait, when did I say preference? I didn't say that. I said that's what he's attracted to. I never said preference. So that's what
I say
the
the
person.
best cure for that. The best cure for that is to take them out in public, cut the head off, put the head on the back. Give them as an example for everybody. That'll cure that shit real quick.
This is why sometimes you gotta be careful with these conversations, and then people try to, you know why you gotta be careful with these conversations, and then people try to like play with your words, right? Like I said, if someone's attracted to something, now they're saying, "Oh, stop saying preference." Like, what is a pedophile attracted to?
I didn't say preference. I mean, I didn't mean it as in, I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah.
I was quoting, I thought that that's what I heard fighters say, but that wasn't, I didn't say preference.
This is why men can't even talk about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because then they be like, "Oh, look, he said this." You know what I'm saying? They try to use anything, This is why, like, I'm probably not going to talk about this type of topic ever again, because then people try to like, "Oh, what you mean by that?" Like, "Oh, you saying he innocent? Oh, you support it?" Like, no, whoa. But sometimes it's better not even to talk about this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And there's nothing wrong with talking about topics, that you're bringing recognition to things that people did that are wrong. But yeah, there's always going to be people trying to twist your words.
Right. They'll be like, "Oh, so you think?" No, all I said was saying, "Hey, I don't know if the evidence is true, what they provided. If the evidence is true, it's looking bad for the guy. You know what I'm saying? It's looking really bad for the guy.
Yeah, it's just sick, man. Like, overall, it's just
looking bad.
It's just unfortunate, and it's like, this is, the sad thing about it is, this will get national attention, right? Everybody will be talking about this, but this stuff goes on daily. You know what I mean? Like, it's kids everywhere that get abused sexually. I think more kids get abused. Like, there's more hush hush documentation on kids being sexually abused than anything else, and that messes with them mentally. And it's just sick that men and women would take advantage of that of children.
It's a huge problem, and it's the reason why we still have a lot of, like, the whole trafficking is a problem.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, we need to stop normalizing this whole dating younger women, and like how if dating younger is like, it's such a positive, like it all has to do with all of that.
I'll flip my shit though if Congress actually passes that whole term of, if people are pedophiles, it's called whatever. What is it called? It's a term that they use.
Look. All right. So,
go ahead.
You said what?
Nah, I'm trying to keep talking. It'll come to me.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. That they try to, like I said, they try to use. That's the wizardry, man. They try to use words to manipulate it, because it's. Yeah. If with anything, you can convince someone with words. So they try to change the vocabulary, the language. That's how they get you. That's how they always get you. All right.
Danny said it. Minor attracted person.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's fucking sick, bro.
Nagmisi, who are you, Nagmisi? Hold on real quick. What up? Who are you?
No, I'm just a new subscriber. Found you through some black dudes, so I'm one of the blacks. And I just had a couple.
Oh, you one of the blacks?
One of the blacks. Shout out to the blacks.
Shout out to the blacks, man.
Yeah, I'm a proud black.
How black are you? You don't look that black to me.
Nah, I'm a black American. I did that DNA bullshit or whatever, but I actually grew up in Puerto Rico and shit. So
what was your percentage? What was your percentage of black?
70% West and Central African.
Oh, that's not enough.
That's word. Nah. So I'm a barely black.
Dude, you're a mutt. You're not enough. You're not enough black.
Welcome to the club.
Officially
Alright, so
mixed.
Yeah, we all mutts, man. We all
You have
mutts
to
over here.
identify as mixed.
Nah, we all mutts over here, man. We all mixed, man.
all right, so yeah, I'm just checking you out and just trying to see where you going and whatever. I like this shit. I'm a fighter as well. Actually, I'm from Brooklyn,
Okay.
boxer and Thai boxer. But
Okay, that's what's up. That's good. That's good.
yeah. So I'm like, I
So you
heard
from
you drop the
Brooklyn?
Cocolo word a couple times. So I'm like, is this dude racist? Like, what I'm trying to figure you out right now.
So
That's not a racist word.
Wait,
hold on, guys.
asking yourself as fighter is racist? Is
Well,
that what you're asking?
Yeah, are you asking me if I'm racist?
Black people can be racist, though, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm racist. I'm just asking if he is.
Oh wait.
Cool, though.
Like a racist against who?
I'm a reactionary racist. You know what I'm saying? So I don't give people the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
I assume they don't fuck with me, but I treat people with respect regardless of how
But I don't know
personally
you, bro.
feel
I
about
don't even know what you look like.
Well, what do you mean?
I don't know what you look. I don't even know who you are. How could I hate you?
No, I didn't say that you hate me. I'm saying I'm trying to figure out where you at because of the Cocolo shit. So I'm like, I don't know. I watched a couple of.
Do you know what Cocolo means?
What does that mean, Cocolo shit?
What does that? Yeah.
Well, Cocolo, I remember I used to work. You from New York, right? I used to work at Lord and Taylor way back in the day, and this Puerto Rican dude walked up to me and my white coworker. He was like,
but I'm Dominican. I'm Dominican.
And that's cool.
So it means different things to us.
So it means different where I'm from.
It's not a racist term in Dominican Republic at all.
Okay, so then that's why I want the clarification. That's why I didn't assume. That's what I'm asking because from Puerto Rican standpoint.
Cocolo in Puerto Rico means someone who likes salsa.
Yeah, but I guess they use it like in a derogatory way.
They definitely do.
Porque en Dominicano no es igual. It doesn't mean the same thing.
Cocolos in the Dominican Republic are a group of people that migrated from the English-speaking islands. Right. They were ex-slaves that migrated. So it's not a derogatory term for us. It's just a group of people. So if you look like you're black without like that typical mixed look, or if you are from San Pedro, you're probably Cocolo. The last name
and that's where I'm from.
or if you're from Samaná, right? And if you have an English last name, like a baseball player, Fernando Rodney, his last name is Rodney. Es que era Cocolo porque his last name is English, which is English. But it doesn't mean
it's just for like
term.
A non-Spanish speaking black person.
No, it's more like saying the Creoles of Louisiana.
Okay, so all right, so that was my question. I know the difference between Boricuas and Dominicans. Sarnetta is no goddamn Dominican. If y'all Dominican, y'all know you should know your own people.
But he admitted that he's Dominican. He's half Dominican. He admitted it himself. He says it all the time. Yeah.
Now, I heard him say it, but bro, I'm 47, right? So I went to Roosevelt High School in the Bronx, and back then, Dominicans sat on the other side of the lunchroom, like
because it was beef. Because Dominicans probably didn't get along with blacks, and blacks didn't get along with Dominicans.
No, it wasn't even that, bro. It was that they were still kind of fresh. You feel me?
Of course.
So they started the Jerry curls and shit.
There was a divide.
There's always a divide, though.
Right.
There's always a divide, and it wasn't necessarily because of race. It was more because of language. So they sat with Central Americans and stuff, right? But there was no really beef because we didn't interact with them. But I'm using that as a timeline, right? With Sarnetta's age, he's older than me. Dominicans weren't coming out here like that at that time that he grew up. And if he was a Dominican, he wouldn't speak Black American vernacular like me. Like I speak Spanish straight up, but he's never said anything in Spanish. Like if you ask him to quote something, he wouldn't be able to tell you. He wouldn't be able to tell you about Trujillo. He wouldn't be able to do shit.
Pues está todo, pues háblanos en español si usted habla español. ¿Qué lo que?
Okay, say it.
No, ¿qué lo que? Te estoy preguntando qué lo que, qué lo guá.
¿Qué lo que con qué? Estoy hablando contigo ahora en inglés porque soy americano. Ya te dije que soy del equipo Los Blacks, pero no quiero hablar español si no tengo que hablar español. ¿Y qué?
Oh, está bien. Pero, o sea, que te criaste en Puerto Rico y de ahí usted sabe hablar español, ¿sí o no?
Sí, pero eso fue en el año 81 hasta los años 85. Y mira, yo soy un moreno orgulloso y no voy a fake the funk para ponerme como si yo fuera hispano, pero yo sí puedo hablar español.
No, lo habla más o menos. Y por lo menos te criaste en Puerto Rico, en San Juan, y sabes
No,
más o menos.
Loíza Aldea. No me crié ahí, pero me fui para la escuela en un barrio que se llamaba Las Parcelas, pero eso fue para 4 años y después me vine para Nueva York de nuevo.
All right, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
So now, if Sarnetta could give it up like that, I'll believe he's Dominican.
No, but
tú lo hablas más o menos. Tú lo hablas más o menos. Si yo te digo la verdad, que tú hablas más o menos.
All right, so hold on. So if somebody says, what if somebody's biological mother is a certain ethnicity, and then the father is a certain ethnicity, your blood, aren't you that? You might not be culturally, but you are blood, right?
Well, yeah, you would be, definitely. But then you would have to have that culture.
Culturally, you might not have it, but
right. But let me give you an insight into the blacks, right? The blacks, me, a proud member of the blacks, we have notoriously not been proud
What side of blacks are you from? What side of blacks are you from?
What do you mean, Black American?
Oh, black. Oh, the black.
Are you like ADOS, Black American?
FBA. I don't like calling myself a slave type of shit. I know where my people came from, but for me running around like I'm proud to be a slave is some bullshit, right? But
what tribe are you from? What tribe?
What do you mean? What tribe?
You don't.
I don't do the goofy. I'm an Indian shit. Nah, I don't do none of that. I know my people came on slave shit from West Africa, went to South Carolina, and from there my people came up to New York. But so here's the story with the blacks and fronting like we're Dominican, fronting like we're Indian, fronting like we're everything but what we are. There's a lot of self-hate in the black community. So you got blacks that's running around saying they're Hispanic because that's a more acceptable form of the blacks to them. So when a grown-ass man like Sarnetta says he's Dominican, what he's actually trying to do is get away from his blackness. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to be a spicy
black. Why can't he be embracing his Dominican identity?
Okay, no, check this out. Are you Dominican, sis? Are you Dominican?
I'm Dominican.
Okay, so now you should be able to eyeball your people to a certain point, right? I can, growing up in New York, if not by the way they phenotypically look, by the way they talk, by some of their hand gestures, right? By their fashion.
Bro, okay, hold on, bro. Let me stop you. Hold on, let me stop you, man. I gotta stop you, man. I have to stop you.
Okay, ya paré, habla.
There's a chick, right? There's a chick I was dating, right? She's Dominican and Haitian.
Yep.
And she lives in Florida. And she doesn't know nothing about the Creole side, nothing about the Hispanic Dominican side.
Right.
But I can't take away when she tells me she's Haitian and that she's Dominican. Like I can't tell her that she's not. When if I go to her mom, I see her mom, the way her mom looks, the way the mom speaks, the way the mom cooks, or the versus if I go to the dad's side and I see how they speak, how they dress, the food they cook, the music they listen to, I can't deny and tell her, oh, you not that. I could say, damn, yo, you're not really cultured. I could say that, but I can't just deny. I can't deny it. I can't deny her identity. If
I don't want you to. I don't want you to. But with Sarnetta,
so I say
on the African presence in the
Okay. We can't compare. It's true. We can't compare Sarnetta to a Manny Ramirez.
Right.
We can't. It's true. We can't compare. I was just saying when I was bringing that up, I was saying ethnically he is like by blood he is, but he's not really, like what's this guy's name? Dave East. Dave East is half Dominican, but he don't speak that Spanish, right? He's not really Dominican, like cultured as a Dominican.
He wasn't born in DR, right?
He wasn't born in DR, and but he's from New York though, and I think his mom's side is Dominican. If I'm not mistaken.
Bro, I'm telling you, Dominican
what's
mothers.
his other
I've dated a
half?
lot of Dominicans.
Bayesian.
I've dated a lot of Dominican
Bayesian,
women,
okay.
right? And I'll tell you what, Dominican mothers, whether they second generation, first generation, they make sure that their kids have that Dominican culture, bro. You grow up eating Dominican food, you get yelled at in Spanish. So for Sanetta to say that he's Dominican, but I never even heard him say Buenos dias. I never heard him say anything. To me, that shit
He
is
might
suspect.
be a Yo No Sabo kid.
A Yo No Sabo? What the fuck is that?
That's what we call Dominican American kids that their Spanish is not really that great. Lo machucan, so
Right.
they rarely speak it. Like my brother is one of those. Like él no habla español. He speaks Spanish, but like
he understands you.
No, he speaks Spanish, but he's never. Él no tira el español. He speaks English.
Pero o sea, como nosotros dijimos que él lo habla atrasado o al revés.
Yeah, como que el macho.
Como yo.
Pero él lo entiende. Si su mamá o su papá le dice,
he speaks it, pero
vete el cuarto, he would understand. Like, vete limpiar el cuarto means.
Did Sanetta ever say what part of DR he's from? He only knows Sosua.
All right, bro, hold on. Listen. You gotta remember, dude. Don't take it so to heart, so serious, right? Just listen for 1 second.
Me?
Yeah. Because I feel like you're taking it too serious. I don't think he's self-hating. But I remember even one time he was on a live, and it was like a video, pre-recorded video. It's probably still up. You probably still gotta look for it. He was speaking to Brother Polight, and he called one of the brothers Polight, like, oh, how's the young Bambino doing? Like speaking as the little kid, right? Talking about his little kid. And Brother Polight said, come on, man, stop that with that Dominican shit. So even like clowned him. He even clowned him, because he knows that he has some Dominican in him. Now I'm not saying this nigga, you're gonna see him every Friday night going to the salsa club or dancing merengue and bachata, but then, like, he's half Dominican. Like, let's say an example, like, y'all niggas didn't know me, and let's say I was half Ecuadorian, right? And I once in a blue I bring it up. Oh, I'm half Ecuadorian. Like, it's a fact. If I was half Ecuadorian and I say it, then I'm half Ecuadorian. Just because you don't see me repping the flag, or I speak how they speak, or I wear the clothes they wear, it doesn't mean I'm not half. I'm still half.
Right. I got you. I'm with you 100%, bro. Check this out. As a member of Team Black, right? I actually went to Africa. I went to Ghana and shit. And I'm not no fucking African, bro. I'm of African descent.
They're not.
But when I go there, they let you know you ain't no fucking African. So Yo No Sabo goes to DR and they let him know that he ain't Dominican. They say, yo, yeah, that's I'm giving it up with, straight to real. I went out there and they were calling me this shit called Obroni, which means a white dude. So even though I have 70% West African DNA and I'm a black dude from Brooklyn, they tell you like, yo, you not us, bro. So just like that, and I'm not trying to put this energy on Sanetta, but I'm born and raised in New York City, so I know a Dominican when I see one. I know what a Dominican house looks and smells like.
Not to detract from. So your other percent is 70% African, so 30% European, I would assume, right?
Nah, not even. It's and I'm not even proud of this shit, but it's 19% Northwestern European, and then 9% Native American. And I know where that comes from. That's not real like five tribe shit. That's from, I have an aunt, no, not an aunt, a great grandmother who was Garifuna.
So considering the fact that you have these ancestries in you, do you identify as mixed, perhaps because your ancestors were from different parts of the world? So you identify as mixed?
No, I identify myself. See, now we're going into race and culture, right?
We
So
are
we have
gonna
to
But,
separate black.
but this is just me asking, like,
okay,
yes
I
or
give it to
no.
you. I'm a black man. I manifest myself as a black man, but biologically, I'm a multiracial. Just like most people in the DR are actually multiracial.
Most people
That guy,
in
and I'll just call him
this whole side of the world
the
are
goat.
multiracial.
He's a multiracial as well, but he's a white leaning multiracial. But if I dropped his ass off in Madrid, because I'm in Europe right now, if I dropped his ass off in Madrid, he would get the Cocolo check of his life. They would
Wait,
tell him
who?
like, yo, bro, tú no eres un
Who's
blanco, tú eres descendiente de esclavo
That's like the
africano.
birth of
Don't tell him that
racism,
shit in
though.
his
Like
face.
that's to be expected.
The
who are you
goat.
saying that?
The goat.
The goats.
Los
Pero
españoles,
quién?
digo, los españoles are the
No,
goats.
no, pero quién exactamente?
Un chivo.
Okay,
El ordinario.
Come on, man. I'm not trying to say his name. Damn, bro.
The combo
El
had nothing to do with
ordinario.
him, though.
I mean, okay. I mean, I lived in Spain for 3 months, so I know.
Wait,
what
who
you're
is
talking.
this Chivo? No, right?
No, yo no soy chivo, no.
Okay, so yeah,
Pero ni conozco a Chivo.
Mira,
Yo no conozco a Chivo.
Yo tampoco.
What part of Spain did you live in?
Yo, guys, listen to this real quick. Hold on. Listen to this real quick. Hold on. Listen to what he says.
Like, what the hell? And brothers here. And brothers here. No blacks, bro. Like, what the hell is going on? We don't want to work? What's going on, bro? This is serious. I mean, was going to do this video. I was going to do this video before when I came. This is my second trip here. And there's nothing here but Dominicans and brothers and sisters. That's crazy, man, when it comes to like this job. And see, we want to all talk this crazy shit about we the best that ever did it. No, we the best dressers. That's what we are. We the best dressers and know how to match our damn clothes. But when it comes down to really putting in some real work, we don't want that. We want the fast money. We want to get out fast and early. This shit is sad, man. It's sad. And I know people say, well, come on, don't hate on the Dominicans. I'm not hating on them. Shit, I'm Dominican. What I'm trying to show you is that we not nowhere in the business.
See? So you just heard him. He said,
Mentiroso. I can break down what he said. Look, listen when the homie told you wasn't Dominican, bro. You went mad hard to say, yo, I am Dominican. Here's the history, blah, 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 right? This dude is saying we when he's speaking about the blacks. But then when he uses Dominican as just to pretty much say that he's not being racist to the Dominicans working in there. But he has self-identified as one of us, Team Black, and he said it himself.
Yeah, because he's not 100% and he identifies with black. You understand?
Now, I understand you 100%, but look, I know a guy named Rodriguez. I'm in Rotterdam, right? There's mad Dominicans out here. They come via Curacao. That's where my wife is from. If you're Dominican, you might know of Curacao. You might have a family member that went there. Yeah, that's how Dominicans get.
I've been there. I've been to Curacao.
Curacao. I used to live there too. Right. So there's a whole bunch of Dominicans in Curacao. Some of them grow up in Curacao. When they come here, they don't speak Papiamento at all. They just go back to their Dominican shit. I met a Dominican here who came the same way. He looks like a Hausa from fucking Nigeria, bro. But he's 100% Dominican. Not like he don't have no French last name, none of that shit. Straight Dominican dude. And you can't tell him otherwise. And he's the same age as Sanetta. I look at that and I go through my experience with Dominicans in New York. My first Dominican girlfriend, and I told my mother I had a Dominican girlfriend. She said, a Dominican? Like, she was like surprised that I was going with a Dominican. There's a very distinct difference between a Dominican and a Black American in New York City or anywhere. Sanetta is not one of y'all, bro. And he's not even mixed. Y'all, if y'all Don't be like the blacks sometimes, where we want to claim everybody. You know what I'm saying? As one of us, that dude is not in your group. He can't even speak your language. He's not part of your culture. He never did a video on DR. If he was Dominican, he'd be proud to be Dominican. I've never met a Dominican that's not proud. I never met one.
As far as Curaçao goes, growing up, I played baseball with them, and I thought they were like Venezuelan adjacent. But they have an interesting language and culture. But I grew up playing baseball with them. But that's all I know about them, like Aruba and Curaçao.
My next door neighbor plays for the Braves. His name is Andrelton Simmons, and my family, my wife's family.
Andrew, you mean Andrew Jones?
No, not Andrew Jones. Andrew Jones lives on the other side of the island. He's older. This guy, Andrelton Simmons, he played for the Braves, or I think he still does. But they're like a they're adjacent to Venezuela, but they're also mixed race people. You know what I'm saying? For the most part.
Yeah, of course. I've never said they're not.
Is Curaçao?
I'm just saying that's my experience with them.
Is Curaçao still one of the places where they still speak the native like?
Well, they have a mix, like almost all the other islands. That Papiamento.
I was gonna say, don't they speak 3 languages? They speak Dutch, their Creole language, and whatever else.
Yeah,
it's usually a mix of native and whatever colonizer. Spanish. Listen to this, Papiamento. Bon dia, combay. That means good morning. How are you? Unda botabay. A donde vas? That means where you're going, right? Kiko bota come awe. What are you going to eat today? So you can see that there's some Spanish.
Native in it too.
Yeah, like the Portuguese. Bon dia.
Right. So there's Portuguese.
Yeah, bon dia.
Or in Haitian Creole, they say, what is it? Come vos, something like that. So, like, you can pick up on Romance language, but not necessarily that you can speak it.
Yo, Henry, she's saying you fine. Mermaid.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
mermaid, hi.
Maybe just be careful.
And I'm Fighter's cousin.
Yeah.
me and Fighter, we're from the same region, same town, 20 minutes away.
Yo, I thank you guys for letting me come on. I'll be coming on more often because I like the flow or whatever.
Yo, Nagmeezy, you got an IG?
Nah, I don't. I'm too old for that shit, man. I just do little YouTube shit or whatever. Like I said, I'm 47. So, but yo, I heard you tell a goat that you want to shoot the fade or whatever. Next time I come to New York, you know what I'm saying? You and I can spar or whatever. I'll give you some of that Floyd Mayweather. You feel me?
Where you at?
I'm in Rotterdam right now.
Okay.
Holland. Yeah, Holland right now.
Yeah, Holland. But yo, let me say one thing before I go. I remember coming up. I think this is like the early 2000s, and John Jay was full of fucking Dominicans, full of Dominicans, bro. Mad Dominicans were going to school. These are the kids of the people that owned the bodegas in the early 90s, right? The kids of the Jerry Curls. I don't know if you know that gang called the Jerry Curls.
Yeah, Jerry Curls. Yeah.
All right, so you know. And now they put their kids in school. And when I landed in JFK like 2 months ago, every single customs agent was Dominican, bro. So shout out to them for being the children of immigrants, taking advantage of what America has and fucking making something of themselves. This is what I try to tell my American people. You gotta fucking take advantage of this opportunity in America and stop fucking whining about bullshit and get this money. And I'm out.
I agree.
I agree 100%.
We do that. We don't focus on the bull. We our people come, they do what they gotta do, they get it together, and they invest in their country back home.
Oh shit, yo, I think you lying. I think you Puerto Rican, man. You look Dominican too. I think you lied.
I'm straight black. I got a little white on my face, but I'm
no, me cae bien. La realidad que me cae bien.
No, yeah, he cool. He Puerto Rican though. He Puerto Rican. De Luisa. Un puertorriqueño de Luisa.
De la Perla.
Yeah. Nah, he cool. He was cool. But he came up like aggressive. I'm like, God damn, nigga.
No, he did say facts. Listen, he did state facts though, and that's what I mean. You've heard me on other lives as well. When I said, look, if a Black American goes to Africa, they're not gonna look at you and say welcome back. They're gonna look at you like you were a white man.
Well, that's kind of like how in DR, if you're born in the States, or maybe even if you're raised here and you go back over there, they always gonna call you a gringo. Like you're Dominican, it's always de lo mío, but you're a gringo, regardless of your color.
Si te puedo preguntar, ¿de qué parte dominicana usted eres?
Santo Domingo.
¿De la capital?
Yes.
Okay, no, porque yo soy de ahí también.
Yeah. Yo viví ahí, lived there till I was like 18. Pero no mi vida entera, not my whole life. I did high school over there. And I stayed a little bit after.
No, porque igual la familia mía es de la capital ya. Y estamos ahí mismo.
Well, you sound like you have a little bit of a cibaeño accent.
La familia de mi mamá, mi bisabuela, ella es de San Francisco Macorís, Sierra 56, shout out to them. Y mi papá de Higüey. Pero ellos, los padres míos se conocieron en la capital y se criaron en la capital. Pero, o sea que yo me crié en un tiempo con mi abuela y ella era cibaeña.
Yeah, you picked up on the accent. My grandma's cibaeña too.
Yeah, but then he speaks with the L too, though.
Yeah, he has a mix of el este with Higüey and el Cibao.
O sea, mi mamá, ella, porque ella es de clase media de la capital, ella habla con la otra corrupción. O sea, que ella, she defines her words and she overcorrects it because that's
she's very poppy.
Yeah, exactly. Y mi papá y la abuela mía hablan como de Cibao. Medio arrebatado, medio retrasado, como uno dice.
They're from the campo.
Yeah.
So they have a campesino accent on top of it.
So I speak the two, pero con la otra corrección yo no hablo porque I wasn't raised that way. Pero yo lo entiendo porque los popis hablan fino, como uno dice, pero yo no hablo así.
Popis articulate.
Yeah, they're very articulate, yes. There's a video about that too.
I went to school with them. Yo sé.
Henry, culturally said you speak like a poor country folk.
Él tiene un, del campo. He has a campesino accent almost.
He said that y'all speak the same, like poor country.
Ya, lo es que todo el mundo me dice eso, pero yo no lo escucho cuando yo hablo. O sea, que la mala abuela mía, porque ella me corrige cuando yo digo viernes. Y ella, no, muchacho, es viernes, no viene. Ella me corrige,
Oh, shit. That's funny, man. Now, hey, that character, that dude that hopped in, man, he's a character, man. That was cool, though. Yeah.
But culturally Hispanic, no, my family looks down on the way I speak. And many of my family members, they would say, like, oh, tú hablas como un analfabeto. O sea, que la palabra se dice con, no es por qué, sino por qué.
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
Dilo bien. O sea, dilo correcto, porque así que se dice.
¿Y por qué? Yeah, I already know, man.
In my house, we couldn't speak that broken, excuse me, Dominican that you hear like a lot here in the States. No, like we couldn't say vaina, we couldn't say those type of words. My mom was like, we had to speak proper.
O sea, tú te criaste en la capital, pero en clase media, en Herrera, en Villamella, en vaina así, o...
So my grandmother is actually, like my family is from Herrera. La Palma.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Now that makes sense.
But I lived, like where I lived, personally, I was like middle upper class.
No, porque la abuela mía vive ahí en Paraíso.
Oh, yeah.
De La Clarín, pero afuera de ahí. Pero ahí mismo, estamos cerca. Y yo tengo un apartamento ahí en Bellavita.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where I invest in property. Yeah,
My parents do that too.
I, I invest in property, and Bellavita was one of the places I invested in because I think ahora con la bienes raíces, it's a good
Yeah,
investment.
real estate is good, right? In DR,
Yeah,
condos.
you got to be very cautious because it's dollarized, right? Luxury
Yeah,
apartments in Dominican Republic about a
yeah,
dollar
they
if
get
you want to
rented out in
buy.
dollars.
Yeah, so it gives the Dominican government economic stability, but you yourself as an investor has to be very cautious into what you're buying into, right? Because my intention is for 3 to 5 years to sell, but right now what I'm doing is Airbnb, and due to the pandemic, I'm kind of like my hands are tied, so I can't really sell. I'm just like stuck there.
Yeah, that's actually like what's popping right now in DR is buying property, renting it out Airbnb. But
Hmm.
I would like I don't buy property, but my parents have done that for years. And like I would say do new construction condos in like growing cities, especially like
No,
on the outskirts of the
bueno,
capital too. Or actually my parents do it in the beaches, so like in Punta Cana.
okay, yeah, yeah, because that's where my father's family, that my other side of the family, they're from Iwe, so that's exactly what they do. They have zip lining and ATVs and four wheelers and everything, and en Iwe, pero todito están involucrados en bienes raíces.
That's smart.
Ellos compran en Bávaro, Punta Cana,
Yeah.
y yo, porque quiero estar ubicado en la capital, I ended up finding Bellavita.
I don't know, like
So,
I used to love the capital, but having gone back to DR after I lived there, I just don't enjoy the capital. Como que está tan fea la capital, como que de
pero,
cuidar. And I go to
okay,
Punta Cana and I go
Tato,
to La Romana and I'm just like, I like to be in the pueblos or in the
okay,
resorts.
Tato, la situación de la capital es que la delincuencia está mala, está bien fea para la foto. Pero, o sea, yo prefiero estar en la capital que en Santiago. Para mí, Santiago es un campo, un suburbio.
See, I like
Y
that. I like being
yo
in the
personalmente prefiero estar en la capital. Porque en la capital hay más movimiento, hay más guau, hay más tigueraje. Y yo prefiero estar en la capital. Pero eso es preferencia personalmente que uno tiene. Eso no que yo digo que es así como uno dice. Porque en la capital también. No, en Santiago también hay delincuencia, hay barrios, hay vainas así. Y uno no lo ve porque uno ve Santiago como otro
Yeah,
mundo.
it's
Pero yo no lo
everywhere.
veo. Pero yo no lo veo igual.
It's definitely everywhere.
Oh shit! Hold on, yo. Damn. Oh, hold up.
Standardized. What's blood moon? What's standardized?
That's like
Mm,
the regular, the accepted Spanish,
the colonized Spanish.
or like the
The
neutral
one that
Spanish.
everybody
Diablo,
can understand.
pero cuando yo estaba en España me dieron un pase porque por lo menos ellos me entendían cuando yo
They
hablaba.
understood you. You probably had that like they have towns in Spain that have I've read like similar accents to ours in like Andalusia or something like that. They say our accent is very similar to that part of Spain, southern Spain.
Bueno, la isla Canaria dicen palabras como nosotros decimos. O
Yeah,
sea, en Dominicana y en Cuba se dice guagua, pero en otro país en Latinoamérica dicen autobús. Y yo lo entendí como guagua y yo lo dije como guagua cuando yo fui a Madrid y me preguntaban, ¿usted de la isla Canaria? Y no, es que guagua es autobús. Y ellos, no, guagua es de la isla Canaria y no, pero los caribeños hablan así.
Sí,
yeah.
no,
Well,
no.
you know what?
y,
Besides the
y, y, lo,
fact that we had
y lo
the,
peor es que me confundieron con, oh, en Madrid aquí hay un barrio dominicano, and there's a chimney truck in Madrid,
I'm
and
not even surprised.
there's a barrio called, I think it was Lo Camino, and there's where all the Dominicans live, and then they asked me if I'm from there. No, I'm from the United States. I'm just visiting.
Crazy Boy says a Spanish teacher used to make fun of the Dominican students to the way we speak. Man, we speak our own language, Dominican Spanish. But you know what? That term guagua, I had an understanding that that was a native word, that was a Taino word.
No,
So
that's
I need to find out
Canarian.
the roots. Well, I know you're saying that, and I've also heard that, but I also know that like a lot of Tainos were taken out of the islands, and the Canary Islands were already colonized by Spain, and they were taken over there. So I'm like, I wonder if those roots are still like that word. The roots are still Taino.
Yo, when I was younger, I got in trouble because one of my mom's friends, she was like Guatemalan, and she wanted to speak to my mom, and she was like, "Oh, o me puede pasar, le puede pasar el teléfono a tu mamá ahorita." So, ahorita to
Oh, that
me
ahorita.
that it means later,
Yeah, I found
right?
out in novelas that other people use it as like now.
For now, ahorita. So, then I hung up the phone on her face. I'm like, okay, and I hung up the phone, and she was like, she calls back, like, what happened? Like, oh, and I was like, I was confused. You know what I'm saying? And that's
Yeah.
when I knew at a young age, like, from other countries, they have different
Different.
meanings, or they have different slangs or whatnot. But I'm gonna
That
show you.
that that happened to me in Chile, but it was much worse than that.
What
It was
happened?
with another term.
Well, when I visited Chile, we say straw, we say selveto, and in Chile, like
Solveto,
they have a
Solveto.
different word for it, but nonetheless, they were telling me you're looking for a line because that's how Colombians say they're looking for a line. And I'm like, no, 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 Silveto, straw, an actual. I want a straw because my drink needs a straw. And they were like, oh, so it's not a line. And I was at a bar in Chile in Santiago, and they were looking at me crazy for like a minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
but
The
let
way that ¿qué era lo que tú estabas pidiendo? A Sorbetto.
Un
Solveto,
Silveto, a straw. I
Solveto.
was at a bar asking for a straw for my drink, right? And they confused it when I asked
For a
another
line of coke.
For a
guy
lime.
a line of Coke,
No,
and
no,
there
no,
Oh,
was
a
no.
like Colombians,
lime.
For that girl,
Colombians that
girl.
asked for a line of Coke
Oh,
like
okay,
this,
okay,
and I'm
okay.
like, no,
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 no.
no.
When I say I'm looking for a straw, I'm looking for a straw so I can
Yeah.
have my
Hen-
drink.
hen- yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard
Henry,
calimete in DR also.
yeah, Calimete, yo, escuchado eso. Henry was
Yeah.
out there asking for that white girl, man. He was trying to get right.
Hmm.
All right.
Uh,
So let me play this.
Llegó un hombre al médico, el médico le hizo un reconocimiento. Una finca que tiene más o menos 3 años.
All right, so this video right here, I seen this. Matter of fact, the goat actually had uploaded this video like a year ago, and that's why I saw it on his page for the first
Who's
time.
who's the goat?
Chivo.
I.
So then,
Okay.
this is how I saw that. That's why they say, Dominican, Puerto Rican,
So he's
Cuban.
claiming that our accent comes from the Canary Islands, like he
Yeah,
was.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
but the Canary Islands is Africa. Like I know it's a colony of Spain, but it's a little weird, knowing where he comes from, like his whole
but
rhetoric.
the
That
the Canary Islands is Spain.
it's an island off the north coast of Africa. Technically, it's
Well,
off the continent
yeah,
of Africa.
right, right. But okay, so
But that's
like
what I'm
genetic.
saying. Geographically, it's Africa, even if Spain
Well,
colonized it and it's part of
ge-
Spain now. That's like
okay,
saying
so
Hawaii, and
but okay, genetically speaking, the Gauchos, which is the indigenous people of the Canary Islands and the Berbers, do share DNA, but they're not necessarily the same people. They're
I
different
know that.
people.
I know that. I know
Okay,
that.
okay.
But I'm just saying, Chivo is so anti-black, you know, that yes, North Africa is genetically different, but it's still mixed. I know some, like there are
Yeah,
cases
yeah,
of
yeah,
people
yeah.
that have,
That's
but
that's
still,
what
but
I'm
it's part of Africa. It's part
that's
of the
what I'm
Black
saying.
motherland. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just,
Uh,
I just thought it was kind of funny that Chivo was the one that.
I would have disagreed that it's part Africa. I would just say that they have similarities, but it's not necessarily Africa. It's Spain because
Well, now,
simply
but
because of the
like
language.
800 years ago, 1,000 years ago, it was in Spain.
So let me play the video. Like, okay, yeah, it's closer physically to Africa. It's literally right there, but you know, they the Spanish took that over, and the people there, they they're of lighter complexion.
Yeah, they are. They're actually the people from there and from Northern Africa and those areas aren't the Caucasus people from there as well.
I'm not
That's where
sure.
like Caucasian comes from.
Nah. Caucasian would be on more like the other side.
Eastern Europe.
Yeah, on the
Okay.
other side. Yeah, on the other side. Yeah. Like, isn't that like Turkey or something like that?
Turkey, Russia.
Yeah, like those areas.
Yep. All right, so let me play this video.
More than the gay white.
Nos encontramos en la finca de don Andrés González Barreto. Es una finca que tiene más o menos 3 años, es un invernadero, donde él prácticamente lleva más o menos 2 años, más o menos tratando la finca como una finca ecológica. Han sido controladas casi con los aceites de neem y los jabón potásico y eso, más plaga no hay. Se puede ver en esta misma telaraña que está aquí, a mi izquierda, que las arboletas se quedan todas pegadas ahí. Llegó un hombre al médico, el médico le hizo un reconocimiento. Dice, mire usted, tiene estrés, artrosis, azúcar, asma, colesterol, sida, gota, le han dado 3 infartos. Usted está desahuciado. Y cuando el pobre hombre salió a la calle, venía el coche fúnebre y dice, ¡taxi!
El corre se debía al señor Cerolo por no solo permitir que nos ridiculizaran la mente, que despreciaran los canarios, que nos hayan convertido en el hazme-reír, sino no solo nos despreciaron a nuestros niños, a las agrupaciones infantiles, despreciaron a los mayores.
Esta plataforma parece de total falta de inteligencia, ¿no? Porque todas las regiones tienen su acento. Así que meterse con el canario, con el andaluz o con el catalán es una estupidez. Es de falta de intelecto total.
Y tengo 10 años. A los 3 años ya me aguantaba en una casa.
Y así va nuestro planeta, y esto no es broma ni es chiste. Mientras medio mundo insiste en querer ponerse a dieta, el otro busca la meta de acostarse alimentado, y los pobres no
Dominican.
endocrinos, por eso nuestros caminos están alejados. Canarias sabe bastante de angustia, llanto, pobreza y también de la tristeza íntima del emigrante.
Era bonito de las zonas y todo. Y un día en tráfico estábamos en traje de gala, que era el de las tercianas, blanco, plisado, impecable, y nos llenamos. No nos atrevíamos a volver a nuestra casa, estábamos a todo esto yo tendría.
Me encanta cuando mis alumnos dicen, por ejemplo, yo siempre digo niños, ¿no? En clase, o niño.
El reconocimiento del gobierno de Canarias a la Federación Canaria de Municipios, el esfuerzo que hacen por sumar.
Igualmente.
¿Usted de dónde viene?
Yo vengo de Tero, yo soy Carmelita la de Tero, lo que pasa es que ahora no me ha puesto la ropa.
She sounds Dominican.
Ah, ¿de dónde?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of them sound South American or Cuban.
Yo soy de Fontana, el hospital de Fontana.
It depends what part of the islands are from.
Además, ellos suenan cubanos.
I'm sorry?
O sea, que además ellos suenan cubanos.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Like to my
I
ear.
can hear like even that over here in Cuba.
A cambiar el panorama.
Sounds like Gilberto Santa Rosa.
El sol fue quien nos dio fama.
De acuerdo, de acuerdo.
Construyó tanto que ahora no hay gente.
A lot of Canary Islanders migrated to the islands. My grandmother supuestamente tiene raza de la isla Canaria.
Ah, ya entiendo. Y bueno, o sea que la descendencia mía por lo menos es gallega, from Galicia, Spain, pero que ellos suenan igual. Ok, o sea que en Cuba ese español que vimos en el video is more Cuban because our Spanish I think is more of a Creole. Dominican Spanish is more Creole.
It is.
It's more, there's an African component and there's a Taino component that Cuba didn't necessarily have. So
Well, you know what
Spanish
though?
sounds
Like,
a bit more foreigner. To that person that saw the video and said, "I hear Caribbean Spanish," I would say, "Well, you hear Cuban Spanish. You hear Dominican Spanish,
I feel like
where
I heard the
there's some
Cuban
people that sound
accent.
Dominican, pero que en Dominicana es más mezclado. La verdad, es más mezclado.
If you watch videos of the Andalusian, I don't know if that's how you say it, Andalusian accent, and there's another accent that they have in southern Spain. They also sound very similar. Like you hear kind of like the Puerto Rican accent in there, you hear the Dominican accent in there, and you hear the Cuban accent in there a little bit. But ese sí sonó very like the Cuban. There probably must have been a lot of islanders in Cuba, Canary Islanders. But there's actually a
Fair
part
enough.
of Cuba, the eastern part, that they have their accent sounds Dominican. Like it's the same accent.
I saw a map that said the eastern part of Cuba. There's a part of Cuba that speak with vos, and we say nosotros, but they speak with vos.
Well, that's just
And
the more I don't know how to call it. Like that's the proper
perhaps that's
what's
the
that
more
called?
European part of the eastern part of Cuba.
Well,
Maybe
when
I
I
don't
went to
know.
school in DR, that's part of Spanish grammar. We just don't use it, Dominicans, in our vocabulary. But that is part of normal Spanish grammar, like vos, vosotros. Vos means you, but it's like, I don't know, what is that term? It's like the proper term for saying you, como tú, usted.
You in third person.
Pero es como diciendo
It's
usted.
like
Vos es como usted.
viene con vosotros, usted viene con nosotros,
Bueno, you would say
right?
viene con nosotros o usted va o yo me voy con vosotros. With the V means like with you. Nosotros means me. So it's like saying usted. If you would say usted out of respect to an adult, to an older person in one of those Spanish speaking countries, because even in Colombia, there's certain parts of Colombia that use vos and stuff like that. You would use that as the term of respect for like an older person. If you're talking to your boy,
Oh,
you'll
got
still
it.
say tú. But if you're talking to your mom, you're going to say vos. Mamá, vos
Uh,
quiere tal
I
cosa.
I always thought tú,
O vos queréis.
usted y tú is like Caribbean.
It
It's
is
just like how we
Caribbean.
speak.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Like
no. So a parent, an adult,
y
an
tú a
adult.
dónde vas? Tú para dónde vas?
Yeah, yeah, an
Caribbean.
adult.
We're in South America. They
Usted.
want to say ¿para dónde va con vosotros? ¿Para dónde
Yeah,
va con
yeah. Like
vos?
some
¿Para
Colombians,
dónde
they'll
va
say
con vos?
vos,
And we'll
or
say
Argentinians,
no, it's not like that.
Uruguayos.
Or
But it's
Yeah.
not. But it's not wrong. It's
No,
like
it's
Spanish is
actually,
not
it's
wrong.
correct Spanish. We're
It's
the
just a
ones that don't
matter.
use it.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
but
It's not
in
even
Dominican
correct.
Republic, in Dominican Republic, they'll
It's just a
tell a
matter of
kid.
dialect.
Yeah, and
It's
a
not
kid, but
wrong. It's just dialect.
in Dominican Republic, they'll tell a kid like tú, but then you can't say that back to them, and
To
I
an
would get,
adult.
I would get in trouble a lot. But
Yes.
the only person that really would get bothered with that was my grandmother. She'd be like,
Older
no,
people.
no. She'll tell me, my grandmother would
Este.
tell me, and she'd be like, tú no, usted, porque tú y yo no somos iguales.
Yes.
So that was fucked up because then,
O porque yo no soy muchacho.
yeah, no, but this is what she would say, usted, porque tú y yo no somos iguales. So she basically trying to sun me. It's like it's crazy because then
Hell yes.
she
She's
basically
putting you in your place. She was like,
yes,
yo soy la que mando aquí.
yeah,
No, yo
but
digo tú porque yo soy.
Matriarch.
Yeah, and then so that she was basically using a word that I used to call her, that I would call her, right? She would use that word and then use it on me. So it's like, no, I could say it to you, but you can't say it to me. It's like, God damn, it's crazy, but I guess it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a respect thing. But in other countries, you still have to be, you say usted or whatever, right?
Vos.
They use it for everyone.
Pero, o sea, que fuere, es que necesariamente eso no es incorrecto, pero el dialecto de nosotros es con tú, usted y yo. Y en Centroamérica, que sea Guatemala, Nicaragua, Argentina, ellos son vos. Tú vas con vos y para los dominicanos es y Eva va a salir contigo o con tú.
Contigo.
Well, contigo, right? Because they'll
Yeah.
say
You can say, oh, me voy contigo o me voy con vos.
Because then they'll say vosotros,
Vosotros.
Yeah, they'll say vosotros. You'll say, and we'll say ustedes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of dialect. It's not incorrect or correct.
We Dominicans, we use a lot, like I said, like when I went to school there, I still had to learn how to use that grammatically, like vosotros and stuff, in you know, in lengua española in literature class, but we don't use it in our vocabulary, like in our everyday vocabulary.
And at first I used to be like, yo, why the fuck does the accents matter? You know how like you have
Yes,
to
it changes the way you say the words.
Yeah, it does change it, because an example, if I say tú quieres, right? But then they're like, do you want, right? But then if it's like tu perro, that means your, like, so now that's of possession.
Mm-hmm. It's like,
right, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so okay.
There's a word, let me see, there's a place in Dominican Republic called Sabana Larga.
Sabana larga,
Sabana larga.
I've heard of it. Yeah, I heard of it.
Which means long blanket in English.
Yes.
For those that don't understand.
Yes, but the way we pronounce it for the town is differently than how we say blanket. Savannah has an accent on one of the A's. When it doesn't have the accent on the A's, that's when you say sabana.
Right, or an example, Igwe. Igwe got the two, the U.
Yes.
With the two dots. Right? Because if without it, it would be Igu.
Yes, that's what does the way.
Y yo siempre lo corrijo porque
those are all Taino words, by the way.
Yeah.
No, Igwe es Taino.
Politically incorrect.
Bonao is Taino.
All those provincias.
Cotuí.
Yeah, Cotuí.
A lot of our words in there. That's why a lot of countries say we speak broken Spanish. It's because we have a lot of, like, we actually use a lot of our native and African words too, but especially a lot of native words, and a lot of people don't even know that.
But I don't necessarily see it as broken Spanish. Words. I see it as dialect. I see it as just how we speak native to our country, and we shouldn't be apologetic to it necessarily.
No, I'm not personally. I consider myself like a reconnecting Afro-Indigenous. I'm learning about all of that culture. I take classes and all that stuff, spiritual classes. I go to moon ceremonies, toda esa cosa. Y it's crazy how growing
Pero me pediste. Afro-indígena, ¿qué eso significa?
Well, because racially, I'm mixed. But I know my family's from DR. But I'm going to assume, because I haven't done a DNA test, that I'm also Black because I have really curly, kinky hair. So I identify, like, if you're going to ask me, like, ¿qué tú eres? If you're one of those people que quiere saber cuál es mi raza, Afro-Indigenous. Because I know for a fact that those are my roots.
Yo, the Nagmisi says he was the fake Puerto Rican guy that was up here.
Acknowledge, embrace your African ancestry.
No, we hate our Black side.
Any Dominican that dances merengue, that dances, that eats their food, is embracing their African ancestry because it's part of it.
Pero yo acepto 100% que la africana, mi descendencia africana es de West Africa, 30%.
See, I haven't done the DNA test. I don't know exactly where I'm from, but I know. I think
eso sorprende todo el mundo. African. Oh, yeah, this much that West African. I'm like, well, yeah, that's just what it means to be Dominican.
Yeah. You can't be Dominican without being any of those, so.
Yep. Yeah. So
even if you don't look it, even if you look like what people say white, still Dominican.
Yeah, that's why it would be hard for me to. It's hard to be racist if you're Dominican, man.
But fighter, you understand that you're the inverse of what I am.
And I'm the mix. I'm the middle. I'm in the middle.
Like what I have in African is what you have in European.
Yeah. Right.
And we're from the same region.
Right.
But nonetheless, is what I hope you understand is that I have cousins that look like you, and I hope you have cousins that look like me, and that may just make sense because that makes us Dominican.
Yo, I don't think I know one Dominican family that doesn't have a mix in their family. Primos, even like my brothers and sisters, we're all different shades. With just 3 of us, but we all look different. And that's every Dominican family.
Igual.
Unless they're like a first, like their family just moved there from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yo tengo primos que son rubios, yo tengo primos que son morenos, pero que son dominicanos, finalmente la realidad, que son dominicanos toditos.
Exactly.
Nagmizi, nice. There's a consensus that Dominicans don't embrace it. Thanks for the I mean,
that consensus is bull. That's just social media BS.
Yeah, that's divide and conquer, man. That's what they just want to divide people into little sectors and labels and stickers. Like, hey, I'm this. Like,
and it has to do with using those labels and stickers too, because I know where that comes. Like, that comes from the people that don't want to identify as Black. It's not about denying their African roots. They just don't want to identify as a color, as a made-up race. You know.
Hey, Crazy Boy 190, is Henry the only Dominican que suena como un completo campesino? Henry, pero tú me vas a decir que Henry es un analfabeto, ¿no? Yo soy bien educado. ¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
Caine.
No, you graduated college, man. Tell him, man.
My maternal, my grandmother, she's from La Guineal in San Francisco, y ella que me crió por la mayoría de mi vida, pero o sea que ella es de Tenares.
Pero
es que ella no es analfabeto, pero ella me crió y
they have a thick accent in Tenares.
Yeah. My mother's mom is from there.
There's a spot. There's a spot.
She had 18 siblings, so I can't clarify if everyone who's from there is also my cousin. So
yo, guys, listen. I went to my uncle's ex-girlfriend, right? I remember we went somewhere and I heard someone speak Spanish. I don't know if it was on TV. It was a Dominican. And it was a crazy accent. And she told me, oh yeah, I've heard yo he escuchado a alguien que habla así. I think it's a region in DR where they speak like a Spanish. And it's like this little town. It's not like it's a huge region. It's just one little town where they speak a certain, like, it's like Dominican, but then they add a twist to it.
Do you know what part?
Damn, I've been always trying to find like that place or that accent. I could never find it. I'm gonna probably ask.
DR has a lot of accents besides just like the capital, the Cibao. Like en el este, they have a certain way that they say things. En el sur, también. And then once you get into the campos, like Metío, Palo Monte, Pala Montaña, the accents get even like thicker.
I always understood it. It's DR is a country with 3 dialects. O que tú eres del este y de la capital, o sea, del Cibao y del sur, o Isui.
I used to travel a lot over there, and I feel like I heard a lot of different ways that people spoke, depending on where they were from and how close they were to like a major city.
A lot of Dominicans look Arab. A couple of my brothers do.
They do.
Yeah.
We had a lot of Lebanese come to the Dominican Republic.
In 1982, there was a study done by Balaguer. A lot of Dominicans have significant Lebanese ancestry.
And North
the
African.
president today he's Abinadel.
He's like a quarter Lebanese or something, right?
But yeah. He's half Lebanese, half colonial Spanish Dominican, because his other last name is from Sahoma.
We had Lebanese migration to the Dominican Republic. I think it was in the late 1800s or in the early 1900s. That's where that's where arroz con leche comes from.
Arroz con leche, kipe, which is in Arabic is keba.
What else? There's a few things.
We say kipe,
fulanito de tal. That's an Arab word.
O sea, you know how we say ojalá. They say
yes,
inshallah.
That means inshallah. I know that too.
Pero yo soy I'm 5% Middle Eastern on my DNA test.
See, I don't know if I want to do a DNA test. I've thought about it, but I'm like, I don't need to do a DNA test. Like, I'm Dominican. But it would be cool to
Dominican too.
know.
I
Like,
just did
if
it
you
out of
say,
curiosity.
Yeah, me too. I only did it for YouTube.
I did it out of
really?
curiosity, and it surprised me when I told everyone I was this much African, and they were like, "Oh no, I thought you were straight from the Cibao." I'm like,
How
no,
much
no.
are you? You said 30%.
So I'm 60% Spanish European, 30% West African, and that 30% is either from Senegal, and the other 10% is from Congo, 5% Taino, and 5% Middle Eastern from Levantine, so Lebanon.
Yo, listen, I don't know. I think this kid is a white kid. Listen how he speaks Dominican Spanish.
He looks like a primo of mine.
Or he might be Dominican. I don't know. Yo, this dude, I gotta do more investigation. I don't know. Is he Dominican? Because I think he might be Dominican. The way he speaks Dominican Spanish, that nigga gotta be Dominican. But listen up.
Is a little funky. From what I'm told, it's a lot like the uneducated Chilean Spanish, where they get rid of S's on the ends of words, which are key in Spanish for pluralizing. They get rid of D's if they're between two vowels. Like instead of saying hablado, like to have spoken with someone, he hablado con él, they'll say he hablado con él. They'll kind of cut out the D. Ow is the sound that comes out afterwards. They also tend to cut words short, like para, they only say pa qué, pa cuando. And in general, they speak really, really fast. Dominican Spanish is one of the fastest, if not the fastest, dialects of Spanish out there. And so with all of these things mixed in, it can be kind of hard to understand. Really, the best thing to do is get yourself out there talking to people. The more people you talk to, the more you will understand about the accent and how to speak to them. Like, yes, you do need to learn Spanish grammar. You do need to learn the basics, which you can find in textbooks and the aids they give. It kind of removes it away from the heat because sometimes so on and so forth.
So on and so forth.
Fighter, play that video I sent you.
Out there way cheaper.
All right, hold on.
Let's see. Other fruits that I liked. Tamarind. They have a lot of tamarind juice out there, and just eating tamarind straight is lunch. Or you can do
Tamarindo.
tongue, like super rough. One of the things I did like about the
and okay,
everything. You liked everything about the Dominican Republic because it's the shit.
Yeah, I remember him speaking Spanish. Yo, there was another video I think I watched from him, and he was like speaking Spanish. I'm like, yo, this nigga sounds Dominican as fuck. But he's a white boy. He's a white kid. From America.
El acento dominicano es universal. Pero te mandé un video ahí de Carlos Durán. Y es una comparación de Santiago y la capital y cómo ellos hablan. And if you can play it, you'll probably get the gist.
Yeah, let me
Existe una rivalidad natural entre las dos ciudades más importantes de la República Dominicana, Santo Domingo y Santiago. Aprovechando esto, entrevisté a personas de ambas para ver qué piensan sobre los habitantes de la otra ciudad. Y estos fueron los resultados.
I wonder what the Santiagueros say about capitaleños.
¿Quiénes son más inteligentes, los santiagueros o los capitaleños?
Los capitaleños.
¿Por qué?
Ay, no sé decirte.
Los santiagueros somos más inteligentes que los capitaleños.
¿Qué significan las siglas RD?
La sigla
RD.
Muy ensacado.
Y diablo, ¿qué se pasó con esa?
¿Quiénes son más inteligentes, los santiagueros o los capitaleños?
Los capitaleños.
Sin duda.
Sin duda.
¿Qué significan las siglas RD?
La sigla RD, desarrollo para el país.
Imíteme a un santiaguero. ¿Cómo se habla esto?
Vea usted, ¿qué usted hace por aquí? Ellos hablan con la Z o con la R. Cuando ellos van a lavar, no dicen lavar, ellos dicen lavar.
Lavar.
Ellos la tienen en la punta de la lengua.
Hable como capitaleño.
Oye, chico. Mira. Oye, mira. Son tan pequeños.
Ahora como un capitaleño.
Los santiagueros hablamos mejores. Claro, los santiagueros hablamos con la I, como se debe de ser.
He talks like he's from el bajo mundo de Santo Domingo.
Él no es como cuando y Santiago dice, me voy a bañar.
¿Y cuál es la diferencia?
Ya, porque no entiendo yo esa vaina. Y capitaleño imita la L y...
Por ejemplo. ¿Cómo?
Capital.
¿Y cómo se debería decir? Imagínate que yo
Capital.
Yo le dije, mano, van acá, mano.
Yo, he got him right there. He said, ¿y cómo se puede? ¿Cómo que se dice? He's stuck.
O sea, ¿es capital o capital?
You know why in El Cibao they speak with the E, right? Though, did you know about it's because of the Portuguese settlers?
Bueno, o sea que yo digo porque los gallegos, porque también
pero los gallegos eran de Portugal.
Bueno, el acento gallego es portugués.
Oh, sí, I'm not familiar with the details of it.
O sea, cuando yo fui a España, yo me lo encontré igual. Cuando yo preguntaba, like I would ask, buenos días, and they would say, buen día, and they would speak with the I as well.
Buen día.
They necessarily in Galicia, they understood that Dominican Spanish and not even Dominican Spanish, but Cuban Spanish as well speak with like that dialect. So I was like, oh, so this is where it comes from. Okay.
I mean, we're universal, so.
Yo, like Cuban Spanish is like aggressive.
I always say it's a mouthful.
If they're from the Havana,
when the Cubans speak Spanish, it's like es que ellos tienen they're speaking with a mouthful of plantains.
Ellos hablan así. Y yo te digo a ti que hacer, they say hacer a lot. I used to live in Miami.
Oye, chico. And I'm like, no.
Oye, Beto. Oye. And they have this deepness to their voice. Like even the women. Oye, hacer.
Pero, o sea que uno se da cuenta en España and you'll be like, oh, this part of where you're from speaks like this because your ancestors were from here for a bit, for the way they speak. And like from the Cibao, they knew. I was like, oh, you say bon dia, and it's like bueno dia. You don't say bueno dia, and they pick up on that.
Yeah. ¿Verdad que Morena half Cuban? Morena, you got your accent. Coming fresh.
Eso es lo que yo le dice, pero eso no se dice, eso se dice, mi amor, vamos allí.
Oh, mami, tú sí me gusta. Habla ahí como un capitaleño. Dime, ¿qué es lo que? ¿Y tú? ¿En qué estás? Aquí, manso, man. Mi amigo, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo son los guineos?
He got it.
He nailed it on that one.
Yeah, he did.
He nailed it on that one. I'll give that to him.
He got it right there. He did get it. Buenas tardes.
Tú la vas a enamorar a ella hablando como un capitaleño.
Oye, ¿tú quieres más carne?
Más carne.
No, yo quiero más carne. 5 libras ahí de carne.
A ver cómo que habla. ¡Qué cura! Bueno, yo le voy a decir, ¿qué es lo que, mami? ¿Qué es lo que tú dices? Tú, me gusta pila, no bulto. Me gusta pila esa mamá. Oh, Fresco, me vale. Voy para Santo Domingo a bailar.
What the heck?
No es a bailar, sino a bailar. A bailar. Vamos a bailar típico.
Eso es lo que dicen.
Oye, mi amor, tú te ves bien, qué sé yo. Me gusta.
Gracias, tú a mí también.
He's like, pero ¿qué pasó?
Ya, loco, te pasaste como pájaro ahí.
Yeah, he had to think about that for a second.
Vamos a comprar aceite. Pero aceite.
Word, they do speak like this.
Bueno, aceite. El hacerte. Qué risa.
Yo le envío un mensaje a los capitaleños que se pongan a estudiar para que hablen correctamente como hablamos nosotros, los cibaeños, que hablamos con la I.
Oh, pero él dijo estudiar, él no dijo estudiar.
Yo, this nigga's funny. He a funny dude. Yo, I like the glasses though. Look at the glasses.
Yo, that dong though.
He for a fact knows what he's talking about. A bailar.
Oh, I used to live around there. That's la Plaza La Bandera por la prolongación 27. La
Pero
27 de
estamos
febrero.
cerca. No, estamos cerca en la capital. Sí, tú estás ahí ubicado, vamos juntarnos.
You live in DR right now?
No, ahora no, pero regreso.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me. Is Erlandi Lara? He's a Cuban boxer, and watch. Listen how he speaks Spanish.
Get a little tired, you know.
Angelo's been enjoying with Islandi. Laura, Islandi, de tu carrera.
Fue una etapa que mi manager Cuba Junior fue quien me propuso la idea de pelear por un título en las 160 libras. Le digo, bueno, ok, no hay problema.
How do you feel?
Me siento bien, me siento perfectamente bien, me siento cómodamente en el peso, no tengo problema con el peso. Normalmente yo camino en las 160 libras.
Normalmente.
Ya que me siento muy tranquilo en la división.
Do you feel that you should have done it better? You should not better, but you should have done it before. ¿Crees que tú hubieras sido esto antes?
Creo que sí, pero nunca se dio la oportunidad de pelear por un título mundial en la 160, entonces para
His accent's not even that thick though.
It's like.
Para mí todavía yo lo veo cubano. His accent, I still see it Cuban.
He's like normalmente.
It's like when they speak, it's like the words roll into another word. It's like what I don't know.
Like they don't move their tongue almost.
Right. It's like they speak from the throat. Like if you know what I'm saying. Like
yeah. Like they rest the back of their throat.
Right. Fighters. But yeah. Yeah. Man. Oh shoot.
No, that's interesting. I would say for the last part, the Cuban boxer, he speaks Cuban Spanish, so like I don't see a dialect that's Dominican there.
Right. Yeah. Except there was this one. I went to this party, right? It was like a family and friend party, and my mom's friends with some Cuban people, and there was this one chick. Una morenita, right? So, and I didn't know if she was Cuban or Dominican, because, and then I come to find out that she had lived in DR for a while, but she was Cuban, and I swear to you, like I think the Dominican dialect took over her because she sounded very Dominican. So it was.
I know Cuba has like 3 or 4 different accents too, just like DR, like different areas. But I know for a fact that Eastern Cuba sounds very similar to DR because I had a coworker that was from there. She sounded Dominican, and she even told me, she's like, "Tú sabes que en Cuba there's a place that we talk just like Dominicans." She used to tell me that all the time, and her accent, she had a hint of like that Cuban, but she sounded Dominican. Like I thought she was Dominican.
Even in Miami, when I was in Miami, I got an Uber and I asked him what part of the where you from, and he's like, "Oh, Santiago." No, yo soy de Cuba, pero de Santiago, Cuba.
Santiago, Cuba.
And I'm like, you still don't sound Dominican, but I know it's like the only people that I've confused for Dominican accents Venezuelans, and I'll be honest because I've been around them all my life and I've dated Venezuela.
Coast, right?
Coteña, ajá.
Yeah.
Y ella era de Caracas. Y she
I've seen how cancer.
Pero, o sea, que los venezolanos y los dominicanos hablan casi igual, pero you know what was funny about it is that her family would say that you sound we know you sound Dominican and there's Venezuelans that sound like you, but it's like Afro descendant. And I'm like looking at my girl's mom and I'm like, you're looking at me and you're telling me that, and I look just like you.
Yeah, bueno, I think that's what it is, though. I think it's that mix.
Pero no que yo estaba diciendo que era, que ella me cayó racista porque ella dijo ese comentario, pero o sea que
Like she's associating your accent to a race.
She's associating my my Dominican dialect with Afro Venezuelans, and they were from Miami, but it wasn't necessarily the case because many Venezuelans talk like Dominicans when they say the
Well,
que
that
lo
makes a
que,
lot of sense to me
like
though,
the que lo
because
que, and I'm like, I don't think that's an Afro thing. I just think
no, they adopted that from us. We've been using
en
que lo que
Caracas
for a long
hablan
time.
así, and she wanted to make it a thing that was racialized with me, and I was like, no, 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 no.
Because to make you comfortable.
Pero que usted conoce a mi mamá y ella no habla así. No, que tu mamá, como, o sea, que ella habla diferente. Y I was like, no. Es que así que hablamos. Y que ellos hay
Yeah.
venezolanos que dicen lo que y vaina así.
But those
Lo
are
dijimos igual.
those are like pop culture Dominican terms that have like made their way to like all of Latin America with like our music and just, you know,
Also that
things
too.
that we've
Right.
popularized.
Right. I mean,
But
at the time when she said that, I there was a
it
slight
caught you off guard.
offense because, like, I didn't necessarily think that you would say that Venezuelans that talk like Dominicans are only Afro Venezuelans. I took it as like Venezuelans from Caracas talk like Dominicans because we have a lot of Dominicans. I mean, we have a lot of Venezuelans who are in DR, 80,000 of them, illegal, legal, whatever it is. Y muchos de ellos son malandros y los dominicanos no lo quieren decir. Pero
Yeah.
muchos de ellos se involucran en la delincuencia
A
y
lot of
vainas
times
así.
the newcomers fall into delinquency. Oh, I think it's into the crime life, street life.
And I was talking to my pops about that 2 weeks ago. He was like, if you look at Dominican media, the women that are in like Dominican media, they're actually like half Venezuelan or Venezuelan.
Yeah.
Y que eso es la realidad. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah,
You
they've
know,
given
this
them
is a
jobs
fact.
because, well, you know that I think it was I guess Dominican Republic has helped politically Venezuela throughout the years, like throughout hundreds of years or whatever. So
Yeah,
this is like
because we were
part of their thing.
migrating
Like,
there.
yeah,
We didn't have any jobs during the Balaguer era, whether it was in the 70s and 80s, and a lot
and
of
we were
our
allowed to go to
educated,
Venezuela.
and our educated class went there. And then 20 years later, la realidad que era una situación
Now
bien
it flipped.
mala, and they came back. But then with them came back a lot of ethnically Venezuelans, and we got ourselves in a sticky situation. Whether we should legalize them, keep them, deport them, because we also deal with another racial problem, which is like the Haitians.
Not racial, not a racial problem, political problem. Political, maybe cultural problem. But I wouldn't call the tensions that a lot of people have with Haitians racial.
¿Por qué no?
Because it's not.
¿Está bien?
It's not racial. I don't think the Dominicans que son racista or whatever is because they're racist. But I honestly believe it's more deeply rooted than just because Haitians are black. Because a lot of Dominicans are black, if not most Dominicans. Phenotypically speaking.
No, o sea que yo estoy de acuerdo. Yeah, we agree.
I just don't think we should like use those terms because it promotes that, and it's wrong. And you know, most Dominicans don't agree with that. So I don't think people should be saying like, oh, it's a racial problem, because it's not a racial problem. It goes back hundreds of years.
I'm asking, are there Afro-Dominicans shown? Yes.
Almost all Dominicans are Afro-Dominican. Almost all of them. Does that make you happy? We're mixed. One thing people don't realize is that this whole side of the world was colonized, right? Almost all the world, but this whole side specifically was colonized, and everybody's mixed with the same thing. African, Native American, and European. Doesn't matter if you're in North America, South America, Central America, the Caribbean. Everybody has the same exact mix. So when people are like, oh, are Dominicans part African? Are they part this? Like, everybody is. And yeah, we identify with it because if not, like, you hear merengue, you hear our music. How are you going to deny our roots? But for someone to say, like, oh, are Dominicans, are you to consider yourself Afro? It's not even that. I don't know. Es como que it's silly when people say stuff like that.
No, I'm not denying it. I mean, Johnny Ventura, gran ejemplo que tenemos de la música merengue. I mean, I wouldn't say he's less Dominican than anyone else. He is Dominican.
Yeah,
Johnny
he's just
Ventura
as Dominican
is
as
Dominican.
every other.
Yeah, that's punto y final. Like, that's the point. He is Dominican. That's it.
El caballo.
Claro.
Yes, Afro-Dominicans are shown on Dominican Republic TV networks. We have a lot of Dominican movies are actually very good. You can find some on YouTube. There's a lot of Afro-Dominican representation.
What's one of your favorite Dominican movies?
I like I don't remember what it's called, but it was
no me
a
diga
Perico Ripiao.
No, I saw that years ago. I don't remember that movie. There's
Sanky
I like
Panky.
Andrea. I like Andrea.
Andrea is too scary for me.
The scary movie.
There's too many truths to that. There's too many truths.
It has roots in our culture, like everything. I love it. It's a good
Andrea, I'm about to watch that shit right now.
It's good.
Oh no.
There's
funny, you make it
comedy,
terrified. Andrea used to scare me
with
as a kid.
I never got to watch that one, and it came out when I was living with you.
Andrea scared me as a kid.
Yeah,
I was like, if I do that, this is gonna happen to me. Mira, muchacho, no hable de eso.
There's another one that came out that I want to watch. I don't remember the name right now. It came out recently, but it's like it also has like those kind of like those roots like that. Pero which one else? You guys have probably seen this one. I know in English it's called The Butcher's Son, La Soga. La Soga. I think it's called La Soga. You guys ever heard of La Soga?
I think
I watched that.
Yo, that movie's good. It's about this guy that he was like a cop, and they were dealing with all like the deportees and the issues in the country with the deportees. It's based on a true story. And there's another one, a comedy that's really funny too.
I watched Junio.
Nueva York. What was that? Was that dude the comedian Nueva York? Un verano Nueva York or something? No.
But those are the old ones though. You have to watch the newer ones. The newer ones.
But the old ones are funny.
But the new ones are too. But the new ones have good production. They've like stepped it up. Like they're actually like really good movies to watch. Like just with the production.
You gotta understand that. And when it comes to movies, Dominican Republic is actually one of the fastest growing industries in the movie industry. It's not like Hollywood per se, but it's like the fastest growing industry.
Someone built a studio there, right? Like Vin Diesel or something like that.
Yeah, Vin Diesel is investing in it, and the Dominican government has gave him like tax cuts or tax amenities to make movies in Dominican Republic.
That's one thing I love about our people. They come to the States or they grow up here. They make money and they invest it back into the island.
Yeah, we're the second biggest country in that. I remember when I was a kid and I watched Junior with my parents, and I was like, what's happening here? And it's like it was one of those movies when an upper middle class Dominican, he goes to the barrio and he's in college with like a Dominican. Oh, se fue la luz. And he was like, I never experienced this in DR. What do you mean
funny.
se fue la luz? So yeah, that's a good one. It's called Junior.
Oh, I need to check that one out. That sounds interesting.
Because I grew up in a similar predicament when I lived in DR.
Yeah, I mean, I had calentador de agua, inversor. The light would just be like flick. It wouldn't even go away. But when I used to hang out in el barrio at my grandmother's, ahí se iba la luz. Ahí había que pegar la luz del hoyo del barrio de abajo. They had like 2 electrical lines, so when one went out in this barrio, they would connect to the other one. They'd be like,
Yeah, my So all right. So if I'll be honest, my grandmother, she's very close to Piantini, and she lives there, and I grew
I
up
used
in
to live
that.
there.
Yeah. So I grew up very close to that. Y la realidad es que los tigres de barrio se roban la luz de Piantini para Cristo Rey o a Rondo Hoyo,
Oh yeah, they be stealing the light.
o sea, la Puya, a Rondo Hoyo la Puya specifically, and I this is a reality. I mean, I grew up playing baseball, so for me, like my teammates were from a barrio, and I like grew up with that reality. Like, wow, like we game online and we play baseball, but in reality, you grew up in a different setting than I do.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a setting in the capital where I don't got
You
to
had an
worry
AC
about.
unit on your wall.
Yeah.
And they didn't. They had freaking persianas with a missing persiana.
Yeah.
Un abanico no moquitero. Like some people don't realize that too. Like the gap, the financial gap in the Dominican Republic. Like if you're fortunate enough to grow up not going without, like when I lived over there, I can't complain. Like I lived a good life, better than here in the States. I am not gonna lie. Like if you can afford it over there, and it's not that expensive, but if you have like good job, my parents had like a company. You can have like some very nice things that, and it's not expensive. But for the average Dominican that doesn't make a lot of money, obviously they can't all have that. But the ones that
Yeah.
do would live very differently than the ones that don't.
Yeah, and that was a culture shock for me because I was there for the summer to play baseball, and at the end of the summer, I just gave away all my baseball gloves, all my baseball bats. I don't care if you was from Venezuela, from Haiti, we were on the same team. Oh, el gringo no va a dar la vena de los guantes. I'm like, yeah, how much? Because you guys. Just as much as Dominican as I am, I don't gotta say that you're less Dominican with me because we're from a social class. I want to do out of the good and give everything away from you because you guys were my teammates from day one. You guys took me in under the wing and wanted to play baseball with me, and I didn't take pride or
They
anything in
accepted
that,
the jevito. They
but I
accepted
took.
the jevito.
Yeah, but yeah, and I took that as like he was just my teammates. I want to give him something because when I go back to New York, I'm privileged that my parents can buy me these expensive baseball equipment. But in
That was nice.
DR, it's a live or die, right? They got to feed their family when they get signed
Yeah.
for a fucked up contract that the MLB gives them. And I was like, if anything, eso es lo tuyo, ese guante, eso es lo tuyo. Déjalo ahí. No,
Yeah, that's
blah, blah,
cool.
blah. It's it's not about, me giving you. It's just like, if anything, the most I can do is this.
Yeah, because that stuff over there is
So I never
expensive.
saw it
So
as different. Like, right. I never saw them as like different than me. I saw them as teammates from day one that took me under the wing. And like before I leave, if I can give them anything, it's gonna be like all my equipment.
no, that was really nice of you. I'm sure they appreciated it. I'm sure they were mad happy.
No, cuando venga a ver uno de ellos son profesionales.
I know, you
Mira
never
tú,
know.
profesional millonario, dame algo. No, relajando.
You're so funny. You remember that equipment I gave you back in the day? That glove cost me $100.
No. Eso era de out of pure like, take it. It has
These
nothing to do
people
with
talking
me.
about
It just
Amara
has to do.
in the chat.
It has to do with sports. You take me in as a teammate as day one, and I'm from New York, here in Dominican Republic. Then the least I can do is I can give you everything I have. So with New York, I go back with nothing. But
Yeah.
I don't care about. The fact that I'm going back with nothing. I'm just like, you guys were the real deal.
You got that Dominican baseball experience. Authentic.
Was
Una
good.
liga. Not a baseball league, una liga.
Siempre.
The Puerto Rican.
El americano, el capitán del equipo, los Blacks, está aquí.
No.
Los blacks.
No,
You know,
usted boricua, mi hermano.
Nah. So look, I wanted to break something down for Blood Moon, and we get this a lot from Africans and Caribbeans, that Black Americans have no culture that is related to Africa. So let me just or just gently educate her, because I thought it was a dude, so I came with that little, you know what I'm saying, aggressiveness. But so look, Black Americans are a new ethnic group that are related to Africa. I am not an African. I am of African descent. 70% is kind of on the low scale. So I'd be lying to myself if I said like I'm some sort of full-blown African. But we do have some cultural things that are still intact. So what is culture? The culture is defined as, fuck it, you guys are smart. You know what culture is. Look, so we
well,
can
I
start
know
from
in the spirituality realm, hoodoo, a lot of that hoodoo practice goes back to African roots.
Right. So there you go. So let's start with religion and spirituality. There are, especially in the South by Louisiana, Alabama, there are places that still practice hoodoo and voodoo. Okay.
Well, I can tell you that voodoo specifically, the influence of voodoo comes mainly from the immigrants, Haitian immigrants to Louisiana.
Right. So
But
you know about
hoodoo
the Haitians.
specifically, hoodoo is homegrown in the U.S. with Native and African roots.
All right, so you're doing it. This is easy work, and thank you for helping me. There's another one. There's Kwanzaa that we've created that has roots in Africa. It's mostly Kiswahili based, but that's another one. Let's talk about language. Pickaninny, which comes from the Portuguese pequenino. All right. In Jamaica they call it picnic. In
Yeah, I've
Black
heard
America
that.
they called it pickaninny, and in West Africa they call it pikin. That is due to the Portuguese influence during their colonization in Africa. Let's talk about food. Jambalaya from Louisiana is a spinoff from jollof rice from the west coast of Africa. We stay on the west coast of Africa and we talk about
That's
what
where
is
our
it?
motto comes from. That's where our motto comes from too, jollof rice.
So
You know what?
there we go.
Let me interrupt you just
So
really
when she
quickly.
tries to say that Black Americans don't have it, I'm just gonna, and it's only gonna be 30 seconds, right? The Rice Coast, which was Senegal, and well, actually Sierra Leone, they brought those people to where the South, to South Carolina, and they are called the Gullah Geechee people.
Yeah,
So
the
there are
Gullah Geechee.
cultural connections. We are a new people, and matter of fact, I'll take it to Angola, capoeira. Capoeira in the South in Black America is called knocking and kicking. So we do
Oh, that's
have
where our martial arts comes from.
right. That's where that martial art comes from. So we do have cultural similarities, but I'm not faking a funk trying to act like I'm an African. But that narrative that says that Black Americans have no culture that relates to Africa is nonsense. Even the way that we've saved money with like they call it like passing hands or whatever. They call it a susu
Yeah,
in
that's
the Caribbean. We do that as well. That's how Black Americans save. Some of the way that we sing and chant comes from Africa. Meanwhile, I'm not an African, but when they try to say that, you know, you like we're some cultureless people, that no, that's not the case. Just like the Black Dominican is not an African, but of African descent, a Black American is of African descent, but culturally different from Africans. So thank you, Blood Moon. I hope
I
you
agree with that.
Okay.
he had to let her know right
She
quick.
said Kwanzaa was not introduced to you guys until the 60s. You guys just copied it since you didn't even know what part of Africa your people came from.
See, that's one thing I don't know much about. I don't know anything
Okay,
about.
so now check this out. Let me address that. Since you guys didn't know what part of Africa you came from, is Blood
Who's
Moon
you
a
guys?
white?
Who's you guys?
He had a DNA test. Okay, he knows.
Exactly. So now,
But you gotta specify when you say you guys. That's very
right.
vague. What
Exactly.
does that
Who is
mean?
she
I
talking
don't know.
about? Blood Moon.
So
No,
You guys.
who are you
She's
talking about?
She's saying Black Americans. You guys don't know where you come from and that we
Generally
copied it.
speaking,
Okay,
generally
Black
speaking.
Americans don't know where they come from. Is what she's saying.
Well, she's saying that in relation to Kwanzaa, that we copied it. Kwanzaa is literally us showing and paying homage to our African roots
Blood
culturally.
Moon, come up.
Due to
Blood Moon,
400
come up.
years, of separation, let's say, and being and having to form a new culture under
But
duress.
is that from Black
No,
Americans or
déjame
from your
hablar, mi hermano,
tribe?
déjame hablar.
Oh, pero te estoy
Okay,
preguntando.
okay, pregúntame.
What exactly is where's Kwanzaa from? Your tribe, Black Americans? Where's Kwanzaa from?
Well, now look, tribe and ethnic group are a little different. Black Americans are a new ethnic group, and I'll break it down real quick. So you can't trace a Black American to one tribe in Africa due to chattel slavery, due to migration patterns, and also due to tribes being absolved into others due to war, tribal war. So put it like this: if a Fulani is apple juice, and the Hausa is grape juice, and the Igbo is orange juice, then Black Americans and the Black diaspora is fruit punch. We're a mix of all that, right? So for her to say what tribe you come, that doesn't make sense because we're a mixture of tribes. So being that we're a mixture of tribes of African descent, we've created new cultures with mixtures of different African ethnicities.
Yeah, the same way as we have. Exactly what Dominicans have done. That's why.
So
it's not, but it's not
talking
that
about.
you're necessarily. It's not. You're not Louisiana Creole.
No.
Right.
No.
But you're from South Carolina, so you would say specifically that your tribe is from there. That's very different.
I would say
that's very different from the Louisiana Creole because they would differentiate from you.
That more like an
like if I'm
group.
Louisiana Creole, I would say I'm Catholic and this component of voodoo, and that's very different from say your tribe specifically.
But those aren't tribes, bro. Tribes have a singular
those are
leader.
tribes, but among African Americans, they would draw that distinction.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But this is what I'm saying.
Right. That's what I'm getting at.
Ended up intermixing anyway. You had free Creoles of color that married straight blacks. So you know what I'm saying? You can't say a tribe as it relates to a group that's made up of multiple tribes.
But so who did those Creole marries? They married other Louisianians, Cajuns, Creoles,
and blacks.
And blacks. So they've stayed neutral to the part of they're from. And I'm saying that amongst other African Americans, that's like unheard of. Like if you're from South Carolina, it's distinctive that in South Carolina, like if anything, when it comes to like the American like DNA, if a white American has black, he's most likely from South Carolina. But that's unique to being from there. Like what I'm saying is that if you're from Louisiana, you have something unique that's unique to Louisiana. Does that make sense? I know that was just wordy and complicated, but
no,
trying to
I got
that there was a distinction from different parts when you became say free men that cultivated that tribe, whether it's like the tribe of, like Clarence Thomas is from a tribe in South Carolina, but he didn't speak English, so he got to college, to Holy Cross University, and he said, "Oh, I'm from this tribe, and I try to speak English because I wanted to sound, eloquent." You know what I'm saying? I know that was wordy, so I didn't mean to like throw you off, but I'm just saying.
No, you didn't throw me off. But let me just clarify. There are no tribes. The whole tribe in America is basically Black Americans. It's a new ethnic group, but there are different peoples, and the free Creoles of color, or the Louisiana Creoles, were actually a buffer group between Black slaves and white slave owners. So they became a new people. But because due to the one drop rules, they weren't accepted into, from a societal standpoint, into the white hegemonic system. So they were pretty much due to something called, what's it called? It's called
the brown paper bag test was the thing.
Well,
in
almost
New
like that, but there's another word for it. They were basically relegated to the race with the lower social status because they were mixed race. So because of that,
Cajuns were still mixed. Those were actually a lot of the Cajuns were the white Haitians, like the European Haitians that had migrated out of Haiti during all the revolutions. and all those
Like
things.
T-Vice, if you guys know who T-Vice is. You know T-Vice?
No.
All right.
T-Vice,
If Fighter 7 can Google T-Vice from Haiti, he'll see Haitians that look like Puerto Ricans. So these were
Trujillo was a white. He was white. He was part Haitian.
T-Vice.
yeah,
How
his
you spell that?
grandfather or grandmother was Haitian or something like that. But so, you know, when she says that, I just wanted to clarify that. I can go on days for days about, you know, Hispanic and Black American culture, but I gotta work. But you know, to say tribes is a stretch because there were no singular leaders, but ethnic group is more applicable to
There
the
was no
diaspora.
opportunity to even create a tribe ever for African Americans. So
Yeah, but
like
yeah, you
that
guys gotta
that
remember.
requires like social like time to do things socially like that.
You guys gotta remember Cajun, like Creole and Cajun is different though.
Yeah,
Right,
for sure.
right.
Yeah. The Creole,
I'm just acknowledging that Creole and Cajun was unique to Louisiana,
Oh,
and
yeah,
a lot of African Americans did take up that identity.
And it was because also Louisiana was a Spanish colony, so they were very different. The people that lived there were different, migrated were different. They were
Weren't
very
the
mixed with
Cajuns
Caribbean.
Germanic and French?
I
They
don't know
were
if at some
French.
point, but I know
They
they
were
were
French.
Nonetheless, a lot of
Mixed tribes.
Canarians, a lot of French, and they were Roman Catholics. The ones who are of African descent in Louisiana that retained the Creole or Cajun culture were of Roman Catholic faith. So like
the Creoles were
they jumped in between the two.
the Creoles. You could say they're more quote unquote blacker.
Well,
If that makes any sense.
Fighter,
they
I
were
sent
more.
I sent you a video on the private chat with Creole and Cajuns, and I will say that both of them are different. The Cajuns were more white, and the Creole were more Afro descendant. Yes,
correct. Yep, correct. Let me.
Yo, so I gotta go, but I would ask Blood Moon one day to click the link so she and I can have a combo. Because she's just trolling at this point. I'll debate her for her wrench, and I guarantee I'll destroy her. Anybody else that wants any historical smoke, I'm out.
Well,
One.
you haven't destroyed me historical smoke.
Well, you and I were on the same line, bro. So there's no destroying if you're on the same line. It was just you know, different way to express the same
No,
point.
culturally Hispanic. Trujillo, not all Haitians would be dark skinned because there was a lot of Europeans colonizing.
They were Polish Haitians.
Yo, the guy who I said I was beefing with, not a fighter. Can you say perejil?
Hi, coño. We
Perejil.
don't play those games.
Okay,
No,
all right,
that's
okay.
messed
I
up.
thought you was Haitian on the low.
That's messed up.
You got me.
Di que say perejil. That's so messed up.
He's funny. He's funny. All right, let me play this video. Yeah. Oh yeah, but I was. Oh fuck! Damn my hand. Oh yeah, but like for me to sum it up, to me, I look at Cajuns as white people with a tan, and they got soul, right? And and they know how to cook, and they just that southern. Yo, you got two of them, bro. Sundown.
Hold on, give me a second.
They speak a little bit different too. Their accent is different, right?
They
Creole
country.
and Cajun.
So the Creoles, yeah. So
the Cajun,
yeah.
But then the Creole is like they have more African.
Yeah, Cajuns didn't really have African in them, so they were what you would call like the Louisiana version of.
They were like the
Creoles. They were the white
kids of the
version of
slave
it.
masters.
Yeah, the Creoles, like more African Americans were lumped in with Creoles.
But the Cajuns had the Cajuns had an underlying French or Spanish root.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah.
Like most Cajuns, like if you ever looked at the Green Mile, most Cajuns look like the Cajun that had the pet rat. That's how they look. If you ever watch the Green Mile, and that's how they sound. They talk just like that dude. But like the Creoles, the Creoles were more. I guess you want to say mulatto.
Yeah.
Right.
Darker
Because
cast.
like when I went for Mardi Gras with my pops, I got asked if I was Creole.
Yeah.
And not that I was offended, but rather that since I went with my pops, it's like understandable. Why would you ask that in Louisiana, in New Orleans specifically?
Yeah.
Wait, did they ask you if they were Creole or Cajun? They said
Well, they
Creole.
asked me and my pops at a bar if we were Creole because they looked at my pops and they looked at me and they saw like genetic differences. Like my pops is darker than me.
Oh, got you.
But I never took it as offensive. I just took it
Right.
as like, oh, historically, I know what you mean because we look like we would be from here. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so let me play this video for you.
In architecture, cuisine, culture, and vocabulary. But how did this come to be? The history of the Franco-descended peoples of Louisiana actually begins in Canada, believe it or not, in the province of Quebec and the maritime areas of Canada's eastern coast, including New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. Back in the late 1700s, all of this area was a part of France's territory known as New France, and the maritime provinces were collectively known as Acadia. The area was very sparsely populated for the time when compared to nearby British North America, with only a few tens of thousands of French settlers living in the entire area. The name Acadian slowly morphed into Cajun, creating the modern ethnicity we see today. The average genetic makeup of the modern Cajun is overwhelmingly European in origin, coming from France, Spain, Portugal, and Great Britain. However, many Cajuns do have a small amount of African or native Amerindian admixture. They speak a dialect of French called Cajun, which is still mutually intelligible with French spoken in metropolitan France and is not quite divergent enough to be classified as a Creole language. The number of Cajun Americans is officially at 120,000 people, placing them at over 15% of Louisiana's population. Creole is a bit different from that of the Cajuns. Creole people are a relatively old group that began to form in southern Louisiana in the late 1700s when French settlers began mixing with the African slaves in the region, creating a mixed-race population. This originally small group of mixed-race people were seen as free people of color, and even further intermixing with Native Americans also commenced. After Louisiana was ceded to Spain, many Spanish and other European settlers also intermarried with the Creoles. The genetic makeup of Louisiana.
Pause that for a second.
Look at this.
You could call them triracial as well. You know what I mean? Like they had the American Indian, the white, or the American.
But that's what I'm
Indian,
saying.
black,
Like
and
everybody on this side of the world is mixed.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
With the same things.
Look at this. It was Spanish Louisiana, New
This is Mexico.
California.
Well, that was Mexico.
Oh, look at that. Kingdom of Yucatan, Kingdom of
New
Guatemala.
California was under Mexico. Like 1/3 of the U.S. belonged to Mexico. The United States of Mexico.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I've always said. A lot of African Americans need to embrace their admixture as well.
I agree.
Because even if they like to admit it or not, a lot of them are mixed. Just like I felt like everybody is able to embrace their admixture. And
A lot of African Americans mixed is very similar to Dominican mix, like the numbers.
Right.
Which is why it's like, yo, you're mixed. Stop saying this, because if you go to that continent, you're not going to look like the people on that continent. Trust me, I've been to 3 countries over there.
I always say it's because a lot of African Americans like to embrace that oppressor terminology, those oppressor ideals. Like how can you be mad and embrace it at the same time? I don't understand. But like when I look at those DNA tests and stuff, I'm like, they got the same mixes as us and we embrace everything. So like why so many can't? Or they see it as like racist,
You don't agree, Henry? Or did you step away?
Henry se durmió. He fell asleep. No, I'm kidding.
Nah, he said he'll be back. He said he'll be back. So are these are considered Creole Cajun? Creole, right? Okay.
Creoles.
Yeah.
Look at her hair. Ese pelo tiene un alisado puesto.
And those are Creoles.
Cause you could see you could see it a little you could see it in them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But here's an interesting fact though. I know that with the whole one drop rule, one thing that they used to do to the mulatto women is they used to make the mulatto women wear their hair and with covering. I don't know
Wrap
what
their
it's
hair,
called. Yeah, they used
cover
to
their
wrap
hair.
their hair. They weren't allowed to let their hair flow out normally.
Yeah, we were too alluring to white men. I mean, not that I'm not Creole, right? But I'm mulatto. But that's the whole reasoning behind it, because it was too distracting to the men. Listen, a lot of the issues that this country has with racism and when it comes to like hating on black women and all that stuff, it roots from like white women and like jealousy for black women. I definitely agree with that, because that's really what it was. And you know that they had to pass a law at one point during, when slavery was legal. They had to pass a law to protect slave children because white women were killing their husbands, children with slaves at a very high rate, at an extremely high rate. They had to pass a law against it. That's how serious it was.
So I'm like, man, I'll keep that to myself.
Now go ahead.
I'm not gonna say what I want to say.
You say it, man. You say it. Oh, come on, man.
I'm good.
Tell me, I'll say it.
What is it?
I'll put it in the private chat.
All right. Gumbo. I want to try some gumbo. It look good.
Mr. Parkins says, I'm an American and I know even the lighter European Dominican are not my brother. There's no European Dominicans, Mr. Parkins. Okay, that doesn't exist. They're Dominican. That's it.
All right, so this is the thing though. If there's no Euro Dominicans, then they can't be Afro Dominicans.
Nah, everybody's just Dominican. Unless your mom is from Spain and she moved to Dominican Republic and you were born there, that's the only way. And you're Spanish Dominican. You're not European Dominican. Like, that's an American term. That's like a colonial, not colonial, but it's an oppressive term. Like, I don't like using terms like that, honestly. If I do, it's for comfort to other people or to say it in a way that another person can understand. But I'm like Dominicana. That's it. But as I said earlier, if people ask, I'll say Afro-Indigenous, but I identify as Dominican.
Right.
Doesn't matter what color you are, you're Dominican.
Now Henry does look Creole though.
Yeah, he got curly hair.
Mediterranean.
Henry blocked out his eyes in that picture.
He didn't want people to see his green eyes.
Sus ojos claros.
Oh, he said Henry looks racist.
But yeah, Creole culture, just like Louisiana in general, has a rich history. I know they were saying about doing away with a lot of the plantation houses, just the plantation style houses, just because of.
Nah, I don't think they should. I think they should leave them there so that white people can continue to feel guilty.
But if that's the case, then you could argue that they should have kept the statues up as well.
Why? Who needs to feel the guilt? Who needs to feel sorry and feel ashamed?
Yeah.
Not black people. We don't need reminders of what people did to like our ancestors. White people do though, so that they don't repeat that shit.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. And plus those plantation homes and stuff, if they're turned into museums, they will hold history so that like African Americans can trace some of their lineage. Because if that disappears, like, how are they gonna find out? Like, that's where those records come from, where people have been able to trace, like, like their grandparents and find out information about their ancestors. It's because of like those places, like plantation homes that were converted to museums and were turned into town monuments or whatever.
But at the end of the day, man, you'll never, like, if you want to trace your lineage back, it's only so far back you can go. Because, just like, especially on the African side, because you got to think about it. Your name was taken, you were given the slave name.
Yeah, there's no way to know.
Your first name, so you'll never know who your true relatives were.
The only way, like, I think, because I've seen documentaries on when they're like tracing ancestry and stuff, and the only way they can do it is if they had recorded the slave's last name, so their master's name. That's the only way they could pretty much keep track, because they could see this master sold it, like this person Jones sold it to Tom's or whatever, and they knew because it was like, the little kid was Adam Johnson, and now he was Adam Johnson or Thompson or whatever.
Yeah. So I can trace like on my dad's side, because my grandparents were Native American. So my dad's Native American, but like they came from Lumberton, North Carolina. So like I can trace their lineage back, but I can't trace it back on my mom's side because it only goes back to like my great grandparents, and then after that it's just sparse.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of word of mouth.
Yeah.
That so.
Blancas o coloradas, cocidas.
Jaja.
Son fresquecitas, sabrosas y
Old school Dominican
porque lo
commercial.
bueno no
Oh yeah.
Llévese de liberata. Las habichuelas bien sabrosas, jaja, me las pone en lata.
That fro.
What about those Barcelo? Have you seen the Barcelo commercials?
Nah. See, the thing about afros are really misleading because their hair is really long. It's just
Yeah.
So
My hair, when I have it in an afro or when it's curly, is super short and it's almost waistline.
Porque eso sí, lo bueno no. El más suave, el más viejo. Así lo que se queda viejo.
Damn.
They used to do them all in the Barcelo ones in the campo.
Encanto. Seducción en sombra.
It was Becky.
Pestañas seductoras.
Rebecca.
Increíbles 24 horas. Maximoy. Labios tentadores.
Uh-oh. Blackface.
Hey, doñita, usted es la madre de los tomates. ¡Qué cosita!
Oye, la mamá de los tomates.
Eso quisiera yo, pero un tomate bien fresco, un tomate Barceló, para estar pegado con pila en la pasta victorina. Ay, que va, tú no estás sin nada, tú no das esta ensalada.
Oh no!
Yo.
The artist for that commercial must have came from the States.
Do you know what stream of consciousness? Like, have you ever heard of that term before?
Yes.
Fighter?
Well, that was me right there.
Nah, have you ever heard of the term stream of consciousness?
Yeah.
I'm a metaphysics geek.
That's kind of how these streams are. They just flow. There'll be one thing, then they'll flow to something else, and they'll flow to something else, and then it just flow.
That's me right there.
Because that's who Fighter used to look up to growing up.
God damn. 60s and 70s. Who the fuck had a TV in DR in the 60s?
Yo, you will never see.
I know my mom had a TV.
You'll never see this kind of commercial.
Yeah, she said when she was little, she was born in the 60s. But that was because my grandfather was a doctor. He lived in Puerto Rico, so he used to like send stuff over there. But she used to always say, she's like, nosotros éramos uno de los primeros. We were one of the first ones en el barrio to have a color TV.
It's crazy how technology was. Remember how like there was no TV, there was just the radio.
Technology has advanced way too quickly.
It's because of the aliens.
Yep.
In
they coming. I'm kidding.
When they crashed in Roswell, we got their technology.
Yeah, I believe it.
Man.
Reverse engineering.
Henry, you back yet?
So hold on. Let me read the comments. Let me go
So you
up.
said you lived in? Have you lived
They're
in?
talking about. Oh, Henry said in 2 minutes. They're talking about kissing in the comments. You guys are having like a whole other
Sidebar conversation.
world over there.
You can tell Dominican and Haitian. They both look the same. In those videos, you can't tell. I don't even think there was a Haitian in the video. You mean shoot me, fighter? Can you put different Dominican commercial from the 70s? The whole marketing team was probably from the U.S.
Yep, that's what I'm saying with that commercial. That looked like a very Americanized commercial. The cartoon.
Yep, on purpose. Those aliens want us to have technology so to crash with UFOs.
They were like dumb humans taking way too long.
I know. There was a comic book that I was reading where it was like somebody had discovered alien technology and then they let us use it, but they gave us a certain like grace period to use it, and then they would come back to claim.
test us.
Yeah, they would come back to see the progress, and if the progress wasn't where it needed to be, they'd take it away.
Sounds like, what is that called in the Bible when, or I guess like when you get to the pearly gates and they're like to Judgment Day? Sounds like Judgment Day.
Yeah.
Alien Judgment Day. Aliens wanted us to have technology, so the crash.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
So, were you disagreeing with the things that I was saying?
No. I needed a cigarette. I was listening, but you didn't say it, Sundown. You never say anything that I disagree with. If anything, you're the person that I actually get along famously the most on here. So,
thank you.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
You never said anything I actually disagreed with on paper that I have to take note down with. Everything you say is facts.
I was telling somebody earlier, I forget who it was, but we were talking about the military, and I was like, what's crazy is I know some people, because I came in a lot, I've been in a lot longer than you, and I was like, I know some people, and he actually knows the children of those people. So I was like, it's kind of crazy how small that world is.
Yeah, no, for sure. I know those children who are in there with you.
That dude.
So we know we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah,
I know exactly who you're talking about, and shout out to whatever squadron. They know exactly who I'm talking about.
That guy that we were talking about, he had the most ribbons.
Yup. Yeah. Exactly. I exactly know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he had like 40 something.
And there's an infamous picture of him on a 50 cal. There's an infamous picture of him on a 50 cal. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I actually had the privilege of seeing him in his blues one time, and it was like, God damn. His ribbon rack was so big that he can't really put his badges on.
Yeah, shout out to his son if his son is listening. His son knows who I am, and yo, shout out to your pops because we've been there together. like I heard that name and I knew I had to Google it, and we're talking about the same image that we've seen on Google. So yeah,
the biggest. He can't even put his badges on. That's crazy. But yeah. But not like, like before you had left, we were talking about the Cajuns. Like the Cajuns are more predominantly European, and like the Creoles are the ones that have the American Indian admixture, the French admixture, and the black admixture.
So what I want to say is that I have DNA ancestry according to 23andMe with the Cajuns. Or no, with the Creole, with the Haitian. I had fourth cousins who were in Louisiana, and I had asked him like, we're fourth cousins according to this like DNA test we took.
You're Haitian, Henry. Oh man,
that means you have family and they have family that were probably Haitian. Yeah, most likely.
But they
Henry,
also have family. No.
Henry,
Oh, they migrated.
They had family who was substantially European, French, or so like I couldn't specify whether our lineage is from the Spanish side or from the Haitian side. But as far as I know, that when I look at the ancestry test and I see the location, it tells me that they're in New Orleans, Louisiana. So I'm like, I have some heritage that I share with them, but I don't know where it's from, whether it's from the European or the African side.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if you actually were related to like some of the people that came over from France.
Well, the thing with my European ancestry is that I'm substantially European, but a lot of people say that you're Dominican and you look this way, you're from the Cibao, punto y final, like final, like you're just from there because you look that way. And then I'm like, no. My dad's mom is from Barahona. She's from by the border of Haiti, and she looks this way. And Fighter can confirm. I've sent Fighter pictures of my grandparents, and they look this way, but my mom's family looked this other way. But nonetheless, my dad would never denied to me. You had a grandfather location, or you had someone in your family ancestry when I was growing up that was just black. I didn't have another word for them, so I was like, wow, okay, cool. It wasn't until like in the United States that I took this DNA test and I started asking myself, all right, what is my identity, right? Because in here in the U.S., they perceive me as your European Hispanic person, but I'm like, okay, well, I'm not European in the sense that I'm Mexican. I have indigenous ancestry, but rather that I have African ancestry.
Yeah.
So what you would call like what quadroon. I'm one for African ancestry and this and that. And then when I show that or present that, that is just a fact. Like that is what people know me to be as, and people in my family has always known me to be as. It's like, your father's from here, but your mother's from this part of Dominican Republic, so you're this, and you mix, and that's just a fact. And I'm like, okay, fine, that is what it is.
Yeah, I have if I don't have it on my desktop, but I got a picture. I have one picture of my great grandfather. That motherfucker looked like. Have you ever seen Creepshow?
Yeah.
Old Chief Woodenhead, the one with the Indian statue came to life. That looks just like my granddad or my great granddad.
Oh, that's interesting.
That dude looks straight.
Fighter, look at your DMs. I sent you a picture. It's kind of funny.
Oh, let me look.
But it was my pops in my age and what he looked like, and then me when I was a kid. Yeah. But like people would always question, like, "Oh, really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's just like what it means to be Dominican. I can't deny it. This is just a fact.
My mom is her mom's only brown child. And my grandmother has like 8 kids, I think.
Yeah.
And she's the only one that's like brown. They're all white. And a couple of them are blonde, blue eyes.
I've always identified more with being from Iwe than being from the Cibao. Because like my just my lineage is closer from there, and I've been there, so I'm like,
you feel more connected to it.
like like I know this is where my dad grew up, and this is where my grandparents are familiar with. Like being from like the Cibao is my mom's family, and I'm like I don't really know. I know something I speak about traveling, but I know the capital and El Este more because that's just what I was exposed to. So close by affinity, I'm closely related to that. And I'm saying that like it sounds like a reach because I'm saying that I look a certain way, but in reality, I'm like this is just what I know.
Wait, yo, but your dad look darker now. You heard?
Yeah. So I'm 25 years old. That was my pops at 25 years old. So my pops, that is my pops. That's me when I was a kid. So my pops at my age look like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you a picture of my great grandma. Hold on. I can actually do this.
And my pops was a bodeguero in Brooklyn, in Williamsburg. And my pops is much more handsome than me.
He passed away?
No. He's with us today. He's 40. He's 50, 51.
Yo, but your dad look way darker now. What I'm saying?
Yeah. My dad was darker than me, but my dad's mom is
No, I'm saying right now.
No, yeah.
Because you saw me a picture of your dad. He looks pretty dark.
Yeah, he is. His mom is as dark as you can imagine.
So who that? Your little brother?
That's my little brother, and that's my pops when he was my age. My age
Okay.
today, 25.
Right. Got you.
So my pops has curlier hair than me, and he's darker than me. But my mom looks white. But my dad is mixed. His mom is from Barahona.
So this is hold on, I'm gonna come back in on my phone. Oh damn it, come on, man.
But my pops is handsome. He looks better than me. So I'll give him that.
Your dad is very handsome.
No, he's a typical Dominican. He has too many kids.
Uno en cada esquina.
I lost count on how many kids my pops has.
Blood Moon is like his pops is so fine. I want to meet him.
No. Yo, you know what's funny? He lifts more than me. He lifts more than me. He's in better shape than me.
Is your dad single? Is he single? I think Blood Moon wants to
No,
know.
he's married. He runs a 5K faster than me. He deadlifts and pushes more weight than me. So I'll give him that.
All right, I'm gonna join on my phone. I'll show you. This is my great grandma.
But he's an old school Dominican. So.
She's on my phone. That's my great grandma.
Mm.
And I'll show you my great grandpa.
So what? She was what? She was killed?
She's Native American.
Native American? Okay.
Look at that hair. Curly.
Yeah.
People always think Native Americans all had straight hair. They didn't. Wow.
Nah, not at all.
That's like my grandmother. My grandmother looks crazy Native. Like you would think they like literally picked her up out of a mountain in Peru or something and dropped her in the Dominican Republic.
Try to show you my great grand. Oh. And like those, so those are so that's my great grandmother. They were born.
Yeah, that's fight it. By the way, that's me and my pops. My pops when he was 24. I'm 25. Like me and my pick with my eyes blurred out. I'm 25. But that's me and my pops.
So I'm not gonna lie, man. You look like a troublemaker right here, like a badass.
Yeah, I was a badass kid. And then I was my pops at 24, so a year younger than me. And then the next pick is my pops and my great grandmother, who's still alive anyway. She's 102. But
damn,
that's my pops in 98. But there's a picture of her and my pops like a year ago, and it's funny because she's still alive.
That's crazy.
And you know, my pops never, denied who he was, where he was from, what part of DR he's from. He was just like, this is where I'm from. This is where my family's from. This is DR. It wasn't until he came to the United States that he met other Dominican that told him, like, you know, what part of DR you're from? And then he's like, no, I'm from here.
Henry, Terrell said Henry's the same age as me.
Pause. I don't know what that means. Pause. What are you trying to tell me?
You know, Henry got an IG, Terrell, just in case.
That ain't loud. I'm not gonna follow you back. Bueno, si usted es una persona decente, más o menos.
Look, Blood Moon says I could have been Henry's mom if I met him back in the days.
No, my pops was he had his bodega in Williamsburg. My pops is actually a really hipster guy. He's funny. He has tattoos. He has tattoos just like me.
He just confirmed the Blood that you probably could have been.
Terrell can't get
Dominican women.
So he wants them.
Paul. Diablo, te pasaste con eso.
Oh, that's fucked up. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at that.
Pero se lo voy a decir a mi papá para que te meta mano por mí. Por lo menos por mí, para que te meta mano. Pues es freco. Buen freco, involucrado en vaina que no es lo tuya. What native you know his wavy hair in the chronicles and history? He doesn't know he's native. He knows that he's
I think
Spanish,
what he's saying,
his mom is my dad's mom is from Barahona, so he knows himself as mixed, just mixed, and he got a lot of shit for that, for being one of the first Dominicans in New York that wasn't from like the Cibao that had a bodega. But he never knew himself as like a Cibaeño. He always knew himself as like, I'm from Higüey. Like, you don't like it, you don't like it. But this is how I run my business here in New York.
Right.
Or is that directed to my great grandma? My great grandma didn't have curls. She had her hair in braids. So her hair wasn't curly.
Oh, okay. It looked like it was twisted.
Yeah, it was braids.
I'll be reading this in Terrell's voice. Oh man. In Bushwick. In Brooklyn.
Yeah. My pops, we had a bodega on the north side. Brooklyn on the north side. I was born and raised on the north side of Williamsburg. Real hipster, I know.
Oh man. So you've been rocking the shoes, no socks.
You can say that. I take offense to that though.
Why?
Well, okay, yeah, fair enough. But also, like, even prior to that, we just had Dominicans on the block that I grew up with. No shoes, no socks, but still, we from a different era.
Right,
I'm probably a no sock wearing Dominican.
Yeah, you're gonna have to talk to Macho about that fight if you have any problems with that. Not with me, with Macho.
No shoes, no socks. Yo, no sock. I had no socks though. I got the shoes, but no socks.
Finally got this motherfucker. Why does Facebook constantly like change the layout? I didn't even know where the pictures were to click on pics.
I don't even use Facebook.
They do it to like keep it, you know.
It's for the unions. That's how you know you're getting old. That's how you know. That's one of the signs. When you can't keep up with how all these social media platforms are upgrading themselves, when you start getting lost.
Nah, they do that on purpose. That way you won't get bored with it. You know.
Yeah, but still, like they moved the pics to where I had to go to like a different section to find the pictures. All right.
Oh, culturally, Knickerbocker Ave.
So this is.
No. My pops' bodega was on Wilson Avenue, and we have bodega on Clinton Street. But if you're from there, we're from the same block. Old school Dominicans.
Let me go read the old comments. Damn, what time is it? Oh shit.
I'm for bed. I'm gonna go.
God damn.
I gotta wake up for work in a few hours. Good thing I work from home, but still.
I'm on break. The show's awesome. Dominicans coming on shades, color, they'll make up your name.
Absolutely, of course, Dominicans coming on shades of color. I acknowledge that. I've never denied that. I've never said that.
Drop the link one more time.
I've never said that my Dominican ancestry come from the color I am. I've always said that my father's lineage come from darker than me. I just look this way in the picture because that's just who I am.
So you came out like Logic.
I came out like Logic, unfortunately. Well, when I've traveled with my father, I've came out mixed. But alone, yes, it came out like Logic, unfortunately. To the American, to an American. But like as a Dominican, I'm like, this is just being what it is to be Dominican.
Nah, that's pretty cool, man.
Fighter, I sent you another pic. I sent you the follow-up picture of my pops today with my great-grandmother and myself, which is funny. Fighter doesn't like the fact that me and Fighter might be related. That's the problem.
That'd be pretty cool, though. Man, you found each other like relatives on a Facebook or on a YouTube stream. Come to find out you're related.
Yo, and you and Terrell are the same age, bro.
Yo, pause with Terrell. I don't want to hear about Terrell no more. Yeah, so that's me and my pops today. My pops is 50. He runs a 4K at 28 minutes. But me and my pops today. And then the other picture is my pops and my great-grandmother, which is the picture you saw previously when my pops and my great-grandmother, when she was my age. When my pops was my age, you saw the picture. So like she's 102, but at the time that the picture was like 90.
102. That sounds crazy as hell.
But in the picture when my pops was 26, I'm 25 now. You saw my pops at the picture, not the one before this and before that. But yeah. That picture, she was 91. And that was my pops at my age with my great grandmother, who's alive today at like 90 years old. And then you saw her at a picture when she was like 101. So yeah.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah.
There we go.
So now you know more or less how I look, and consistent with how I look in the picture.
Yeah, so that's my great grandpa, right there.
Nice. So
no, he doesn't have curly hair. No, he doesn't have.
Wait. Hold on. So he was married to the.
He was married to the woman
that you showed.
Yeah.
Okay. Dang.
So they had my grandfather. I don't have any pictures of my grandmother's family at all. There was like one picture, and then it got damaged with water. All I know is the quality in it was so bad that like my grandmother's mom looked like a ghost because that's how pale she was. So it was taken in like 1922, 1923, one of those years. But that's how old those pics are. So that's the only picture I have of my great grandfather, and then that was the only picture I have of my great grandma. I don't have any pictures of them together or anything like that. So, but yeah, they were born on. It's not a reserve per se, but it's a Native American enclave out in Pembroke, because that's where the highest concentration of Native Americans were. And then they moved to a place close to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And then that's where they brought all that property that I was telling you about. And that's where they settled in. So.
Okay. So wait, and he was Native?
Yeah, he's Native American. That right there is 100% Native American. And my great grandma was 100% Native American as well.
Okay. And wait, and this was on your mom's side or dad's side?
Dad's side. So that's my father's grandfather. So that's my great grandfather right there.
Wait, and was your dad full Native or no?
So my dad is like a little bit European. He has a little bit of European in him. And my grandma I guess she had a little bit of European in her too, I guess, because they would have to be, because that's where I get the majority of my European DNA. My mom is mixed too, so I get it from her as well. But yeah.
Oh man. Hey, shout out to Sundown.
Word.
Fighter, I sent you a picture of my that's my
he looks like that actor. He looks like that actor. He looks like an actor. You know what I'm talking about.
That's my grandfather. That's my dad's dad. The picture I sent you below is my great grandmother that you see my dad picture in. So that was my great grandfather during the Dominican Civil War in 1965.
Against America.
Yeah. He was for Peña Gomez and people like that. He was not that he was a socialist, but rather that he was in favor of that the U.S. shouldn't intervene. And
he was on my grandfather's side. My grandfather was in la policía también.
Yeah, that was my grandfather at the time. And then that was me and my grandfather when he got older. My grandfather was Jorge Blanco's lawyer. And then the picture under is him and my great grandmother that you see with my father. So you see my dad picture with that woman, and you see my dad when she was 90 years old, and you see my dad when she was 102 years old last year. with that woman. So that's who you see pictured, if you're wondering. And then a lot of people are like, "Oh, you look like your grandfather." I'm like, no, you look like your grandfather, just like him, because he made that face. He always made that face. He never smiled in pictures.
Oh shit! He was a military guy. That's why.
He was a military guy, and then he was a lawyer. But he was a military guy, and he was always against U.S. intervention in Dominican Republic. And he defended Jacobo Asal, Salvador Blanco, which is like the guys in the 80s that ruled, that were against Balaguer. But he always defended them because he said that they were the guys that were always against U.S. intervention. And as a young man, I never understood that because I went into the Air Force at 18. So I never understood
They were trying
why.
to protect their country. They were trying to protect their nation from this colonial power, trying to turn it into the next Puerto Rico.
Right. He was one of those guys. But I was a young man. I was 18. I was like, I'm going to go into the U.S. Air Force. He was like, you're going into the best military, but just know that when I was your age and I was in the military, I was up against forces that told me that they're the good guys, and they weren't. So, yeah. So that's my grandfather. He passed. His name is Rodolfo from Yue. But that's my dad's dad, and then that's my dad's grandmother.
Do you know where your grandfather lived over there? Like, I know they're from Higüey, but where was he a cop?
Otra banda.
Oh,
Otra
you want to know what's really cool? Oh, he's from Contrabanda Higüey?
Otra banda Higüey. He's from there.
Oh, okay.
And everyone that shares the last name I share is from there. Y lo más moreno de mi familia is from there.
Hache.
My last name is Melo.
What's your grandfather's last name?
Melo.
Oh, okay.
Melo. Yo soy apellido Melo.
You said people after.
Yo soy apellido Melo, pero si es de mismo apellido, somos familia. Because everyone I've met from the same last name is from the same family.
Yeah, everybody in DR that has my last name is my family. My last name is not common at all in Dominican Republic.
Right. No, my grandfather's last name is Portuguese, but nonetheless, is that part of the way? If you're from that same last name, you're related to me, no matter how you look.
My last name is Portuguese too. You know what's crazy though? That my grandfather.
Machado.
No.
Machado. Oh.
I don't want to say my last name, but it's
no lo diga.
No, I'm not going to.
Pero fue casualidad que cuando venga a ver somos familia.
Well, you know what's funny? That I was going to say it's a coincidence because my grandfather was military. He was capitán, and you can actually I think I saw on Facebook. I found an article, a newspaper article that he's in it because he was shot. And I have all these stories during the Civil War over there. He used to he was also against the US, and their occupation and those connections. And it's so crazy that you say that because I'm like, yo, cuando vienen a ver quizás trabajaron juntos because my grandfather used to he used to also, I don't know, I just know my dad told me stories where he would get in trouble because when drugs would come into the country, that they would come on boats. He's like, he remember one time his dad came home and they tried to murder my grandfather because of that. He said his dad came home and he smelled like marijuana. They had just burned the whole boat down. My grandfather's like, quémalo con todo. And he had a lot of political issues. Like they had to move around the country a couple times. My grandfather had to go into hiding. It was crazy.
So
and that was after the Trujillo era.
Your people were in the Dominican military.
Yes.
Yeah. My grandfather was in the Dominican.
If I'm not mistaken, military and police were it wasn't as divided as it is now. So he was policía, but he was also military.
Yeah, okay. My father was first lieutenant in the picture when you see him in his
that if I have
they call that the ABUs, but he was
pictures.
He was 21 years old. He was a first lieutenant in 1966. And he was always against U.S. intervention. But the irony is that my mom's side of the family, my mom's great-grandparents were in the Spanish Civil War. So, like, I never got away from war. Like, I served, my dad served, my grandfather served.
So you're like me. Oh, wow, that's
Yeah.
cool.
I come from 6 generations that I can identify the wars they were in.
That's crazy. In Dominican Republic, like all your family, you said, right, is Dominican, right? So all the military is Dominican
Claro.
except for your dad.
My mom's side is from Spain, but my
Okay.
dad's side, yeah. So my grandfather, you saw this picture, yeah. In '66, Rodolfo, he was military because he was opposed to U.S. intervention.
Okay.
So he was with the Brazilians and with the Costa Ricans, and then the Cubans and like the American adjacents, maybe Puerto Ricans, were like in favor of like the U.S. intervening.
So my parents. So it goes back to my grandparents. Both my grandfathers. They did World War II. So since World War II and up, I've had a relative and
Blood Moon, my grandfather was also Aboriginal.
Okay.
Conflicts. So
yeah, my great grandmother from my mom's side they were in the Spanish Civil War. They were nationalists, so they fought with Franco, and then they went to Dominican Republic shortly after in 1938.
Nice.
But like they were always involved in war, and I was like, when I asked my dad like, what steps do you take to become a citizen in this country, he was like, I went to Desert Storm. And I was like, if I'm going to go to college, right, and if someone is going to pay for me, at least I'm going to go to the Air Force Reserve.
Yeah.
So I did
like,
that. That's what I did. And I did, security forces. So that was me. That is who I am today.
So, like, when you did that, how was it when you were? I mean, because you weren't active. So, how was it like intermingling with civilians when you were done with the military? Did you have a hard time?
Well, I was, I was in boot. No, I was in boot, and I was like, I'm gonna go straight back to school after this. And everyone, even the sarge, was telling me like, you're a weekend warrior. That's who you are. Accept it. So I was like, yeah, that's who I am. But I got done with the 320th and the 331st Squadron, and I was back in school. So it wasn't like I gone through something traumatic, but it was just like I was just going back to school.
Yeah, nice. So, all right. So let me ask you a question. This is something that only you would know. All right. So when you come out the barracks facing the chow hall, right? 331st. Was that mini mall still there, like across the street when you went in?
In Lackland, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
2 blocks away. Yeah. You're like, I'm going straight from Boot to Lackland, but you look at Lackland below you, but still, the mini mall was just a block away.
Yeah. So that's where we went when we got like, you know how you get your base liberty? Like the first time you get base liberty?
Because Tag P and PJs were there too.
Yeah.
They were in Medina though, but like we saw them, we're like, oh shit.
Yeah. We used to always go to that one little mini mall right there. Oh man, the memories. I thought that place would have been like turned into something else by now.
Yeah,
so shout out 06.
Shout out to the Taco Bell.
What is it? What
2016.
mini mart is
Shout
it?
out to the Taco Bell there. Shout out to whatever they have there. Yeah.
Me and Henry went to the same squadron in boot camp. I went in a lot. I've been in a lot longer than him, so I went in 06, and then he went in 2010. When did you go in? When did you go to boot?
Henry.
Well, long story short, me and him went to the same.
Y'all both went to Lackland?
Same squadron. Well, the Air Force
the
only
same
goes to one
squadron.
boot camp. Yeah, so the Air Force only goes to one boot camp. But me and him were in the same training squadron. So, like, we were both 331st Wolfpack.
That's pretty cool.
I went in 06, and then he went in when he went in, and or 05. I'm sorry, I went in 05, and
that's so crazy because I almost joined the military in 2005. I was in ROTC in college, but I didn't sign my contract.
He left.
I know. I regret it.
Nah,
I would have been retired by now.
Yeah, we were in the same squadron. That's crazy. That's rare.
I'm not that far from Lackland.
Oh, really?
I'm in Military City.
Yeah, San Antonio's got like what, 5? I think it's Lackland, Randolph,
A whole bunch of bases.
Medina,
Brooks City,
Brooks,
Fort Sam.
Yeah. I know Brooks City because they had a altitude chamber, and I got to go to it. I got to go through an altitude chamber before. It took us up to 34,000 feet.
And literally everybody here is military. Literally everyone. Everyone. Some type of military association. Either they're a military brat, they're ex-military, currently in the military, or married to military.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, yo, Henry, I was telling her, I was like, it's crazy that you and me both went to the same squadron that far apart, and it still looks the same.
Yeah, no, nothing has changed besides like the squadron. There's like Disneyland, the nicer parts of boot camp, but it still remains the same. Yeah.
So did y'all go to the same parade field, like to get the airman's coin and everything?
Yeah, same parade.
Okay.
Well, okay. So the difference is that I wasn't in a battlefield airman squad flight. So your flight being that it was special tactics, it was a battlefield.
No, it wasn't like that at first. That's recent. So
okay,
when I went through, I just went through with everybody else. What ended up happening was a lot of people were failing out of like PJ, CCT, and it was because they were in the same squadrons that regular Air Force were going to, and they were only exercising just once a day. So they
believe it or not, what's crazy is that you can fill out twice. You can fill out as security forces and still be reclassified as a PJ or something else like that.
Oh, really? I mean, it's the same thing with them. If you fell out of PJ, they can make you whatever the Air Force has an opening for. So when I originally went in CCT, and I fell out of CCT. I fell out at Air Traffic Control School, and then I got reclassed as an attack B. So I originally went in as a CCT.
That's wild.
So
that's
yeah,
crazy.
I went CCT, fell out of that because I'm not going to be like, well, I got injured. No, I fell out. Air traffic control is no joke. So
no, I know guys who fell out of that too.
Yeah. So
and they got reclassified twice. They had the opportunity to reclassify twice.
Oh, okay.
So like they went from CCT to medic, and then they filled out a medic, and they'll go to medic to security forces, and then I'll meet them at security forces, and I'm like, where are you from originally? And they're like, oh, I was a CCT washout. I washed out our radios. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck. You come from a different culture. You come from a different not the big blue, but you come from something else that is honorable.
Yeah, so usually what happens is
But that wasn't the thing back then. Like if you get reclassified from CCT to medic and you wash out, you're done.
Yeah.
You get your honorable discharge, you're done. And now it's like you get another chance. Let's see what you do.
Yeah. I know for a vast majority of them, they went just like I did, Tech P. So if you were PJ or CCT or because at first you couldn't go in for SR, which is like the special reconnaissance. It used to be South T.
Yeah.
So you couldn't go in South T. Guaranteed, you had to go to weather school and then go for South T. But like for CCT and PJ, if you filled out, they were like, you can go Tech P. And if somebody went security forces, that means that they didn't want to go attack P. They were like, nah, screw that. I'll just do something else.
Yeah, weigh it out.
That's usually where they sent you as tag P.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a 51 on the ASVAB, you tag P. If you get a 50, you're medical, and if you get a 35, you're security forces.
Yeah.
So like they'll downgrade from there, which is what they do now. But before that, it was like if you was out of like whatever we classed you as, you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I didn't even know that Inquisitor was he was Air Force too, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Inky. Inky was Air Force. He was a medic. He was a 4PO. Shout out to my 4POs.
Yeah.
Combat medics. They give you a good.
People are falling in love in the comments. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando?
Yo, I remember my boy. He was in the Marines, and what was that, like Fleet Week and all that? And right when they had the Fleet Week, right? When there's all the military come for like that weekend. And
I don't know anything about the Marines.
No, I know about Fleet Week, but it's like
Fleet Week,
yeah,
right.
it's their own thing. It's their own
Oh, it's
culture.
their own thing.
Heritage.
Okay, right.
And the Air Force will call it. The Navy has their own heritage that's unique to them, and they have Fleet Week. Yes.
Yeah, so they have Fleet Week, right? And my boy, he was in the Marines, and you know they do it over there in New York, in Manhattan, and I guess that he was with one of his buddies. This dude, he was with one of his buddies, and they got drunk. They in uniform and everything. They got drunk. They were somewhere, at one of the bars, and they got drunk or something, and they started fighting, and they both got dishonorable discharge because they end up getting caught or whatever. Like, they're fucking idiots, bro.
Yeah,
that is stupid.
I did.
Culturally Hispanic. I tried doing my own rituals and it didn't work too well. You're a culturally Hispanic, a guy or a girl?
That's a guy.
Culturally Hispanic.
Culturally Hispanic is a brujo. Totalmente un brujo.
I support it.
How long you been living on? So I'm guessing San Antonio, Greater San Antonio.
No. I'm in New York. I being in the fact that I went back to school. I was Air National Guard, so I went to school in the Northeast in Massachusetts. That's where I got my undergrad bachelor degrees.
Where did you get it? What school in Massachusetts?
University of Massachusetts, Amherst.
Okay.
UMass.
I grew up portion of my life in Massachusetts.
What are the pirates or something like that?
Yo, that's you. All three of y'all have been to Massachusetts. You've been to Massachusetts too, Stephanie?
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I graduated high school.
Where?
Westboro High School.
Oh.
You know where that is? It's like maybe 20 minutes
that's the
from
eastern part, Eastern Mass. Like Marlboro, Westboro, Pittsburgh.
Worcester or not Worcester? Worcester.
Well, my very first year, if I may, I was at Syracuse, but I dropped out.
New York.
Because I wasn't the smartest guy in the room.
Aw. But look at you now.
Yeah, but I graduated from UHAM Amherst, and ever since then, I've just been doing my thing.
Yeah.
Yo, you know about Northeast
University, yeah, in Boston. Yeah. Of course.
You heard? Oh, okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Not a real school.
Right. I was gonna say that was like, was it like
That's
ratchet?
my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, but it's like the SUNY schools, right? It's like I would when I was in Syracuse, I would consider Buffalo ratchet. If you went to Buffalo, you're
Buffalo.
Buffalo. But it still holds truth. It still holds truth, right? Because if you're in Albany and you meet people from Buffalo, you're like, yeah, this is a ratchet ass school. Like it's people from the hood in the city.
Yeah, Buffalo's good.
Buffalo. And you're like, what the fuck? They go to Cortland, they go to Buffalo State, and you're like, what the fuck?
That's a different animal, Buffalo, man. Buffalo.
So I wasn't exposed to that.
Yeah, I got a homeboy that graduated. So he was he got off active and he went to school out in Buffalo. I don't know where, but he graduated from college out there in Buffalo. I know he was telling me, he was like, if you want to go to New York but not pay New York prices, like upstate New York is more it's more affordable than like closer in the boroughs.
Yeah, but I took the 911, so I copped the plea. I took the 911 when I went to school, and I had the BAH to hook me up.
Yeah.
So I was like not complaining.
Yeah, I know a lot of
But
people.
even that is a good deal. You know, anywhere you take the 911 and you go to school in the Guard, you got a good deal.
Yeah. Because I reckon the BAH is high in New York.
Yeah, you're talking E5 pay. So I got I got 1,500 in Massachusetts when I was at Amherst, and that carried me for the 2 years I was there. And I was in a fraternity, so I didn't even have to pay. So it carried me when I was there because I rented out an apartment, and the guys that wanted to live off campus, I was just like, hey, you know, I'm this guy that got an apartment. I'm in a fraternity, and they're like, you know, they'll take it. So I took advantage of the BAH, of course.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then that's good because then everything is paid for, right? Like the food and all that.
Everything was paid for me. I was charging them 900 for 4 semesters till I graduated. It took me 5 years to graduate from undergrad. And I was like, all right, cool. I always got someone, you know, to charge. So I pocket that money, I saved that money, and I took that money to my residency where I was gonna buy in DR, and that's how I was able to get the apartment I own in DR today in Buenavista. So it all worked out in my favor.
Smart to do that.
Nice. So is your plan to go back one day and like live there permanently?
You know, I'm 25, and that's not a bad idea today.
I would love to live in New York again.
Cause like, all right, so sundown. I graduated from college. I'm a poli-sci major. I'm doing nothing to what I'm related to doing today. Today I'm more in finance. So I'm like, I should go back in because I'm gonna be an officer, and I'm gonna do whether it's cybersecurity or contracting in the Air Force. And I'm like, no. All right, I'm gonna graduate. I'm gonna see what I got, and I was able to, in the Dominican Republic, rent out that apartment, and then put it on Airbnb because the money I saved here in the States. And then here in the U.S., I'm just gonna take the VA home loan and rent it out in Connecticut, in Stanford County, Stanford County, and that's exactly what I'm doing to live here in New York City, where I'm at today.
County? You mean Fairfield County?
Fairfield County. Dale. No, Greenwich. In Greenwich.
Greenwich.
Greenwich? You gonna get a house in Greenwich?
I got a house in Greenwich with the VA home loan.
Oh, you already have a house out in Greenwich. Isn't that the richest area in like the
richest part of Connecticut? Yeah. But I live in New York City.
Greenwich is the one of the most wealthiest spots in America, actually.
Yeah.
Some might say right? Some might say I'm racist, but I just did that because that pays off my home loan in Dominican Republic, which I can't rent out internationally to an American bank in Dominican Republic. It's Scotia Bank. It's a Canadian bank, and they gave me a home loan, which the money I saved up from the VA home loan here in the United States is what I'm using over there to pay off the home over there. So with the money that I have here from the VA home loan is the money that I'm paying off here in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And that money in Connecticut goes to where I live today in New York City. I live in downtown New York City. I live in the East Village. And it's like trickling down to me.
Yeah.
Yo,
So
Henry,
it's like
Henry,
I was able to get a good deal. I work in finance. I was able to graduate from college for something that I didn't particularly study. I thought I was going to go to law school, but I ended up in fintech, which is in financial startups, and I'm able to get good money from it. So I go about it that way.
Henry, why you think it's so expensive, Greenwich? Is it you think it's also the location so close to New York?
Yeah. You know, a
Definitely,
lot
right?
of people that work on Wall Street, community
I
New
live there.
York, whether
Yeah.
it's in Greenwich, Westchester, they're going down to New York on the Amtrak. So
Yeah, but you know, Metro. But this is the
yeah.
thing though. Don't you feel isn't Greenwich more expensive than Yonkers? But then again, Yonkers is kind of tricky because then you got the like city, like the hood Yonkers. Then you got the
Well, because they'll
woods
ask
Yonkers.
you what type of
So
Yonkers you're talking about. You're on Mount Vernon Yonkers, or you're in like New Rochelle. And New Rochelle is underrated in the sense that New Rochelle is actually an area where the whites want to move in today.
right.
Despite the fact that New Rochelle is majority Hispanic, a
Yeah,
lot of white people that work in the city want to move there today. So New Rochelle was something today that we gauge in and we say that, okay,
Are y'all
I want to
stopping
invest in New Rochelle.
Are y'all
And
stopping?
I didn't see that in my time. I'm talking about 2019. Because I was working in Connecticut and commuting to the city. That was before I found You Fighter. So I was, working in Connecticut, commuting to the city, to
Yeah.
42nd Street, and that's
Yeah.
where I worked. And now that majority of the time I work from home, the apartment I rent out in Fairfield County is, to people that live in that area. The two guys that I rent out that apartment, it's a 2x2. People that live in Fairfield County, and that pays off my apartment in the Dominican Republic in Bella Vita, and where I live in downtown New York City today.
Yeah, but Fairfield County is crazy though, man.
It's expensive. It's
All the way up to, I mean, like the other side of Bridgeport, like the side that's not HUD, all the way from Bridgeport, all the way down to Darien, Westport, all the way down to Greenwich is that's all Fairfield, bro.
Yeah, it's nothing
And,
less than 2,400. Yeah.
and
Sorry, go ahead.
nah, but those are high earners, man. It's crazy. But
yeah,
then
Henry. What
Go
Henry
ahead.
means is high earner. What is it? HERIY, high earner, but not high income. That's what Henry means in finance.
Really?
It means
So
like a high earner, not rich yet.
yeah, exactly.
Okay,
High
okay.
earner, not rich yet.
Okay, high earner, not rich. Yeah, okay.
And in 2019, I said, I'm not gonna take a mortgage here in the United States, but my mortgage is here in Connecticut. And then the money that I take from not spending here in Connecticut, I'm gonna invest it in DR, and that's exactly what I did in Bella Vita. So that's where I'm at today.
Yeah, no, that's
I earned
dope,
an
man.
hour yet.
Do you ever think you might like up the notch and start to get more properties out there in DR?
Yes. I'm always looking for that. But the problem with DR, I have a problem with in DR they want American money. They want USD. They want American dollars to invest in their luxury properties. And today I see it as that USD is not the most consistent value to invest in DR. So I'm wondering if I invest with a realtor to buy this property that's going to be built in 2023 in the capital. An example is that they might not build it because the currency is weak. But as far as I see it, DR is doing a lot better than a lot of Latin American countries. DR is more stable than Mexico and then Argentina. Now we're not on par with
It's one of the strongest
Uruguay.
economies.
Our economy is not on par with Uruguay and Panama because their economy is dependent on the U.S. dollar, but our economy is the one competing with it.
Yeah, so it has the potential to compete with it, but it won't be.
Yeah. But our currency.
We're one of the top
weak
economies.
because they want us to invest luxury property in dollars, and I have my issue with dollars. I have my issue with investing in dollars in the Dominican Republic. Now, the property I own in Bella Vita, I got it with dollars, but in the future, I'm like, yeah, we're better than Argentina and Mexico, but we're not in the capital. This property I want to buy, I want to put $10,000 down on USD. It's not equivalent to surpassing that because the dollar is very fragile. But if it wasn't the case, of course I will do. But this is just like the USD to Dominican property. Yes.
When I went to Santo Domingo, this trip, man, it looks so different to me. They're definitely developing. There's a lot of projects. I see it's growing. Santo Domingo, I don't know. It looks so different to me from.
Yeah,
it is right. It's very different. It's very it's more modern looking.
More modern.
But I take an issue. I take an issue with that, fighter.
Yeah,
fighter. I take an issue with that. I take an issue that all the luxury properties that Santo Domingo is building has to be bought by U.S. dollars. So it's like I gotta wait for a correction if I want to invest. You gotta wait for a correction, right? Because I'm not gonna tell you, fighter. Oh, buy that property you saw in pesos, because it's fucked. It's not the what it's worth. The peso is gonna decline. The Dominican peso is at 55. So I gotta tell you, fighter, take a step back. You see these developing properties in the Dominican Republic, luxury properties that you want to own, but you got to take a step back.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that, with them trying to make you invest in properties in USD, do you think that's a backhanded or a way for the US to start to backdoor into Dominican property? Over time, start to ease their way in, and kind of like the Chinese are doing. So
Sundown, you're right. You're right, because I thought about that.
Even the people.
Because I asked myself, who's gonna buy the property if I can't afford it? It's gonna be Chinese. It's gonna be Russians. It's gonna be Europeans. It's gonna be Europeans that buy the property in Santo Domingo in the capital.
Henry, when you're gonna give people money out there, right? The family, or it could be whatever, right? When you're gonna give them money,
I have. I've always given more than enough.
Right, but what do they ask you? They say, "Oh, give it to me in dollars." They always tell you, "Give it to me in dollars."
I've always given to them in dollars.
They don't want the pesos.
And I've always given more than enough in dollars. But it's me as myself looking and what to invest in Dominican Republic in dollars, and I'm like, it's not suited out for the regular Dominican or someone like myself to invest in dollars, because when you have a dollarized economy and luxury real estate, you're steered to Europeans and Canadians.
Yeah.
So that's just a fact. That's just a fact. That's just a fact.
I'm surprised that you guys don't have a huge Canadian presence, because
we do with mines. The mines.
Yeah, because China is.
Well, we do.
Canadians have owned the big mining companies.
Oh, bro. Let me tell you this.
Barrick Gold. Sí, es canadiense, pero eso es más complicado que we say it's Canadian owned.
I know. I used to work in that industry. That's why I know.
That's not American over there. I seen a lot of.
I mean, there's everybody. Todo el mundo tiene la mano metida.
Yo, but así Punta Cana.
Pero que yo no la veo una vaina más que los canadienses están ofreciendo trabajo a los dominicanos que viven ahí en el centro.
Because they are giving jobs. People. That's why the economy is almost like a middle class economy right now.
Listen, when you enter in Punta Cana, Baba, don't know that. I could see like in 20 years
It's
that
beautiful.
it's gonna be crazy. They're gonna fill that up though. Like that real estate and all that land and everything. Like
Well,
they're gonna
that's
fill
where
that
like
up.
my
Well,
parents have
okay,
been buying
sundown. You all right? For instance, you have pocket change, right? You have money to invest, whether it's Dominican Republic, Panama, Uruguay, whatever your preference may be. I think Dominican Republic is your best bet because I think it's dollarized. But I
And
don't
there's
think that
companies you can
the
hire
fact that it's
people.
dollarized, that Dominican Republic is stable, because as an American, I see that Dominican Republic being dollarized for luxury developments is a problem, and we have to solve that problem. We have to make it not like that. We have to make it in a sense that the Dominican aspiring middle class can afford those properties, and they don't right now. With our current president or with our current leaders in the Dominican Republic, they don't.
Yeah.
But it was always to be the fact cuando Abinader viene de presidencia, Abinader, the current president, is that the Dominican aspiring middle class that voted for him in office can afford those properties. And if we don't get to that point, then it's for foreigners. It's not for us, the Dominican people, to buy those properties.
And that would suck because that short island, and to have people that don't even have any ties to the island to be able to come and scoop up properties and to, I guess you could say, monopolize on it and say, hey, this is, since you guys can't afford it, only rich people from America can come in and live in these properties or rent these properties out. Like, that would be even more of a slap in the face, because now that's your property on your land that you can't even inhabit because of the dollar,
Yeah, right.
Well,
Because luxury properties brought in the dollars. Yes.
Honestly, I think with like, for example, anyway, right? My parents, they have property there. So when I looked at property there just to see, like, it's not that expensive. Like, people that live there that have jobs can still buy property. Like, they can get a condo for whatever it is in Dominican money for like $15,000-$20,000 or even $10,000. So it's not at a point where it's disadvantaging them. It's still at a point where it's actually providing them more jobs, because as people are building homes and there's more commerce, because it's not just tourists that live in that have these properties in Dominican Republic. It's people that live there, especially in those cities like Punta Cana. There's a lot of people from all over the world that live there, because it's an international little spot in the Caribbean, and they have like the airport hubs. People from all over live there. Like, my parents had their house rented out, leased with yearly leases to people that I think they were like Venezuelan or something like that, and they were working in Dominican Republic. And all the people from that neighborhood were like people from other countries, but they were living and working in Dominican Republic. It's not just like they were living outside the country, investing their money and taking their money back with them.
Yo, there's a lot of Venezuelans. A lot of Venezuelans working at the resorts.
Yeah,
living in that area too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I do see. Like you said, is a hub for immigration. Venezuelans, Europeans, whatnot, coming, buying shit up.
People
and like
from other islands too.
When you driving down there, you'll see like the signs are in English, and that's how I already knew. Like, especially like the East, that has a lot of.
But we're going through our
in
issues
Punta
with
Cana, there's a
Venezuela.
lot of English, like a lot of English.
Because of the in the East, I see a lot of.
Pero Fighter, we're going through our issues with Venezuelans. Es que ellos hay venezolanos que son malandros. Es la realidad. En la capital hay venezolanos que son delincuentes.
Right.
And in our country, as Dominicans, we gotta ask ourselves, all right, we take these Venezuelans in, but how many of them are doing crime in the capital that shouldn't be here? And we never ask ourselves that as Dominicans. We say, que los venezolanos y los dominicanos son igual. No. Es que ellos hay situaciones con los venezolanos que el dominicano no puede. We can't. We can't take more than we should take. And we take Venezuelans in as that they're just like us. But in the reality, they bring in problems that we can handle. So that's just a fact.
I don't know, man. I know when I saw this, right? I saw when I was in the capital, I saw a lot of Venezuelans. When I was in the airport, they had a whole line for them. It was like a long line strictly for Venezuelans coming in. And I also when I went to the resort, a lot of the workers were Venezuelan. A lot of the workers there were Venezuelan. So then I saw something there. I was like, man, it seems like a lot of people want.
Pero Fire, pero Fire, pregúntate. Venimos de un país que tiene pobreza. Que dominicanos están buscando esos mismos trabajos que los venezolanos están obteniendo. Y nos tenemos que preguntar cuántos de esos trabajos que los venezolanos tienen pueden ser para dominicanos.
But people, this is what I'm saying. People complain about about Haitians, but when I was at the resort, there was more Venezuelans working there than Haitians.
Pero eso es lo que yo estoy diciendo. Que los mismos venezolanos también tienen culpa de un problema que tenemos entre nuestro país.
Right.
I don't think, and you think that's hurting the economy? I don't think that's hurting the economy right now.
No, pero
I don't
lo
think
que
it's
yo estoy
making an
diciendo.
impact to the point where it's like, oh, they're causing a problem in the country. Like,
¿Quién? ¿Los venezolanos?
yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
No. Es que lo que yo estoy diciendo es que
people migrate.
Tenemos en nuestro país, en Dominicana, tenemos dominicanos buscando por trabajo en turismo. Y los venezolanos vienen y obtienen ese trabajo. Bien, está todo. Pero en la realidad, ¿cuántos de esos dominicanos vieron tenido ese trabajo? ¿Y cuántos de esos venezolanos son malandros?
Before the Venezolanos came, it was a lot of Haitians working in the resorts. And the reason is why because they speak multiple languages.
Eso no es verdad, eso no es
Yeah, in the
verdad.
future,
the generally, yes.
No,
and in the future, listen, I'm telling you,
yo no estoy de acuerdo.
There's gonna be amount of disdain and contempt in the future. Right now, everybody like, oh yeah, Venezuela, and right now, but soon they're gonna start complaining about it. When shit
there's always gonna be people complaining.
They want rights. They want rights in our country, and they're gonna start complaining. Pero la realidad is that how many Dominicans would have been were given the opportunity? That's what I'm asking. And that's
I don't know, because a lot of how many
because I think a lot of Dominicans
qualified or willing
would have
to
wanted those jobs that the Venezuelans
homes.
have today. Y no que yo estoy de la oposición de los venezolanos estando en República, pero es que yo estoy preguntando que la realidad es que ellos hay muchos venezolanos que obtenieron trabajo que son de dominicanos. Y en la realidad es que esos dominicanos se pertenecen a su trabajo. Eso es lo que yo digo.
I understand that, but you know what? Like, the opportunity was there for everybody to apply to it.
Yo, let me ask you this though. Why do you think? What place are Venezuelans, leaving to, migrating to? Because they're leaving because of the situation that's going on in Venezuela. Because I know, like, I met this Venezuelan girl in the Bronx, and she lives right now. Where she lives in, is it Mount Vernon or New Rochelle? It might be in Mount Vernon or New Rochelle that she's living in. I forgot, but she moved because of what's going on out there right now. And so, where do you think are they going?
People are like starving out there and shit.
What do you think the DR is more receptive to Venezuelans than America is?
Oh, we already know America doesn't want nobody coming in here. That
Right. So DR is more receptive then. So my question is, why are they choosing DR over other places?
Because they've had political
proximity.
alliance.
It's proximity.
And they have history of political alliance.
Right.
They took Dominicans in the 80s and 90s that were well-educated
And it
engineers,
goes way back into
and
when
we're
they were
returning
fighting
the
for
favor.
independence also.
And then we're returning the favor.
Have y'all
But
watched?
we gotta ask ourselves as Dominicans a serious question. We're giving Venezuelan jobs that should go to Dominicans, but we're also having problems with them con los
I think there's more
venezolanos que
than
son
enough jobs to
malandro,
go
con
around.
los venezolanos que son malandro, delincuente,
Así como los dominicanos que
and
llegan
we
aquí.
ignore it. Why do we ignore that question as Dominicans? Because in reality, that shouldn't exist. But we're ignoring that questions as Dominicans when the Venezuelan is a criminal, and I have an issue with that. I have a huge issue with that.
Oh my gosh, you're so funny.
How is like?
No, es la realidad, es la verdad, es
It
la
is the
verdad.
reality, but it's not the 100% reality. That's just a part of it.
Pero que también yo no estoy
Just like
diciendo
not all Dominicans
que
that are
todos los
here,
venezolanos son
just like not all
inocentes.
Dominicans that are here illegal in the United States are criminals.
No, pero eso no es la comparación que yo estoy haciendo.
I know, but
Eso es
that's
lo que...
you're generalizing it like that.
No. Yo estoy dando una igualdad de que los venezolanos hay algunos que son malandros y en
Yes,
dominicano no
they
pueden
are.
conseguir trabajo.
That's to be expected. I don't know, but I don't see it like that. I disagree.
Está bien.
I don't think they're taking jobs from Dominicans.
Bueno, eso no es tema tuya.
Like you said, yeah. Because there was a time when Venezuelans they took in 150,000 Dominicans for work.
Claro. Pero estamos de acuerdo. Pero yo lo que estoy yo lo que estoy diciendo es que hay venezolanos que son malandros, que están involucrados en delincuencia y que el país de nosotros está ignorando. Y eso es la verdad. Que hay venezolanos que son delincuentes. Ya, punto final. Whether the country wants to handle it or not, that's it. That's the country's issue. But that this is a fact and this is happening, yes, everyone in the country knows that.
And they're not doing anything about it in DR. They're just letting them join all the gangs and multiply.
Okay, si yo te digo la verdad, right? There was the Dominican Republic last year in tourism was accused of
murdering people.
Yeah, with contraband alcohol, right?
Yeah.
That's a lie. Those were lies.
Why? Why is it a lie? Why is that a lie to you?
Because it wasn't proven that the people, whatever autopsies, had tainted alcohol.
So why do you think that was brung up? Why do you think it? What?
Oh, why do I think it was a lie?
Yeah, why do you think it was brung up that the DR was fabricating alcohol?
I think it roots down to an issue between Trump wanting to buy real estate in Dominican Republic that was national land and them not allowing him to buy it in Capcana.
Fire, ¿tú crees que eso es verdad lo que ella dice?
And it was around the same time when the Dominican Republic signed the contract with China, that $1 billion contract that he also got upset about. I think it has to do with all that.
I'll be honest.
Shortly after, that's when they started, like, people all of a sudden started dying. When tourism has been huge in Dominican Republic for, 20 plus years? And now out of nowhere?
I think you're speaking for yourself. Es que eso no tiene lógica. Eso no tiene lógica lo que yo digo.
So Henry, why do you think that Dominican Republic was attacked and they were under pressure on through media and everything for those? That was 2019. That was the summer 2019.
2019, we were going through a presidential election. But I think 2019 was unique because the fact that we were going through a presidential election with a PLD, a PRM, that our country
Wait, was that 2019 or 2020? That was 2019.
2019.
Yeah, that was 2019. Yep.
We of course we did have deaths, but I don't think those deaths were attributed to the through America, through these other foreign sources. I just think those deaths were attributed because our tourism industry grew too fast, and we hired the people that shouldn't be doing the job to do those jobs. But I don't think that was U.S. intervention. Eso es una estupidez. Eso es una estupidez. Es que eso en la realidad no tiene lógica. ¿Cómo tú me vas a decir que Dominicana va a disminuir su turismo pues vaina de porque lo quieren hacer? No, que eso no tiene lógica. It's real stupid. It's like the tourism grew too fast that they hired people that shouldn't be doing the job, but rather that the Dominican Republic and U.S. relationship was going through a presidential election, and
tensions, not just an election.
Tensions.
Political tensions.
Okay, political
Which
tensions. Pero
makes a point.
vamos a decir la verdad. Political tensions es que el partido PRM quería Abinader y el partido de la oposición
It doesn't matter
quería...
It doesn't matter who was the political party in Dominican Republic.
Pero tú lo ves así.
They were at opposing. They weren't agreeing.
No, pero la pregunta es que si tú lo ves así.
I mean, that's what it was, though.
Okay.
It was all over the news.
Okay, o sea, que tú lo ves que era entre PRM y PRD. Pero ¿por quién tú votaste?
No, I didn't vote in the Dominican election.
All right, then. So it's like it was just Dominican political geopolitics. At the end of the day, it came down to this: who you voted for in DR.
But you know in DR they'd be funny with that too. They have a history of rigging elections.
No, pero okay.
You know they do, man.
Yo personalmente apoyo el presidente hoy en día, Luis Abinader. Yo lo apoyo. Y tú me vas a decir
the way you say it, the way you said his name, it's like you stood at salute and like.
So you saying Henry got up and he like saluted him like.
So when he says Luis Abinader, yes. Me imagino que eso fue lo que él hizo. Mínimo.
¿Tú lo apoyas o no lo apoyas? ¿O tú
I don't, honestly, to tell you the truth, I don't really follow Dominican politics. I hear things here and there because my parents, that's all they watch is Dominican news and stuff like that. Pero yo no. Desde que comenzó todo the elections, yo como que no, I don't know. I don't pay too much attention to it.
I don't know. If I had my way, I would just say, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about, but if I had my way, like if I had my country, I would have it to where like tourists could come, but I wouldn't let them buy property because like, you know, that country would be like my people's country.
Yeah.
And I feel like what happens is like that's a slow way of the elites starting to creeping in slowly but surely. I mean, look at what happened with Cuba. Cuba is a perfect example. Back in like the 30s and the 40s, the mafia was like really heavy in Cuba. And it wasn't like that at first, but they slowly start to creep in, and then they had that American influence, and they were able to pay off what they needed to pay off. And then Havana looked like a little part of America. So like I would have it to where I wouldn't let you own property. Like
sundown, but that's real easy to say. But man, when you got that money in your hand, that money in your face.
No, I agree. It's because I mean, a perfect example would be Haiti, because a lot of people will talk about Haiti and how Haiti needs to do this. But look, if foreign aid comes in the billions, and you know that you could set your people up like for good, like your immediate people in your immediate vicinity, like the people in your cabinet, it'd be tempting. But then that's where it comes into, is money more important than your people? Is money more important than your land?
It is to the government.
You raise Haiti as a question, so I would say definitively yes. Like
yeah, that's
Dominican
exactly
Republic
Haiti's
overwhelmingly when it comes to GDP, whether you want to compare it, PPP, purchase prior propriety, or whatever it is, whatever comparison, I want to say that yes, with Haiti we can compare it and we can say undisputedly the Dominican Republic is 8 to 12 times wealthier than Haiti. So what is it to us to compare ourselves to Haiti?
Yeah. Oh no. I'm not trying to compare the DR to Haiti. I'm just saying what Fighter had raised that question. He was like, you say that, but what do you do when these elites start coming to you and giving you money, and now you have all these millions of dollars? Perfect example of that.
Whoa. Okay, so fine. With Haiti specifically, I myself have a proposal what Haiti should do, because their lack of elites don't want to control the country and take over to what they have. So
what should they do?
I think the Dominican Republic specifically should take control over Haiti's land. And what I mean by that is that there's a growing Dominican middle class that are aspiring to be middle class, and they can't because Haiti specifically are taking the jobs. So the Dominican Republic
También.
También. But the Dominican Republic specifically, what they should do is they should work at the working class Haitian jobs and take over it while the Dominican middle class grows, because the Haitian elites in their country run from their problems. And if they keep running from their problems, I think it's only left for the Dominican elites to take Haitian elite jobs.
Well, I honestly do agree partially. I mean, I'm not even going to say partially because I don't know yet to the extent that I can imagine this, but I do agree that somehow Haiti needs to be unified to DR in some way.
So before you guys continue,
I'm not saying
or to some other country.
Yeah, before you guys continue, all right, I do want to say a couple of months ago, Fighter specifically asked me what I would do if I was in that predicament. And I said the same exact thing that you said. I said the DR, if I was like head of the DR or whatnot, I would annex that entire half of the island, take the flag away, take their parliament away, take any kind of sovereignty they had away, and make that 100% our territory, right? If I was
rather U.S. territory.
You mean
rather
like
U.S. Yes.
Okay.
So I said I would do that. I would dissolve the government. I would take away the sovereignty, take away the flag, and I would make that one giant territory for you, right? And if you did that, it would be better, because the last thing that you would want is for the U.S. to come over, because the U.S. has gone into Haiti before.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want them to make that part of the island a U.S. territory, because then you're not going to have the U.S. across the pond. you're gonna have them right next door.
Next door.
Yeah, oh
Yeah.
no, they've been in some. They went there and they attacked the island simultaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The whole island. The
Yeah,
whole island.
but the U.S. itself came across a unique problem. The Dominican Republic in 1932 was able to pay off their debt, while Haiti, under U.S. sovereignty, was not able to pay off that debt. So the United States stayed in there 10 years longer than they were expected to stay there. And in 1944, Haiti paid off their debt that they owed to the United States.
A lot of people don't realize that the debt was purchased. U.S. purchased the debt from France, and Haiti owed the money to the U.S.
And moreover, Dominican Republic paid the debt that Haiti owed to France overwhelmingly.
Yeah.
The Dominican Republic paid 40% of that debt that it was owed to Haiti.
Is this apart from the money that they were forced to pay? Oh, so this is separately from the money that was like they were forced to pay when Haiti occupied the Dominican Republic and forced them to work for high taxes.
Yes, specifically in 1933 that was paid off. And the Dominican Republic, specifically Rafael Trujillo, paid off that debt in 1933 because he also had to pay it off. He also had to pay it off a debt to the United States that was due in 1937, and that's exactly what he did.
He made the Dominican dollar the Dominican peso equal to the American dollar.
Yes, in 1937, yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't doubt it. Culturally Hispanic, I don't doubt it. But like, I can see the U.S. taking France's debt because a lot of people don't know that's one of the U.S.'s.
Well, not the U.S., but the Dominican Republic took that debt in 1933 and paid it off in 1937 for Haiti.
Yeah.
And in 1937, Haiti and the Dominican Republic were at the same place in external debt owed to the globe. And in 1939, the United States left Dominican Republic specifically. And what it was is that they stayed in Haiti for 6 years longer. So till 1943, the United States stayed in Haiti. But by 1960, there was a significant GDP per PPP per purchase propriety that was different from the United States and Haiti.
Yeah.
That said that the Dominican Republic was at $6,000 per GDP, and in Haiti was at $2,000, and then by 1990 it was at $15,000. And I can share with you that that article if you want, but this is just like a fact.
If you put it in
what happened after 1934.
If you put it in the private chat, I'll look at it. So was this before? When did Haiti burn half of its like what is it? 80% of their forest was like deforested. When did that happen?
I think I'm not too sure, but I think it happened like in the 1900s.
Okay. And that's been a one of their biggest problems as well, right?
Well, you know what it is that since Haiti is mountainous, geographically, like their weather is a little bit different, so their land tends to be drier.
Yeah, it's not favorable for agriculture or anything like that.
It's not, no. And
compared to the
exactly, like, but you know what's crazy though? Like I used, when I lived in DR, I used to do a lot of road trips. Like I love to road trip, and road tripped once from Dajabon, Montecristi, which is one of the provinces, all the way at the top. And we drove down the international, they call it the international road, I think, something like that. And it's that road that divides Haiti and Dominican Republic. And on a lot of parts of the trip, while you're driving south, like down the country, you can see like Dominican Republic is mad green and Haiti's like dry, burned, but supposedly, like my dad said, that it's because they need the wood. They take the wood and to, I don't know what they do, but
yeah, well, that's indicative of them, not us, like as Dominicans.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is that like there is like geographical issues that cause their land to not be the same as DR, but they can thrive on a tourist economy with their beaches if they wanted to.
That's what I'm saying about, that's prime real estate for America. Like, if they were to come over there, look, I'm telling you, listen.
But Haiti has beautiful beaches.
Yeah, I've not
but
been wrong.
but that's bought up. That's the issue.
Yeah, listen, when that
They
earthquake
fucked that
happened
up.
in 2010, when that earthquake happened, the Clinton Foundation, like a lot of that land got bought up. Because it was in it's Port-au-Prince, or close to Port-au-Prince. A lot of that area got brought up by elites, and now elites own that. And I feel like what's going to end up happening is Haiti, doesn't Haiti have like gold and oil and all that stuff too?
Yeah, of course, it's the same
The
land.
elites are going to go in there and they're going to mine that.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that it's because Haiti has, some natural resources that have yet to be monetized
Yeah.
at a grandest level, so they want to take advantage.
I know, but anyway, back to what I was saying earlier when I was telling you guys about how I was talking about like them making the DR just the entire island to keep the U.S. out. When I said that, or a lot of people that didn't, or were saying that I didn't know what I was talking about and that it didn't make any sense. But that makes perfect sense if you think about it in the long term.
The only problem that I see with that is how to stabilize the economy for Haiti. Like, I don't know if that's something that Dominican Republic can do, but if it were like an ideal world and their economy could be stabilized, their infrastructure and all of that, I think that would be good to just have everyone under one roof and just be that, Quisqueya, mother of land in the middle of the Caribbean.
That's
taking over.
Yeah, that's what it was originally. And like France, I think France's biggest mistake was just going there. I'm not saying that France's mistake was bringing the Haitians there or the Africans there, but just going there in general because that was all one island before they got there, right? They got there and then they made it their little enclave, right? That part of the island, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
France has been known to mess a couple of things up.
Definitely. Even like Dominican Republic, even when they were still under Spain's rule, they were pretty much like doing their own thing for like a few hundred years until France came along and tried to like, started all their BS.
Yeah. That's crazy. I hope that it gets figured out, because just from what Henry was saying earlier about everybody wanting things in USD, I'm like, that's cool for now, but just know that that's like a backdoor policy for people to start to come in, and slowly but surely they'll do just like the Chinese did to Canada, which is why I was saying I
don't think the island being unified would be able to afford in the long term being USD, especially with the amount of people that it would be total surviving off of one economy.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. The economy would tank, actually.
Yeah. But I hope they figure it out. Like I think it's. I mean, I've never I think the only country in Latin America I've been to was like temporary, and it was Cozumel, and that was due to a cruise that I went on. But I would imagine it's a beautiful country. A lot of Latin American countries are beautiful.
Yeah, and you're invited to all of them. You're invited to Dominican Republic and all of them.
Invitation by Henry.
So don't limit yourself to just one country.
Yeah, like I've been a lot of places. I've just never been to Latin America, but
I've been to a lot of islands.
I like the history, like the Aztecs and the Mayans and all that. That's pretty cool. I like that part of of the culture. And if I did go,
like their pre-Columbian,
yeah,
pre-Columbine history or whatnot.
yeah, it's like people think that natives, and they painted them in this light of being ignorant or not ignorant but uneducated and savages, but they were actually really smart. Even the American Indians were really smart.
We so there's documentation that's been kept by like other natives from different parts of North America, Latin America, of the history like prior to Columbus of like all of these lands, including the Caribbean, Latin America, South America. So like it's definitely like the information is out there. It's just not like being taught.
Yeah. So Blood Moon. Would you rather have the U.S. next to you, or would you rather have Haiti next to you, or some other European country? Do you think that over time they will start to try to move the goalposts and get closer and closer and closer to how you guys do things in the DR?
No, they would find a way to like mooch off of our resources somehow. Illegally. Drying out our rivers, stuff like that. I can just see it.
I wonder how Haiti is going to fare now with what just happened to them.
I don't know. I know that when they had the earthquake back in 2010, DR donated over $200 million. And that's obviously, you know, they got a lot of money from all over the place.
So when that earthquake happened in 2010, like it was people from my unit that went there.
Wait, Sundown, you didn't go?
No, I didn't go.
Okay.
So I have a different skill set. So they sent the combat controllers over there because combat controllers are air
Blood
traffic
Moon
controllers.
wants Haiti to be moved to another island.
So combat controllers are air traffic control certified, so they can do landing zones, airfield seizure, and that's what they did. They did the largest airfield seizure operation. I think the average was
what's your specialty, Sundown?
I call in airstrikes.
You call in airstrikes?
Yeah. I'm a joint terminal attack controller. That's what I do.
Ooh,
So
you a bad boy.
So I call in. I can call in airstrikes from anything that flies. If I'm around a artillery unit, I can call in munitions from them. I can call in if there's mortar unit.
So you're on the ground.
Yeah. So I go with the army, mainly conventional. So if I'm with the armored infantry unit, I can do what they do. I can do a light infantry unit. I can do what parachute infantry does. I can, like I said, naval gunships. I can call in mortar rounds or utility rounds with them, or artillery rounds with them. I can do a lot of things. But my bread and butter is calling in airstrikes. That's what I do.
On the ground, though?
Yeah, on the ground. That's why, like I told you, I talk on radios. I communicate via radio. So I really wouldn't have had any place in Haiti when the earthquake happened because, like, my skill set is something completely different.
Got you. Correct. I understand.
Yeah, like you weren't like medic or.
So you had the pararescue men that went there. They were medics.
Engineer.
You had combat controllers that went there. They were the air traffic controllers. Then
Military
the weather guys
police.
go. Yeah, the weather guys go. And then NATO donated X amount of millions from other countries. So contrary to what people say, NATO actually did donate. They donate because of there's U.S. bases all over NATO territory. So when we were responding, they responded as well. So they helped.
What's NATO stand for again? North America?
Yeah, North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Oh, treaty. Okay, got you. Yeah, okay. So yeah, now continue saying what you was gonna say about when people went out there, when your people that you know went to Haiti.
Yeah, so they were calling in just different aircraft with supplies, nothing but supplies, and a lot of people were like, you know how conspiracy theories are like, well, you know, they were given the UN, they were given the Haitians cholera and E. coli and all that. Nah, it's like you can't beat around the bush. Haiti's a poor country, so you had an earthquake of that magnitude. So you had so many people in such a small space. People were going to get sick. They didn't have any kind of like water structures or anything like that. So yes, people were going to get sick. It wasn't like the UN was trying to kill like people. People make me laugh when they come up with crazy conspiracies and stuff like that. But yeah, that's it. So when that earthquake happened the first time, you had this huge push from all these other countries trying to help Haiti. Now, I wonder what it's going to be like because they see.
Well, now you don't hear anything. Like when the earthquake happened, it was like immediately all these celebrities coming out, like talking about we need to support Haiti. Now it's like crickets.
Yeah, because the elites, they saw what happened the first time. So the first time the earthquake happened, there was this huge push. All these different countries helped. And 10 years later, you know, there were some places where that first earthquake hit that was still in the position or it was still in the same shape.
Yeah.
Meaning that there was no kind of
nothing was done at all.
Yeah. So yeah, think about it. If it's a money thing, if I pour X amount of millions into helping you and then 10 years later it looks like it did before I gave you that money, I'm not going to give you that money again. So
they didn't rebuild in many cases. I mean, I mean, even their own people, they know that like their government is just so corrupt.
Yeah, they would need to do a complete root. But here's the thing: when you look at it, so look at it from this standpoint, right? So if you take a country like Haiti, that's all it knows is corruption, right? Corruption. That's ingrained into a lot of people. So a lot of people will be like, we need to change this or we need to make this better.
Oh, and what people don't know, there's a regime. Like Haiti has a regime. Like there's
it's
right. Yeah. It's not like peaches and cream. Like you can just run up in there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And then the people, when they do try to change it, they end up following in the same footsteps. Like, look at, I don't even want to speak on that country, but look at all the other countries that were in similar situations. That's what they know. So somebody new comes along, they might mean well, but then they fall in the same category because it's easier to keep it the same than it is to change. It takes a lot to change it. And I think a lot of people, when they look at change, they want to see like change happen overnight, but it would never, like Haiti would never be so like, let's say if there was a president that came in and did everything right, he would never see Haiti turn around. It wouldn't be in his lifetime. It would be his kids' lifetime where they would see Haiti go from being a super corrupt government to a not first world, but just better than what it is now.
Yeah, which hasn't happened because they get shot.
Yeah, that or they expect it to happen quicker than it would take. That's why they always tell you Rome wasn't built in a day. It takes time, especially when you're starting from that. That's below poverty, Haiti. So it would take years it would just take years just for agriculture to come in, like to rebuild the infrastructure. Then you would have to reforest the areas. You would have to reforest the areas that were deforested. Then
Move the rivers around.
Yep. Yep. So it's easier said than done. That's what I think.
Bueno.
So was DR even hit with the earthquake, or was it just Haiti?
Supposedly Punta Cana got hit with a 4.2 or something like that. But when I called, I did a live on, hours after the earthquake hit, like maybe an hour or two after the earthquake hit. I did a live, and cousins, a lot of the cousins and people I hit up on different parts of the country, they're telling me, "Nah, I ain't feel no earthquake or nothing like that."
Yeah, my cousin, I asked her. She said she didn't. She's in Punta Cana.
Yep. I asked someone from Punta Cana. They said no. I asked someone from San Pedro, that's in San Pedro Macorís.
Yeah, I asked in the capital too.
That's right by the capital. I asked two people. They said no. That's kind of like on the eastern side, and then someone kind of in the center. I asked. She said no. So no one felt it. And the reason why Haiti is more, how can I say, they're in an unfavorable position is because of the fault lines and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
and besides that, the infrastructure,
Yeah, can't support it. Can't support those
right,
natural disasters.
right. So you have to remember, it's a poor country. So when they build things, they don't build them as sturdy.
Mm-hmm. They don't
So
reinforce.
right, but they say that the reason this wasn't as impactful as back then in 2010 was because people, they kind of like learned their lesson, and they said, hey, this could happen again, so we got to build, a nice structure, a good building, a strong building. So that's kind of what saved things. And the reason why it really wasn't more impactful back then was because it attacked, what an earthquake attacked, it was literally where 25% of the population resides, in Port-au-Prince, the capital. That's literally where most people live.
That's true.
And that's where it hit. And because you have to remember, like Stephanie said earlier, due to the, geographically, it's just more mountainous. So when you're in the mountains, it doesn't affect you as much.
Yeah, like absorbs. It absorbs it.
Right. So it doesn't affect you as much. But then when you in, a low terrain closer to the sea level, it's more dangerous for you. So, but
That's
yeah,
true.
man, Haiti, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's gonna go on over there. I don't know how them people gonna do, how to make out. I can only imagine the chaos going out over there, going on.
I don't even want to imagine that, man. That's yeah. I feel like they
And,
just can't catch a break, dude.
and then the other thing too is crazy, because even if you're a Haitian and you say, you know what, fuck this, I'm going to DR, there's more opportunity. DR is a fucked up place too.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like you're going from Haiti to US. Like you just going to like a little upgrade.
Yeah, I know. It's not even like you have all these opportunities.
Right. You're still going to a little, you're just going to a place that's doing a little bit better than you. Like it's not like a dramatic change. It's not, because it's not gonna be to the point where you could go out there and you got homeless shelters. Like if you go out there, you cross that border, you're gonna have to sleep outside. Like where the hell you gonna sleep? Where you gonna go? So yeah, man, people gotta wake up. And when I was watching them videos of what was going on in Afghanistan.
Yo, don't even talk about that. Don't even talk about that.
Oh, listen, this is all I want to say when it comes to the Afghanistan thing. This is all I want to say. It's hard for those people. I understand, like it's hard for them people. They can't just move to another country. Afghanistan is a humongous territory, very mountainous. they're gonna have to climb mountains and for more than 40 days and 40 nights. So, and then when I saw those people hopping on them planes and whatnot,
you want to know? Go ahead. Go ahead.
So and when I saw them falling and all that, I'm like, damn. I don't even feel bad for them because that was a stupid move. Why the fuck are you getting on the plane, bro? How do you think you was gonna be on the plane for 12 hours, just tied on to like a piece of iron? Like, what the fuck? And then I started thinking to myself, I hope a lot of Americans see this video so they can see how badly people are literally dying to get to the land where you are from. They want to get away from where they're from, right? And
Almost grab that shit,
I gotta mute you because I gotta mute you, man. People are literally dying to leave where they're from, and they choose the U.S. while people are complaining about the U.S. And I believe this is this is the consensus of a lot of people here. This is how they think. They think like America is one of the worst places in the world, and I can't believe people have this mentality.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. But go ahead, your son. Go ahead.
So I've actually been to Bagram, and so I am happy because, like, my mother, she used to be a contractor at Bagram, and I'm so glad that she left when she left, because if my mom would have stayed contracting in Bagram, she would have been there to see this BS happen. So I'm just glad that my mom is back at home, and she left Bagram when she did, because I wouldn't even be able to sleep if she was still over there. But she's back home. But it's man, it's hard to put it into words. Um, it was a bad show. It was a bad face for the U.S. to pull out the way that they did because the world was watching. Now the Taliban and all these other groups have access to high grade weapons that they would have never been able to have. And just seeing how their president just up and left, he ran away. I don't know if you know that the president he fled. So that just goes to show you what I was telling you about earlier. Is like sometimes people, they get used to how certain things are, and they're just not subject to change. They're just so stuck in their ways that they just end up falling back into what it was that was happening before. Now, like Taliban, I believe they have like 40% of the land. So it's like us pulling out now. Look at what happened. It was just bad. It's just bad altogether.
And we was over there. What? How long? 20
Almost
years.
20 years. Almost 20 years.
Almost 20 years. Almost 20 years.
20 years. 20 years of hard work to have it all like fall within like 2 weeks. You know. It's just a tender subject. I don't even like talking about it because it's like
It is about and
you got people like, I actually know people that have been like, either they've gotten TBIs and had to get retired, they've either gotten killed, or they've lost limbs, gotten burns, and it's like all that to drop in 2 weeks. That's why you don't vote Democrat, man. Democrats don't care about the military.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Yo, sundown. Not even that. Now they're more well equipped too, because now they have all the weapons that we left there. They have all the Humvees, RPGs. Yeah. They have all the fighter planes. They got now. They not only they more trained and more militant. They have a lot more of our own tactical, fucking materials.
That's what I just said. Yeah, that's what I said.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Like, think about it like this. Think about how high their morale is right now. 2 weeks. They just took almost over 40% of the country. Now they have all our weapons, all this gear, and we're gone. So in their eyes, we retreated. So now they're on cloud 9. Now you're gonna have a bunch of women getting, acid and stuff thrown at them. You're gonna get boys and girls. Like, it's just crazy all over when you think about it. I just wish they tell us to take the white gloves off and go in there and play dirty just like they play. We could have that taken care of in a matter of months, but it'll never happen. It's what happens when you have Democrats. Democrats like to either withdraw militaries, cut their funding. It's just bad all over.
Man, yeah, man, it's crazy.
I mean, we got 7,000 troops on the way over there. I mean, it's gonna be fine. The only problem is it's such a beautiful country. Like, all these people, like, I'm very anti-Islam. I mean, pretty much everybody knows I'm anti-Islam. I don't agree with it. Well, if it's such a beautiful country, then why all these stuff? Like, why are they running out of the country? You know what I mean? Why? Obviously, there's a problem. You know what I mean? They want to implement. They want to implement Sharia law. They want an Islamic regime. They want to be, Mujahideen. They want to do all this. Obviously, there's something wrong. You can't be saying you're praising a God and all this, and then really, you can't be somebody that's willing to die. You know what I'm saying? As a military, my uncle is a 3-star general. I've been to the Pentagon. I don't know if I told you. I went to the Pentagon one time and shit like that. My cousin is a Green Beret and Navy SEAL. And like, my whole family's in the military. And it's like, fighting a war like that, like, we're gonna have to take them out. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to go over there and take them out. But I guarantee you, by the time we get there, right, they're gonna take off. You know how they work. They're there now, and they're not doing the beheading and all that crazy shit. Right now, they got a different agenda. It's like, we're peaceful, no more war. But then that's what they're portraying just on like Al Jazeera TV and all their main channels. But we don't really know what they're doing. You know what I'm trying to say? We don't really know what they're doing.
That's crazy, man. That land is so far away from us. It's crazy. It's like on the other side. It's literally the other side of the world. Literally.
I mean, look what Russia couldn't even beat Afghanistan. Russia couldn't beat it. That's how they got their first weapons. If you don't remember, Sundown, back in that war they fought with Russia, Russia couldn't even beat them on their terrain. So it's pretty much like now it's worse because they're more smarter now. They got more material. They got our stuff now.
Yep.
And it's like,
guess who was one of the biggest supporters for Afghanistan when Russia was trying to invade them?
America.
Ding, 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 ding.
Well, we trained them. You know what I mean? We trained Saddam Hussein. He was part of the CIA. We trained a lot of these people. Bin Laden. You know what I mean? All these people were American trained, American schooled. So,
But the motherfuckers, they're all backed by the oils and shit, right? By the oil reserves and whatnot.
All those countries work together, man. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq. They're all the same religion, so they all work together.
Isn't Afghanistan one of the, I believe, the number 1 or number 2 providers of the poppy plant, the opiate, like
opium?
Heroin?
Yes, opium. Yes.
That's another big factor. You know, and that comes into play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that years back. They had dudes with AKs just protecting the poppy plants, man.
It's big money, man. I think the biggest supplier, or not the biggest supplier, the biggest people that demand that stuff is America. America is, you got
opiate.
You got Colombia, you got Mexico, you got Afghanistan. Like, they import a vast majority of those drugs to us. So it's kind of hypocritical when you hear somebody say the war on drugs. It's like you can't have a war on drugs when the biggest like buyer of drugs is yourself. It's oxymoron. You're trying to go to war with your like it just won't happen.
It's Oxycontin. Get it?
Yeah.
Oxycontin.
Nah, man. Yeah.
But I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. I was able to stay up this late because I'm actually off today, which is I'm probably not gonna be off. They're probably gonna call me and be like, "Hey, get this done." So I'm technically off, so I was able to stay up. But yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off and give me some Z's. It's been a pleasure, as always. I think tonight was pretty cool. We got to actually talk and
a lot of different topics.
Yeah.
Like always.
No crazy stuff tonight. So
no.
But thank you for having me, and good night to Stephanie and Bitcoin. I'll holler at you later. Y'all take care.
Good night. Yeah, I'm gonna hop off too.
All right, y'all. Good night. Good night, Bitcoin. Good night, Stephanie. Good night, Sunday. Good night, everybody in the comments. Hit that like button as you leave. Make sure you hit that Cash App if you want to donate. Follow my Instagram, Fighter Complex 7, or follow my Twitter page, Fighter Complex, and I'll be live tonight again. So you guys stay tuned for that. And I promise I will upload at least 2 videos today. So peace out, y'all. I'm about to end this. But thank you for joining. Good night.
Thank you for having us. Bye.
Well, good morning. Really good morning.
Oh, yeah.
Peace.